Chapter 191. In Yi Tianzong's Wanxiang formation, there were 5 levels: normal, elite, heaven's pride, king, and sovereign. Ling Xinyu had originally reached the king level, but after Xinyu joined the Hao Ranzhen sect, Ling Xinyue's thirst for strength became even more stubborn. She always sharpened herself in the extreme environment of the immortal mansion, causing Yi Tianzong to feel both heartache and anger. After 10 years in the outside world and nearly 40 years in the immortal mansion, Ling Xinyu finally broke through her limits. Her battle prowess had entered the sovereign level, and her strength had greatly increased. Holding the new moon divine sword that Yi Tianzong had specially made for her, Ling Xinyu fought fiercely with the heavily injured demon envoy, and even had a slight advantage. After seeing Ling Xinyu and the demon envoy fight, Xinyu did not immediately make a move. Instead, she stood to the side and watched as Ling Xinyu and the demon envoy fought. Before, the demon envoy's strength was much higher than Ling Xinyue's by a large margin. Now that the demon envoy was heavily injured, it was a good opportunity for Ling Xinyu to practice. However, Xinyu knew that even if the demon envoy was heavily injured, Ling Xinyu still had a slight advantage. In the end, she would still be defeated by the demon envoy. After killing the demon envoy, Xinyu knew that the demon envoy's foundation was that drop of blood that was filled with dark and evil energy. As long as the demon envoy was not killed in a short period of time, no matter how serious his injuries were, he would be able to slowly recover under the effects of that drop of blood. Now that Ling Xinyu was fighting the injured demon envoy, she only had a slight advantage. This gave the demon envoy time to recover. He did not need to fully recover from his injuries, and the demon envoy would slowly reverse the situation and defeat Ling Xinyu in the end. However, with Xinyu, who was much stronger than the demon envoy, watching from the side, it would not be too late to kill the demon envoy when Ling Xinyu was no match for him. This was also Xinyu's plan. While Wu Zun and Wu Sheng of the allied forces were fighting the demon envoy, there was still a steady stream of demon envoy reinforcements coming from the huge passage of the demon envoy's stronghold. In order to control the speed and number of demon envoy on the battlefield and prevent the demon envoy from exceeding the number of the allied forces were at a disadvantage. The Martial Marquis and Martial King experts who had formed an encirclement around the Devil clan on the ground also began to move. The more than 15 million allied forces on the ground, including the Hao Ranzhen sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect and the 10 Holy Lands, all approached the passage of the demon envoy's stronghold. Then, they separated into different camps, took out the formation plates prepared by each force, and arranged their own trap and kill formations around the huge passage with a diameter of 10 miles. The Haoran Orthodox sect, Cloud Reaching Palace, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands had prepared their own trap and kill formations, which covered an area of 30 miles around the Devil Race's stronghold and sealed it tightly. As a result, those Devil Race experts who were still coming to reinforce the Devil Race were immediately blocked by the layers of trap and kill formations. Compared to Wu Zun and Wu Sheng, Marquis Wu and King Wu alone might be able to kill them easily. However, the trap and kill formations arranged by more than 15 million Marquis Wu and King Wu were a fatal threat to Wu Zun and Wu Sheng. Even if there were 3,000 super experts of Wu Sheng at the 9th heaven, they could do nothing in the face of such a large number of Marquis Wu and King Wu's trap and kill formations. The reinforcements of the demon envoy's army were intercepted and besieged by more than 15 million Marquis Wu and King Wu on the ground. The allied forces fighting in the sky had no more worries for the time being, so they focused on dealing with the demon envoy. In this vast battlefield with a radius of 100,000 miles, the senior members of the Hao Ranzhen sect, led by Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun and other members of Yi Tianzong's family, performed very well in the battle against the demon envoy. Yi Haoran and other members of Yi Tianzong's family thought that with the special physique of the peak of the profound stage and the powerful cultivation methods and martial skills that they had cultivated, their battle strength had reached the king level. Therefore, they could kill the demon envoy at the 9th heaven of Wu Sheng within a few moves. As for the other senior members of the Hao Ranzhen sect, most of them were outstanding disciples in the past, and their battle strength had reached the level of the heavenly sons. Therefore, they could kill the enemy within a dozen moves. After killing the enemy, Yi Haoran and others, as well as the senior members of the Hao Ranzhen sect, went to support the other members of the Hao Ranzhen sect, and tried to kill the demon envoy in the shortest time possible. After defeating their opponents, the experts of the Hao Ranzhen sect began to support the experts of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect and the 10 Holy Lands. As the situation on the battlefield in the sky became better and better, the demon envoy who was fighting with Ling Xinyu also gradually recovered from his disadvantage. His injuries were constantly recovering, and he began to suppress Ling Xinyu. No matter how hard Ling Xinyu tried, she still could not change the fact that she was gradually being suppressed. On the other side, after seeing that Ling Xinyu was in a disadvantageous position, Xinyu stopped watching the battle. Taking advantage of the fierce battle between the demon envoy and Ling Xinyu, Xinyu first sent a sound transmission to Ling Xinyu. "Alright, don't force yourself. If you want to fight, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." This time, 6 demon envoys appeared. "After dealing with this one, there will be 4 more in the sky, and I will also go and help. You are not inferior to anyone else, and there are plenty of opportunities and time to improve yourself. There is no need to be so impatient. If you are injured, I can't bear the responsibility." While sending a sound transmission to Ling Xinyu, Xinyu once again took the opportunity to send out a ray of waning moon divine light, seriously injuring the demon envoy, who had recovered from his injuries, again. Then, holding the colored glass divine sword, she directly launched a fierce attack on the heavily injured demon envoy. Under Xunyu's powerful strength, the heavily injured demon envoy could not resist for long. With an unwilling roar, his head and primordial spirit were cut off by Xunyu's sword. After collecting the remaining demon blood, Xinyu nodded to Ling Xinyu and said, "Take care of yourself, I will go first." Then, Xunyu's body turned into a ray of light, and directly flew up into the sky. After arriving at the sky, Xinyu saw Yi Tianzong holding the boundless divine sword in his hand, fiercely fighting with 4 demon envoys. This time, Yi Tianzong was facing 4 demon envoys who had weapons. He did not draw upon the Haoran's righteous qi, and instead relied on his own strength to fight with the demon envoys. Yi Tianzong was surrounded by the 4 demon envoys, and they all launched their fiercest and most murderous attacks at each other. The fluctuations of their battle affected the surrounding 10,000 miles of the sky, and countless Yuan Qi riots were caused by the battle between Yi Tianzong and the demon envoys. Yi Tianzong's strength had increased by 2 levels compared to before, and when he used the boundless divine sword, its power was also much more powerful. Although the 4 demon envoys were equipped with weapons, they did not gain any advantage in their battle with Yi Tianzong. Instead, Yi Tianzong gained the upper hand. When Xinyu arrived, Yi Tianzong was in the middle of an intense battle with the 4 demon envoys. "Do you need my help?" Xinyu sent a sound transmission to Yi Tianzong. "Of course, although I can defeat them, it will take too much time. Let's attack together, and destroy these 4 demon envoys." Yi Tianzong replied. After receiving Yi Tianzong's reply, Xinyu sent out the waning moon divine light towards one of the demon envoys who was attacking Yi Tianzong. The waning moon divine light's power was extremely strong, and its attack speed was as fast as the speed of light. If one was not prepared in advance, they would not be able to dodge it, and could only take it head-on. After Xinyu sent out the waning moon divine light, the demon envoys who were targeted by Xinyu immediately suffered a calamity, and because they were not prepared, they were immediately heavily injured. Xinyu did not care about the other demon envoys, and directly launched a series of fatal attacks towards the injured demon envoys. Chapter 192. The 4 demon envoys besieging Yi Tianzong had restrained most of their auras when Xinyu appeared in the sky. Therefore, the 4 demon envoys didn't pay much attention to the sudden appearance of Xinyu. Because according to their understanding and the information they had gathered over the years, in the entire Central Plains, only Yi Tianzong's strength could pose a threat to them. The other experts, whether they were from the human clan or the demon clan, were not worth mentioning. Furthermore, facing Yi Tianzong's fierce attacks, they could barely take care of themselves. How could they have the energy to guard against Xinyu? Thus, the demon envoys that were attacked by the waning moon divine light were immediately seriously injured. Then, under Xinyu's continuous fatal attacks, they did not last long before being cut down by her sword. On the other side, with 1 less demon envoy to attack, the pressure on Yi Tianzong was greatly reduced. Immediately, the 3 demon envoys were completely suppressed. The Qianquan force field temporarily restrained the three demon envoys. Yi Tianzong used the first move of the boundless sword technique, 10,000 feet cold light. Under the continuous wave of the boundless godly sword, countless huge sword qis that could destroy all things, carrying Yi Tianzong's will as they attacked the three demon envoys. Although the three demon envoys did their best to block Yi Tianzong's attacks, under the extremely tyrannical 10,000 feet cold light, the three demon envoys still received heavy injuries. When they noticed that the human martial artist that appeared later had already eliminated one of their demon envoys, the three injured demon envoys were not stupid. They knew that the situation was not good, and the situation was dangerous. Immediately, they thought of retreating. Thus, together, they sent out three demon claws at Yi Tianzong. Then, without looking back, they rushed towards the demon race's stronghold below. After Yi Tianzong waved his godly sword to break the three demon envoys' attacks, he did not stop. He immediately chased after the three demon envoys. However, the three demon envoys ignored Shen Yu's existence. After dealing with one demon envoy, seeing that the other three demon envoys were about to escape, Shen Yu directly used a large amount of Fa Li to send out three powerful waning moon divine lights at once. The three demon envoys did not run very far before they felt an extreme sense of danger. With no time to think, Zhongxian hurriedly mobilized the energy in his body to defend himself. The three demon envoys were struck by the waning moon divine light and were sent flying while vomiting blood. The injuries they had suffered from Yi Tianzong's attacks worsened and their escape was interrupted. At this time, Yi Tianzong had already caught up. This time, he fully activated the universe force field to bind the three demon envoys. Yi Tianzong brandished his divine sword and it didn't take long for him to kill the three demon envoys. Putting away the 3 drops of demon blood, Yi Tianzong let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at Shen Yu who was flying over, he asked, "How are you?" Shen Yu replied, "I'm fine, it's just that I used up a lot of my Fa Li." Yi Tianzong nodded and took out a jade bottle and threw it to Shen Yu, saying, "There are elixirs to recover Fa Li inside. It's safer here. You can recover here first. I'll go down and take a look." After saying that, Yi Tianzong flew down to the battlefield. After watching Yi Tianzong disappear, Shen Yu poured out a clear and dense elixir from the bottle. Just by smelling it, Shen Yu felt refreshed. Without hesitation, Shen Yu took the elixir and began to recover her Fa Li. Yi Tianzong soon arrived at the battlefield between the allied forces and the demons. After seeing that the allied forces already had a great advantage and that Ling Xinyu, his parents and others were safe and sound, Yi Tianzong did not stop and directly went to the demon's stronghold passage that had been tightly sealed by Marquis Wu and King Wu, who had more than 15 million troops. Yi Tianzong directly used his own powerful strength and superb cultivation of formations to open up a gap that could only allow him to enter without affecting the ceiling of the demon's stronghold passage. After passing through layers of formations, Yi Tianzong finally entered the Howren's heavenly dipper sword formation that Howren's disciples had set up. The reinforcements of the demons could not break through the layers of formations, so they could only think of ways to break through the large formation that was used to seal the passage. At this time, in the innermost layer of the Howren's heavenly dipper sword formation, there were already more than 100,000 experts of Wu Zun and Wu Sheng fighting Howren's disciples. After Yi Tianzong passed through the Howren's heavenly dipper sword formation, he was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, slaughtering those demon experts. Under the control of Yi Tianzong, countless sharp and fierce Howren's sword qi directly killed and injured tens of thousands of Wu Zun and Wu Sheng level demon experts. After achieving success with one move, Yi Tianzong once again used the sword qi to wipe out a large number of demon experts. The remaining demons were so scared that they scrambled to escape back into the stronghold passage. After seeing those demons flee back into the passage, Yi Tianzong also came to the entrance of the huge passage, then took out a low-quality version of the divine purification talisman that he had used before, and directly crushed it at the entrance of the passage. The moment he crushed it, a beam of light that could purify all evils in the world penetrated the huge passage that was 10 miles in diameter. Whether it was the demons in the passage or in the underground lair, as long as they were within 30 miles of the purifying beam of light, all the demons below the 3rd heavenly layer of Wu Sheng were completely wiped out by the power of the divine purification talisman. Holding the boundless godly sword in his hand, Yi Tianzong said to more than 1.6 million Howren's disciples, disciples of Wu King level, follow me into the underground lair. Let's massacre the demons. After that, Yi Tianzong took the lead and entered the huge passage, heading straight for the underground lair of the demons. After Yi Tianzong, Howren's disciples also removed the sword formation, and the hundreds of thousands of Wu King level disciples entered the huge passage like a meteor shower, heading straight for the underground lair. After Howren's disciples removed the formation, the people of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands on the outer layer also removed the formation that sealed off the space. After knowing that Yi Tianzong and Howren's disciples had entered the underground lair, the experts of the various forces who had defeated the demons in the sky battlefield did not hesitate and all led the way into the underground lair. After Yi Tianzong entered the lair, he found that the underground lair was very vast. It was more than 500 miles wide and more than 10 miles deep. There were still countless low-level demons in the lair. When Yi Tianzong appeared in the underground lair, countless demons swarmed towards Yi Tianzong. Seeing this, Yi Tianzong directly took out 4 low-level purifying talismans and crushed them in 4 directions. Suddenly, 4 purifying halos lit up in the dark underground lair, eliminating all the demons within a radius of dozens of miles. When the 4 purifying halos gradually disappeared, the Howren's disciples behind Yi Tianzong also entered the underground lair. 9 people in a group, free to hunt. After Yi Tianzong instructed the Howren's disciples behind him, he directly headed towards the place where the demons were densely gathered. After all, the purpose of this trip was to massacre the demons and avenge the dead disciples of Howranjan sect. Yi Tianzong did not have the awareness that the strong could not bully the weak, so he began to massacre the demons in the underground lair. Yi Tianzong went all the way down. The deeper he went, the stronger the demons became. Yi Tianzong continuously used the sword sweeping demons, a large-scale group attack sword technique. From time to time, he would also take out low-level purifying talismans and crush them in the direction of the demons. From time to time, purifying halos within a radius of 15 miles would light up. Then, a large number of demons would be destroyed. While Yi Tianzong was cleaning up the demons in the depths of the lair, the people from Howranjan sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands, who had killed the demons, all entered the underground lair one after another. Without the slightest hesitation, they began to slaughter all the demons they saw. For experts like Wu Zun and Wu Sheng, those low-level demons were equivalent to Wu Zong and Wu Zong. There was no reason for them to be spared. After learning that Yi Tianzong had advanced into the depths of the underground lair, those experts like Wu Zun and Wu Sheng also went into the depths of the lair. Any demons they encountered along the way were their targets. Chapter 193. At the lowest level of the demon race's underground lair, there were 3 large-scale transportation tunnels. While Yi Tianzong and the others were mercilessly cleaning up the low-level demons above, there was still a steady stream of demon race experts appearing at the lowest level of the demon race's lair. Because after Yi Tianzong dealt with the demon envoy, he quickly destroyed the demons trapped in the formation on the surface, and then directly attacked the underground lair. As a result, the demons at the lowest level did not have time to receive the news of their defeat. Therefore, there were still demon race experts from other places rushing over through the transportation tunnels. It was not until Yi Tianzong, who was the first to enter the underground lair, reached a depth of 5 kilometers that the demons at the lowest level received the news that the human race allied forces above ground had already attacked. It was too late to escape. The demons at the lowest level decisively stopped the transportation tunnels that were still open, and then directly destroyed them. After destroying all the teleportation channels, all the demons rushed up with determination in their eyes. Yi Tianzong already knew about the movements of the demons at the deepest level of the lair through his divine sense. Although he wanted to stop them, the countless demons along the way were like a storm, converging towards him from all directions. Whether he used the sword sweeping demons or crushed the divine purification talisman, those demons rushed towards him without any fear. With every step Yi Tianzong took, he had to destroy countless demons. Yi Tianzong's whole body exuded a mighty and masculine golden light, like a destructive whirlpool that devoured countless devils, and all the devils that approached him. Whether it was the low-level demons or those at the level of Wu Zun and Wu Sheng, none of the demons could stop his advance. As the demons madly converged towards Yi Tianzong, the experts from the Haoranzhen sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands were also rapidly approaching Yi Tianzong's position. Most of the demons in the underground lair rushed towards Yi Tianzong, which greatly reduced the difficulty for the others in the front. The arrival of these allied forces lessened the pressure on Yi Tianzong. He massacred the demons wantonly while Yi Tianzong continued to advance deeper into the demonic nest. The demon envoys had already been eliminated, and the transmission channel in the depths of the basement had been destroyed. Besieging the stronghold and attacking reinforcements was no longer feasible, so they had to completely destroy this demon stronghold. In the past, Yi Tianzong had planned to keep the demons as a whetstone for all the factions of the Central Plains, so that they wouldn't always think about internal strife. Therefore, Yi Tianzong and the entire Haoranzhen sect only sent out less than 20% of their forces to join the demon-killing alliance to fight against the demon race. Otherwise, if Yi Tianzong and the Haoranzhen sect got serious, they would eventually wipe out all the demons on the ground, even though they would suffer a lot of casualties. However, things didn't go as planned. Yi Tianzong's decision to keep the demons alive gave them time to accumulate their strength. Through the overall strength of this demon stronghold, it could be seen that the strength of the entire Abyss demon race was at least 3 times stronger than what they had shown in the war against the demon-killing alliance. Just this demon stronghold was so powerful. If he and Shun Yu weren't there, then the Haoranzhen sect would have to pay a considerable price to destroy this demon stronghold. Demon envoys had appeared in these important demon strongholds outside, so in the demonic mountain range, the demon stronghold on the ground, there must be more than 5 demon envoys. After seeing the strength of this demon stronghold, Yi Tianzong no longer wanted to avenge the dead Haoran sect. In order to avoid uncontrollable things from happening again, he now planned to uproot all the important demon strongholds in the Central Plains, leaving only the demon stronghold in the demonic mountain range. After more than an hour of wantonly killing all the demons in this demon stronghold, which stretched more than 500 kilometers underground and was more than 10 kilometers deep, were finally wiped out by all the experts of the Allied forces, leaving no survivors. After more than an hour of strong output, Yi Tianzong was a little out of breath, and nearly 70% of the Fa Li in his body had been consumed. Looking at Shun Yu and Ling Xinyu standing beside him, Yi Tianzong nodded slightly, and then said to the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands, this demon stronghold has been destroyed, but the real war has just begun. You have all seen the strength of this demon stronghold. The strength of the various sects in the Central Plains is increasing, and the strength of the demons is also increasing. Their development speed is not any slower than ours. Just a few of the important strongholds in the periphery already have experts like the demon envoys, then in the demonic mountain range, the demon stronghold, there will definitely be even more demon envoys. The strength of the demons in the demonic mountain range will be even stronger. Now is not the time for a decisive battle, so we should completely uproot the other strongholds in the periphery. Otherwise, even more uncontrollable things will happen. What we need to do next is to integrate the majority of the strength of the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains in the demon-killing alliance, and completely uproot the demon strongholds in the periphery. All that is left is to have a decisive battle with the demons in the demonic mountain range. Does anyone have any opinions? Yi Haoran and the entire Haoranzhen sect naturally supported Yi Tianzong. Lingyun Hall's master, Kunlun sect's master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters also thought that Yi Tianzong's words were reasonable. The strength of these few sects was far from enough to uproot the demon strongholds. They had to integrate the strength of the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains. After completely annihilating all the demons in the stronghold, the people of Haoranzhen sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Masters returned to their respective sects through the teleportation formation and the teleportation channel. After arranging the aftermath, Yi Tianzong, Yi Haoran, the Lingyun Hall's master, Kunlun sect's master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters all came to Qianjiao City where the Demon-Killing Alliance's headquarters was located. Yi Tianzong gathered all the leaders of the human and demon clans in the Central Plains. He sat on the seat of the chief of the demon-killing alliance and said to the nearly 2,000 people in the alliance hall, "Just yesterday, our Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, Taishen sect, True Yang sect, Heavenly Snow sect, Misty sect, Heavenly Sword sect, Xianluo sect, Drifting Cloud sect, Wuji sect, Gulan sect, and Xiaoyaro sect gathered their forces and completely destroyed an important stronghold of the demon clan. When the devil race's stronghold was destroyed, 7 devil envoys appeared on the devil race's side. The so-called demon envoys were the ones who led the annihilation of our demon-killing alliance's 6 sub-alliances. This demon envoy is extremely powerful. Currently, only I and my sect's Shun Yu can deal with it. There definitely aren't many demon envoys among the demon race, and now, 7 of them have already been killed by me and Shun Yu. However, when we destroyed the demon clan's stronghold, I discovered that the true strength of the demon clan's stronghold was at least 3 times stronger than when they fought against our demon-killing alliance. In that case, the strength of the demon clan's stronghold, the demonic mountain range, will definitely be even more unfathomable. Therefore, this time, my Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands have gathered all of you for the purpose of completely destroying the 100 or so demon clan strongholds scattered throughout the central plains to avoid the uncontrollable situation that happened a few days ago. After eradicating these demon clan strongholds, we only need to deal with the demon clan in the demonic mountain range. After Yi Tianzong stated the purpose of gathering all the leaders of the various forces, everyone in the alliance's main hall began to discuss with each other. None of the leaders of the various forces were idiots. Of course, they knew that Yi Tianzong's proposal was correct. It would be beneficial to all the forces of the human race and the demon race. The battles with the demon clan in the ancient era were basically recorded by all the major forces in the Central Plains. Many Wu Sheng experts had fought with the demon clan before. Compared to the battles with the demon clan in the ancient era, and compared to the current situation, the situation was already very good. Chapter 194. Please add and subscribe to my book. The strongholds of the demon race were scattered all over the Central Plains, and they were a great threat to the nearby human race and demon race forces. Under the strong approval of the human race and demon race forces near the strongholds of the demon race, the entire demon-killing alliance finally agreed to gather forces to destroy the strongholds of the demon race. Of course, after agreeing to this plan, the other forces of the demon-killing alliance, under the support of Yi Tianzong, began to encircle and annihilate the 34 superforces and 2 holy lands that had been passive in fighting against the demon race. To resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify the internal situation. This was something that Yi Tianzong agreed with. Once the war between the demon-killing alliance and the demon race broke out, these passive superforces and holy lands would definitely drag the demon-killing alliance down. It was better to eliminate them first to eliminate future troubles. After deciding to completely destroy the strongholds of the demon race, all the human race and demon race forces in the Central Plains were mobilized. Not only the super forces and holy lands, but also the first-rate forces, second-rate forces, and third-rate forces, under the orders of the super forces and holy lands, all gathered forces above the level of Wu Zongjing and Wu Zongjing. Then, they went to the strongholds of the demon race in batches through teleportation formations. Such a big movement in the Central Plains naturally could not be hidden from the spies of the demon race. With just a little investigation, they knew that the demon-killing alliance was going to have an unprecedented decisive battle with the demon race. Naturally, the demon race would not sit still and wait for death. Not only did they also gather forces, but they also sent 2 billion demon race soldiers to the strongholds of the demon race in the demonic mountain range, which was the headquarters of the demon race, to provide support. All the forces of the Central Plains had been preparing for 2 months. Even in the vicinity of the weakest stronghold of the demon race, there were 30 million demon-killing alliance soldiers, including 10,000 experts at the level of Wu Sheng. This time, it was not only the super forces and holy lands that were dealing with the demon race, but also the experts of the first-rate, second-rate and third-rate forces. The overall strength of the demon race had been greatly increased. In order to prevent the demon envoys from going on a killing spree during the war with the demon race's strongholds, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu had headed straight for the Sky Demon mountain range a day before the battle began. When they reached the Sky Demon temple outside the Sky Demon mountain range, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu each took out a dozen or so explosive flame pearls and threw them down the Sky Demon peak. Then, they didn't hide their auras at all. Following a series of earth-shattering explosions, tens of thousands of unprepared devilish beings were instantly killed. All the Wu Sheng level experts on Heavenly Devil Peak, who were alarmed by the commotion, flew hundreds of miles into the sky and saw Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu. As Yi Tianzong was the #1 enemy of the demon race, all the experts at the level of Wu Zun and above could recognize him. Suddenly seeing Yi Tianzong coming to their Heavenly Devil Peak, all the Wu Sheng level experts of the demon race were gnashing their teeth in hatred, but at the same time, they were also very frightened. These people on Heavenly Devil Peak were not enough for Yi Tianzong to kill. The palace master of the Sky Demon Temple, who was guarding the Sky Demon Temple, immediately sent out a signal for help of the highest level at the sight of Yi Tianzong. After flying thousands of miles into the sky, a long black arrow directly exploded, and the sound wave of the explosion spread tens of thousands of miles away. After seeing the signal for help sent out by the people of the Sky Demon Temple, Yi Tianzong didn't give the palace master any time to talk nonsense. He directly sent out a divine soul attack, causing these thousands of Wu Sheng level experts of the demon race to stagger in the sky to hold their heads and wail in pain. After that, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu rushed into the camp of the demon race with the boundless divine sword in their hands, Ling Xinyu and colored glass divine sword in their hands. The three of them easily killed the devils in front of them each time they swung their swords, as if they were killing ants. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu had killed the majority of the demon race. They didn't chase after the remaining few. After all, they didn't come here to kill these small fries. After throwing dozens of exploding flame pearls at the Heavenly Devil Peak, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu continued to advance towards the Heavenly Devil mountain range. However, this time, they didn't fly at a low altitude of hundreds of miles. Instead, they flew at a height of thousands of miles. Flying at a height of thousands of miles, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu continuously threw down exploding flame pearls at the Heavenly Devil mountain range, causing a huge commotion. Behind the three of them, thousands of Wu Sheng level demon race experts gradually gathered. Moreover, the number of demon race experts was still increasing. These demon race experts behind Yi Tianzong's group all recognized Yi Tianzong. However, they were intimidated by Yi Tianzong's reputation, so they didn't act rashly. Instead, they waited for more of their own race and demon envoys to arrive. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu flew slowly in the sky above the Heavenly Devil mountain range. After flying for more than 500,000 miles, they finally stopped. Thus, they had already caused a big enough commotion. The Wu Sheng level demon race experts had already rushed over from all directions. Under the leadership of the demon envoys, they surrounded Yi Tianzong's group from all directions. These demon race experts who surrounded Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu in the innermost layer were all Wu Sheng's 8th or 9th heavenly layer. The demon race experts who were 6th and 7th heavenly layer Wu Sheng formed another encirclement around the 8th and 9th heavenly layer demon race experts. Looking at the 10 demon envoys and at least 1 million demon race experts in front of them, Ling Xinyu didn't say anything. She just clenched the divine sword in her hand. Shun Yu's expression was somewhat unnatural as she said to Yi Tianzong, "You'd better have a way to deal with these demon envoys and demon race experts. Otherwise, we'll all die here today." Before Yi Tianzong could speak, a demon envoy on the opposite side laughed sinisterly and said, Yi Tianzong, you're really arrogant and conceited. Your strength is indeed stronger than us demon envoys, but you think you can behave atrociously in our Heavenly Devil mountain range just because of this? I really don't know if you have a card up your sleeve or if you're courting death. Yi Tianzong said calmly, "Oh, you don't have to worry about whether I have a card up my sleeve or if I'm courting death. It's just that I didn't expect that the strength of your demon race in the Heavenly Devil mountain range has already reached such a level. There are already 10 demon envoys. Including the 7 demon envoys that were eliminated by my Hao Ranjin sect in the past few months, It seems that the strength of the Wushang demon lord behind you has recovered quite quickly. No wonder you're not afraid of bleeding. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, the complexion of the 10 demon envoys on the opposite side suddenly changed. The demon envoy in the middle said, "How do you know about the Wushang demon lord? What else do you know?" Yi Tianzong coldly snorted and said, "I know a lot more. At first, I just wanted to leave your demon race behind, leaving a common enemy for the human race and the demon race, so as to avoid internal strife. However, it gave your demon race time to develop and strengthen, and also gave you demon envoys the opportunity to appear. However, it's not too late now. The demon race experts gathered here are also quite powerful forces of your demon race. Destroying you here should be enough for your demon race to feel distressed." The other demon envoy on the other side was so angry that he laughed and said, "You're really talking alarmist even when you're at death's door. Your strength is indeed higher than ours, but the strength of our demon race isn't something you can resist. You're really crazy to think that you can eliminate us." Yi Tianzong didn't speak again. Instead, he sighed and a divine talisman that exuded an obscure purifying aura appeared in his hand. This was the complete version of the purifying divine talisman. Once crushed, it would emit a purifying divine light that would purify and eliminate all demon race experts below the myth realm within a radius of 10,000 li. Yi Tianzong stretched out his left hand and pinched the purifying divine talisman. Ling Xinyu, and all the demon envoys and demon race experts were paying attention to Yi Tianzong's movements. When they saw Yi Tianzong stretch out his hand and take out a jade talisman, the demon envoys and demon race experts, who were originally confident of victory, suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in their hearts. Not good. Before they could figure out why, Yi Tianzong smiled at them and said, "Goodbye." Then, he crushed the purifying divine talisman. The moment the purifying divine talisman was crushed, an incomparably resplendent purifying divine light, which could purify all dark, evil, and other negative energies in the world, was centered around Yi Tianzong. It formed a purifying halo that was 10 li thick and quickly spread out in all directions. The halo formed by the purifying divine light carried an incomparable purifying power. At a speed faster than light, it swept through the encirclement formed by the demon envoys and demon race experts around Yi Tianzong's group of 3 in an instant. Those demon envoys and demon race experts didn't have time to escape. They were directly purified by the purifying divine light, leaving nothing behind. Those demon race experts who had formed an encirclement outside were also swept away by the purifying divine light, leaving no survivors. In just a short moment, the millions of demon envoys that had originally surrounded Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu within a radius of 10,000 li were completely annihilated by Yi Tianzong's jade talisman. The only thing left was the dark demon blood left behind by the 10 demon envoys. Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu looked at the vast sky in shock, as if they were in a dream. Yi Tianzong smiled faintly and waved his hand to collect the 10 drops of demon blood. He said to Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu, "Come back to your senses, let's continue forward." Ling Xinyu looked at Yi Tianzong with worship and adoration in her eyes. She didn't say anything and just threw herself into Yi Tianzong's arms, tightly hugging Yi Tianzong. Shun Yu looked at Ling Xinyu enviously. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "What was that just now?" Yi Tianzong smiled and said, "It's just a purifying divine talisman that I prepared before. It was specially prepared for the demon race. It's just that I only used it today." Chapter 195. After exterminating 10 demon envoys and millions of demon saints, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu continued to fly towards the center of the celestial devil mountain range. Along the way, the 3 of them threw exploding flame pearls towards the bottom of the celestial devil mountain range. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resounded throughout the celestial devil mountain range. Along the way, the demon clan in the celestial devil mountain range was killed or injured by the explosion of the exploding flame beads. The martial sage realm experts of the demon clan formed teams and followed behind Yi Tianzong and the other 2 with hatred. More and more people gathered. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were flying leisurely in front, maintaining a speed of 100,000 miles per hour, 2 hours. They didn't seem to mind that more and more demon race experts were gathering around them. Yi Tianzong had already told the two of them that he still had more than 50 purifying talismans, so they didn't have to worry about being trapped by the demon race. Now, they only needed to make some noise in the celestial Devil Mountain range. The bigger the noise, the better, to attract the demon race experts. When more and more demon race experts gathered, they would kill them and weaken the demon race's high-level battle strength. The closer they got to the center of the celestial Devil Mountain range, the more frightened Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu became. The demon race's strength was really too strong. After exterminating the demon envoys for the first time, they flew for another one. 3 million kilometers. Along the way, more and more demon race experts surrounded them. There were already more than 600,000 demon race experts. Since entering the airspace above the celestial Devil Mountain range, they had only flown for less than 2 million kilometers. They were still tens of millions of kilometers away from the center of the celestial Devil Mountain range, not even 1/10 of the way there. Along the way, they had encountered more than 1.2 million demon experts of the 5th heavenly layer and above, and countless demon saint experts of the 5th heavenly layer and below. There were simply too many of them. In less than 2 million miles, the Devil Clan had already displayed so many martial saints, not to mention those at the level of Wu Zun and King Wu. It was hard to imagine how incredible the strength of the Devil Clan in the celestial Devil Mountains had accumulated. Based on the current strength of the humans and demons in the Central Plains, even if they worked together, they would not be able to defeat all the demons in the celestial Devil Mountain range. The closer Yi Tianzong got to the center of the celestial Devil Mountain range, the more he rejoiced at his decision to eradicate the demon strongholds in the Central Plains. The Demon Clan made use of the strongholds in the periphery to fight against the demon-slaying alliance while they were at a slight disadvantage. They had paralyzed all the forces in the Central Plains. In fact, they had unknowingly accumulated a huge amount of strength in their headquarters in the celestial Devil Mountain range. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to prevent the demon envoys from causing trouble when the demon-killing alliance was eradicating the Demon Clan's strongholds, he wouldn't have come to the celestial Demon Mountain range and discovered the Demon Clan's terrifying strength. Perhaps the humans and demons of the Central Plains were still immersed in the beautiful situation of suppressing the demons, unable to extricate themselves. However, the Devil Clan would continue to accumulate strength until the time was ripe. They would launch an all-out attack on the Central Plains and succeed in one fell swoop. It was no wonder that when the people of the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands gathered together every few years to communicate, the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect, and the sacred lords of the 10 Holy Lands all said, intentionally or unintentionally, that the strength of the Devil Clan was too weak. It was too different from the strength of the antiquity times, which was somewhat abnormal. Yi Tianzong used to think that the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands had suffered too many losses from the Devil Clan in the antiquity times, so they were traumatized by the Devil Clan. Now it seemed that he was a little arrogant and conceited. He had been invincible for too long, which made him a little confused. In the antiquity times, the Devil Clan was able to wreak havoc and run amok. They beat the humans and demons of the Central Plains until they couldn't raise their heads. Countless human and demon forces were destroyed by the Devil Clan. In the end, they had to seek help from the sea race in the Boundless Sea to resist the Devil Clan. The superpowers and holy lands that still existed today were all very powerful forces in the past. They only survived after sacrificing a lot of experts and exhausting most of their resources. Thinking about it this way, how could the Abyss Devil Clan, who could suppress the humans and demons in the past, be suppressed by the Devil-slaying alliance, which was only 1/5 of the strength of the Central Plains? Obviously, the Devil Clan deliberately used this to paralyze all the forces in the Central Plains. Moreover, Yi Tianzong knew that because the seal of heaven and earth was broken, the Wushang demon lord of the Abyss Devil Clan, who was at least a great emperor-level existence that was suppressed in the depths of the world, had awakened again and was recovering his strength. Since the Wushang demon lord was recovering his strength, the strength of the Abyss Devil Clan would definitely increase by a large margin. Even the extremely powerful devil envoys were increasing in number. This was not good news. They had to curb the soaring strength of the Devil Clan. Otherwise, if the other forces were destroyed, No matter how powerful they were, when faced with the overwhelming number of Devil Clan, no matter how many trump cards they had, they would run out in the end. At that time, they could only sullenly flee. After continuing to fly for hundreds of thousands of li with Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu, Yi Tianzong and the other two stopped. It was not that he had decided to stop, but the surrounding Devil Clan Saint-level experts had already reached 1 million. They already had the confidence to face Yi Tianzong and no longer retreated. Looking at the confident looks of the surrounding Devil Clan experts, Yi Tianzong did not waste any time. He took out another purification talisman and directly crushed it. Another 10 li thick purifying halo rapidly expanded. In a short period of time, all the Devil Clan experts within a radius of 10,000 li had completely disappeared. This time, no devil envoys appeared, and nothing was left. The violent and evil negative aura that had originally filled the air because of the gathering of the Devil Clan was also completely purified by the purifying light emitted by the purification talisman. After eliminating another wave of Devil Clan Saint-level experts, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu continued to leisurely advance, flying towards the depths of the heavenly Devil Mountain range. Just like before, they once again threw down explosive flame pearls along the way, causing a big commotion and attracting the Devil Clan experts. While Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu were dealing with the Devil Clan in the heavenly Devil Mountain range, the Devil-slaying Alliance's army was already in full battle array around all the Devil Clan strongholds in the Central Plains, making preparations. Soon, a day had passed. The Devil-slaying Alliance's army from all over the Central Plains launched the fiercest attacks on the Devil Clan strongholds at the same time. There was no so-called probing. This war to completely eradicate the Devil Clan strongholds had entered a white-hot state from the very beginning. In order to completely destroy all the Devil Clan strongholds, all the superpowers and holy lands in the Central Plains took out their own assets: flame pearls, all kinds of jade talismans that sealed attacks and killing moves, one-time use forbidden weapons, all kinds of trap and kill formations, formation discs, battle armors, weapons, and so on. The Hao Ranjun sect had a total of 13 million official disciples. Out of the 3 million that stayed behind to guard the Tiangang Peak and the territory of the Hao Ranjun sect, 10 million people were sent out to participate in the war. All the disciples below King Wu realm formed small teams of 100 people and formed the Haoran Tiangang sword formation to besiege and kill the low-level devils. Some of the King Wu realm disciples were responsible for throwing the exploding flame pearls at the Devil Clan's camp without restraint. The other group flew in the sky and arranged the Haoran Devil Sealing Formation according to a special formation. The Haoran Devil Sealing Formation was created by Yi Tianzong and the people of the formation and Tools Hall by using the Penglai sect's dragon-locking god-trapping formation and some other sealing and trapping formations. Once the Haoran Devil Sealing Formation was successfully deployed, it would gather the Haoran morality between heaven and earth and form a powerful sealing force of extreme yang. As long as the enemy was within the range of the Haoran Devil Sealing Formation, their strength would be greatly reduced. However, the disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect who had comprehended the Haoran morality would not be hindered by the Haoran Devil Sealing Formation and could move freely. The exploding flame pearls were thrown in front of the King Wu realm experts to open a path, while the disciples below King Wu realm formed a sword formation behind them. Under the protection of the Haoran Devil Sealing Formation set up by the King Wu realm experts, the disciples of the Haoran Devil Sealing Formation went on a rampage and crushed everything in their path. Wherever they passed, all the devils were reduced to ashes. As for the Wu Zun realm and Wu Sheng realm experts of the Hao Ranjun sect and the Devil-slaying alliance who wanted to stop them, they would naturally be dealt with by the experts of the Hao Ranjun sect and the Devil-slaying alliance. Not only the disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect, but the other major forces of the Human Clan and the Demon Clan in the Central Plains basically adopted the same strategy as the Hao Ranjun sect. The experts of the various forces such as Marquis Wu or King Wu realm experts threw the exploding flame pearls as if they were free. Behind them, their own troops formed various formations and killed the devils mercilessly. The devils also had their own battle formations and defensive strategies. They did not show any sign of weakness as they fought the Devil-slaying alliance's army to the death. Chapter 196. Completely eradicating all of the demon race's strongholds in the Central Plains was destined to be the largest war since the Antiquity Age. At the same time, it was also an important turning point in the war between the human race and the demon race in the Central Plains since the Antiquity Age. If this war was successful, then the human race and the demon race would eliminate all of the demon race's strongholds in the Central Plains, leaving only the celestial Devil Mountain range where the demon race lived. They would completely gain the strategic initiative and break away from the situation where their forces were scattered everywhere. If they were defeated and couldn't even deal with the demon race's strongholds in the periphery, then Yi Tianzong would have to consider whether it was necessary to let the demon-killing alliance continue to exist. In all of the places where the demon-killing alliance and the demon race were fighting, there were countless human race, demon race, and demon race dying at every moment. There were no injuries, only death and survival. Every battlefield was filled with blood and cold winds. It was clearly a hot summer, but on the battlefield, it was as cold as winter. In all of the battlefields where the members of the Hao Ranjan sect appeared, because of the Hao Ranjan sect's valiant attacks, the battles against the demon race were progressing smoothly. In the other strongholds of the demon race, because of their superiority in numbers and strength, they also had the upper hand. If there were no accidents, they would definitely win this war to eliminate the demon race's strongholds. While the demon-killing alliance and the demon race's strongholds were fiercely resisting each other, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu were still causing havoc in the celestial Devil Mountain range, attracting the high-level battle forces of the demon race and preventing them from reinforcing the strongholds of the demon race. While the demon-killing alliance and the demon race's strongholds were fighting for a day and a night, Yi Tianzong and the other two had already flown more than 7 million kilometers above the celestial Devil Mountain range and killed 3 waves of demon race experts of the 5th firmament and above. After killing more than 3 million experts of the 6th firmament and above, the demon race in the celestial Devil Mountain range hated Yi Tianzong and the other two to the extreme. When Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu were flying, the demon race didn't send any more saint experts to stop them. Instead, they sent out millions of King Wu and Wu Zun. The number of King Wu and Wu Zun was dozens or even hundreds of times more than the number of martial saints. Since they would die no matter who went up against them, they might as well send out countless demons below the martial saint level as cannon fodder to surround Yi Tianzong and his 2 companions. They had to exhaust all of Yi Tianzong's trump cards. At the same time, the saint-level demon experts formed another encirclement around Yi Tianzong from all directions in order to prevent Yi Tianzong and the other two from escaping. Yi Tianzong and the other two had caused a ruckus in the celestial Devil Mountain range and discovered the demon race's hidden strength, causing them to lose more than 3 million saint-level experts. The demon race couldn't allow Yi Tianzong and the other two to escape. No matter the price, they had to keep Yi Tianzong and the other two in the celestial Devil Mountain range. When Yi Tianzong and the other two saw that the demon race had sent Wu Zun and King Wu to surround them, they understood the demon race's intentions. However, this time, Yi Tianzong didn't immediately use the divine purification talisman to eliminate the demon race. Instead, he, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu each used what they had learned and picked up the demon race to practice their martial skills. In the eyes of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu, who had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of Wu Sheng, these demons of Wu Zun and King Wu's level were no different from ants. With a wave of their hands, they could kill dozens or even hundreds of them. Moreover, there was almost an endless number of them, which was perfect for practicing martial skills. Yi Tianzong had a large number of pills on him. When he couldn't hold on any longer, he would crush the divine purification talisman. Then, the 3 of them would take the opportunity to recover their magic power and fight again. Even if they were in a desperate situation, they still had the immortal mansion. At worst, they could bring Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu to hide in the immortal mansion. No matter how hard the demon race searched, they wouldn't be able to find them. The immortal mansion was a super treasure of the myriad worlds. As long as Yi Tianzong deliberately concealed it, even if Shun Yu had the vision of a supreme celestial lord, she would only think that Yi Tianzong had a cultivation paradise. The so-called cultivation grotto heaven was actually a small world that could accommodate a cultivator and had complete laws and operating functions. The cultivation grotto heaven could absorb energy from the outside world for the cultivator in the grotto heaven to use. The highest level cultivation paradise was comparable to the vast thousand worlds. It was a treasure that all cultivators wanted to obtain. Because of the existence of the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu were not worried at all. When Xinyu saw Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu so calm, she naturally knew that they had something up their sleeves. She was also not worried that Yi Tianzong would trick her. She also calmly used the demon race to practice the martial skills and sword techniques of the Divine Moon Heaven Sutra that she had created. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu faced the countless Wu Zun and Wu King level demons that were swarming towards them. They wantonly used the Fa Li in their bodies. Every move and style would destroy at least hundreds of demons. When the demon race saint-level experts at the outermost layer used their primordial spirits to observe that Yi Tianzong and the others did not follow the rules and actually used the demon race as a training ground, they were so angry that they almost exploded. They made up their minds to fight Yi Tianzong and the others and ordered all the Wu Zun and Wu King level demons to attack Yi Tianzong and the others with all their might. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu faced the endless demon race and suddenly felt an enormous pressure. Although they were wearing battle armor, the attacks of the demon race had no effect on them. As long as they did not self-destruct on a large scale, they would be safe. However, if they were to come into close contact with the demon race, the three of them would still feel disgusted. Therefore, they had no choice but to increase the output of their Fa Li. The power of every move and style became stronger and stronger, and at the same time, more demons were destroyed by them. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu followed the three-talent formation and fought for 6 hours. After 6 hours of high-intensity output, Ling Xinyu, who was the weakest, had already used up 90% of her Fa Li. Xinyu, who was next, had used up 60% of her Fa Li. Yi Tianzong had also used up more than 50% of his Fa Li. Noticing the pale face of Ling Xinyu, Yi Tianzong approached Ling Xinyu and pressed down on her shoulder. He took Ling Xinyu into the immortal mansion and let her recover her exhausted Fa Li. After Xinyu saw that Ling Xinyu had disappeared, she was surprised. However, she did not have time to think about it and focused on dealing with the demon race that blotted out the sky. Because of the disappearance of Ling Xinyu, the pressure on Yi Tianzong and Xinyu was even greater. They had no choice but to stay close to each other and destroy the attacking demon race with their backs facing each other. The attacks of the demon race seemed to be endless. Yi Tianzong and Xinyu continued to fight for more than 2 hours. Xinyu had already used up more than 90% of her Fa Li, and Yi Tianzong only had less than 20% of his strength left. The number of demon race that had died under their hands was already innumerable. More than 2 hours had passed in the outside world, but more than 8 hours had passed in the vast expanse immortal abode. With the help of medicinal pills and the rich heaven and earth essence energy in the vast expanse immortal abode, Ling Xinyu had already recovered to her peak condition. Sensing that Ling Xinyu had already recovered to her peak state, and that most of his and Xinyu's strength had already been consumed, Yi Tianzong directly crushed a purification talisman. Then, with a thought, Ling Xinyu appeared beside Yi Tianzong. Another purification halo appeared, and all the demon race within 10,000 miles were completely wiped out by the purification divine light. After handing a purification talisman to Ling Xinyu, Yi Tianzong said to her, "They don't dare to come over for the time being. Xinyu and I will recover for a while. You protect us. If the demon race attacks, crush the purification talisman." After speaking, Yi Tianzong said to the panting Xinyu, "Let's recover for a while. This is for you." After speaking, Yi Tianzong threw a storage pouch to Xinyu, and then consumed some pills to recover. Xinyu opened the storage pouch, and saw that there were over 100 jade bottles filled with pills. A trace of joy flashed through her heart, and she took out one of the jade bottles, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. Then, she stood in the air and recovered. On the other side, just as Yi Tianzong had expected, when all the demon race within 10,000 miles were instantly wiped out, the demon race that were still 10,000 miles away immediately used all their strength to hide far away. Only after the purification halo had completely disappeared did they dare to continue approaching Yi Tianzong and the others. But when they saw Ling Xinyu standing guard in front of Yi Tianzong and raising the purification talisman in her hand, all the demon race once again retreated 10,000 miles away. The purification talisman's power was simply too strong. The purification divine light that could purify all negative energy was even more effective than Howren's righteous qi. They were simply unable to resist it. All the demon race that had seen its power did not dare to act rashly. But such a stalemate was also not a solution. With the eyesight of the demon race experts, they could naturally see that Yi Tianzong was recovering his strength. In this way, they guessed that Yi Tianzong did not have many powerful killing weapons in his hands like just now. Otherwise, why would he waste his strength to personally go into battle? This was a very good opportunity. As long as they used up all his trump cards and did not give him time to recover, then Yi Tianzong, who had not recovered his strength, would definitely not be able to escape from their inescapable net. The demon race experts who thought that they had guessed correctly immediately ordered those Wu Zun and Wu King level demon race experts to once again attack Yi Tianzong and the others. Although those Wu Zun and Wu King level demon race experts were unwilling, they could only brace themselves and once again attack Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. When they saw that the demon race experts had once again swarmed forward and were less than 100 feet away, Ling Xinyu decisively crushed the purification talisman in her hand. Another purification divine halo rose up, and the demon race experts within 10,000 miles once again disappeared completely. Until the purification divine halo completely disappeared, the demon race experts 10,000 miles away were still hesitating whether to continue attacking Yi Tianzong and the others. But the demon race experts who were certain that Yi Tianzong did not have many trump cards, once again ordered those Wu Zun and Wu King level demon race experts to launch an attack on Yi Tianzong and the others. Those Wu Zun and Wu King level demon race experts were slowly and tentatively approaching Yi Tianzong and the others. When they saw that only Ling Xinyu and the others were in a fighting posture among the three of them, those demon race experts who were besieging them immediately put down most of their fear and directly attacked with a surging momentum. But just as they were 100 miles away, Yi Tianzong opened his closed eyes. Looking at the aggressive demon race experts, he once again took out a purification talisman. Under the fearful gazes of those demon race experts, he revealed a merciless smile and said softly, "Goodbye." Then another wave of demon race experts was mercilessly wiped out. After more than an hour, Yi Tianzong's Fa Li had already recovered by 70%, and Xinyu had also recovered by about 70%. Even if they were to engage in another battle with the demon race, it would not matter. Looking at the demon race experts who had stopped advancing in the distance, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu naturally would not take the initiative to attack. The more time passed, the more strength Yi Tianzong and Xinyu would be able to recover, and it would be more advantageous for them. A quarter of an hour passed, half an hour passed, and seeing that the demon race experts in the distance did not launch an attack, Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, "Since they don't dare to come over, then let's continue forward. At the same time, we will continue to recover our Fa Li. In any case, our mission and goal is to cause a commotion in the demonic mountain range and delay the high-level forces of the demon race, especially those demon envoys. There are definitely still demon envoys in the demonic mountain range, and we cannot allow them to reinforce the strongholds of the demon race." Chapter 197. Yi Tianzong's guess was correct. The 10 demon envoys that were killed at the beginning were not all the demon envoys in the demonic mountain range. There were still 13 demon envoys in the center of the demonic mountain range. Including the 7 demon envoys that were killed in the demon race's stronghold, the demon race had a total of 30 demon envoys. 30 demon envoys were very powerful. Without the help of the divine purification talisman, even if Yi Tianzong and Xinyu joined forces, they would absolutely not be able to resist the siege of 30 demon envoys. At this time, in the depths of the demonic mountain range, the remaining 13 demon envoys already knew about the situation when Yi Tianzong's group of 3 flew all the way here. They knew that if they wanted to encircle and annihilate Yi Tianzong's group by relying on their numbers, they would only bring huge casualties to the demon race. Therefore, the remaining 13 demon envoys had already used the resources in their hands to set up the 9 underworlds god-refining demonic array when Yi Tianzong had killed the 10 demon envoys. This 9 underworlds god-refining demonic array was mainly made of 9 nefarious blood crystals, supplemented by countless other materials that were contaminated with evil and demonic energy. Each nefarious blood crystal was formed by the blood, resentment, and evil energy of countless creatures that had died unjustly. It had the terrifying power of polluting, corroding, and dissolving the divine body and soul of a myth realm expert. After several days of preparation, the 9 underworlds god-refining demonic array was finally about to be completed. The 13 demon envoys wanted to use this array to eliminate Yi Tianzong, their great enemy. Every demon envoy's face revealed a sinister expression of vengeance. On the other side, Yi Tianzong's group of 3 did not know that the demon race had specially prepared a trump card for them. They continued to leisurely stroll in the sky above the demonic mountain range. While Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu continued to contend with the demon race in the sky above the demonic mountain range, on the other side, the demon-killing alliance, which had gathered all the human race and demon race forces in the Central Plains, had already reached the most intense and critical moment in the battle with the demon race's stronghold. This time, all the third-rate forces and above in the Central Plains had gathered together. The demon-killing alliance was much stronger than the demon race's stronghold. After more than 2 days of fighting, the demon-killing alliance's army had gained an obvious advantage in all the battles against the demon race's strongholds. They had basically pushed into the demon race's strongholds. At the same time, they encountered the fiercest resistance from the demon race. In order to resist the attack of the demon-killing alliance, all the low-level demons who were equivalent to warriors, and masters of martial arts had joined the battle. Although these low-level demons were weak, there were too many of them. Even the smallest demon stronghold had tens of millions of low-level demons. They fought back madly, regardless of the cost. This caused a lot of trouble for the demon-killing alliance's attack. However, under the attack of the fiery pearls of the disciples of the big forces, those low-level demons didn't cause much damage to the demon-killing alliance in the end. Seeing that victory was in sight, all the forces of the demon-killing alliance became spirited. Under the leadership of the martial venerables and martial sages of the big forces, they rushed into the underground lairs of the demon-killing alliance's strongholds without caring about their tired bodies. After breaking into the underground lairs, all the members of the demon-killing alliance started a massacre. As long as they saw a living devil, they wouldn't show any mercy. They would search all the underground lairs of the devil race and kill every single devil they could find. After plundering all the resources of the underground lairs of the demon race, the experts of the demon-killing alliance finally gathered their forces and completely destroyed the underground lairs of the demon race, eliminating any possibility of the demon race appearing again. Even with the demon race's reinforcements, the demon-killing alliance's army, who were fighting against the demon race's strongholds all over the Central Plains, continuously sent back good news that the demon race's strongholds had been destroyed. After another day, all the battles against the demon race had ended. The demon-killing alliance's army had completely destroyed all the known demon race's strongholds in the Central Plains. Even the underground lairs had been completely destroyed. This war, which lasted for nearly 5 days, finally ended with the demon-killing alliance's victory. This war had destroyed all the strongholds of the demon race in one go. At the same time, the demon-killing alliance had also paid a huge price. The number of casualties was innumerable. It could be said that the warriors of the Central Plains had lost at least 20% of their strength. However, the victory was still something to be happy about. After completely destroying the underground lairs of the demon race, the demon-killing alliance's army began to retreat one after another. They returned to their respective bases. The Hao Ranjan sect had sent out 10 million people. Because of the reasonable and effective tactics and the advantages of restraining the demon race, they had only lost less than 500,000 people. However, they had annihilated at least a few 100 million demons. Among the forces of the demon-killing alliance, this was the most glorious battle record. After this war, the other superforces and holy lands of the Central Plains were shocked by the powerful strength displayed by Yi Haoran, Su Mengxian, Yi Haoyun, and the other 8 members of Yi Tianzong's family. Although they knew that Yi Haoran and the others were very powerful, only a few people knew about it. After all, as the family of the #1 expert of the Central Plains, Their strength couldn't be too weak. However, they didn't expect them to be so strong. Wu Sheng's ninth heaven demon race experts were simply powerless in the hands of Yi Haoran, Yi Yuanshan, and the others. On the battlefield with the demon race, they were simply invincible. This really made the holy lords, sect masters, and family masters, who were equally matched with the demon race, feel a blow to their hearts. They originally thought that their strength was not bad, but they didn't expect to be so weak. In fact, Yi Tianzong's parents and relatives had never stopped improving their strength. With Yi Tianzong's guidance from time to time, various extreme environments were specially arranged to assist their cultivation, and various powerful elixirs and liquids were also arranged for them. The strength of Yi Haoran and the others had been improving all the time. According to Yi Tianzong's classification, they had now reached the peak of the king realm in Wu Sheng's ninth heaven. In the face of ordinary and elite experts of the same level, they could easily kill the enemy. In the past, there weren't many times when they needed to take action. Now, in the war with the demon race, Yi Haoran, Yi Yuanshan, Su Mengxin, Li Qingya, and the others' powerful strength shocked the world. With all kinds of resources seized from the demon race's nest, the people of Hao Ranzhen sect gradually returned to Qiangang Peak. After settling everything, Yi Haoran and the others and other high-level members of Hao Ranzhen sect gathered in the Haoran Hall. Yi Haoran said with some worry, "Now that the demon race's stronghold has been completely eradicated, I don't know how Tianzong, Elder Shenyu, and Elder Shenyu are doing in the Celestial Devil Mountain range. We can't inform them. I hope they won't be in danger." After Yi Haoran finished speaking, Wang Li, the Lord of Merit Hall, said, "Young Master's strength is invincible, and he has the help of Young Master's wife and Elder Shenyu. I think they can't defeat the demon race, but it shouldn't be too big of a problem for them to escape." At that time, Young Master said that he would pin down the demon race in the Celestial Devil Mountain range for 7 days. There is less than 1 day left. Young Master and the others should come back safely. Yi Haoran sighed and suppressed the worry in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Now we can only wait for Tianzong to come back safely. Otherwise, we will cause trouble if we go to the Celestial Devil Mountain range. If everything goes well, Tianzong will come back in 2 days at most." Now let's discuss the aftermath of those who died in the battle. The battle between the Demon-Killing Alliance and the Demon Race's stronghold lasted for nearly 5 days. In the end, they won. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu were still entangled with the demon race in the sky above the Celestial Devil Mountain range. After another fierce battle with the demon race and eliminating 2 waves of demons at the level of Wu Zun and Wu Qing, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had flown more than 10 million miles above the Celestial Devil Mountain range. After recovering to their peak state again, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu finally met the demon envoy waiting in front of them after flying for hundreds of thousands of miles. Chapter 198. Yi Tianzong looked at the demon race camp that seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Under the lead of the 13 demon envoys, they were calmly looking at the 3 of them without the slightest fear of the trump cards in their hands. At the same time, Yi Tianzong felt a faint sense of danger. Without waiting for Yi Tianzong to speak, the one in the middle of the 13 demon envoys said with a strong killing intent and satisfaction, "Yi Tianzong, I have to say that you are indeed worthy of being the greatest enemy of our demon race. We are also clear about your purpose in coming to the demonic mountain range. It is nothing more than to buy time for that so-called demon-killing alliance, and to restrict our strength. However, we have also underestimated you. Who would have thought that you would have a trump card that specifically counters our demon race? Along the way, you have caused our demon race to suffer disastrous losses, and caused our demon race to lose another 10 demon envoys. However, this time you will not have any chance. I will completely bury you in the demonic mountain range. Do it." After the demon envoys finished speaking, they immediately activated the 9 underworlds god refining demon formation that had been set up in the air for thousands of kilometers. The instant the 9 underworlds god refining demon formation was activated, a dark blood-red barrier that covered thousands of kilometers appeared, trapping Yi Tianzong and the other 2 inside. Being in the 9 underworlds god refining demon formation was like being in another world filled with filth, corrosion, and blood. Not only did it firmly restrict Yi Tianzong and the other two's ability to move, but an evil and dark power was also corroding and dissolving Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's souls and primordial spirits. Yi Tianzong was in the formation, and as far as the eye could see, everything was dark blood-red. In this boundless blood-red world, countless evil spirits with overflowing resentment swarmed towards him, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. The sense of danger in Yi Tianzong's heart rose to the limit, and the fatal threat was like a thorn in his side. Yi Tianzong immediately gathered all the strength in his body and directly sent Ling Xinyu and Xinyu into the immortal mansion. Then, he took out 3 purification talismans and crushed them all at once. The 3 divine purification talismans were crushed at almost the same time. Immediately, a strengthened divine purification ring rose in the seemingly boundless dark, blood-red world. The 9 Hells God refining demon formation was filled with the purification divine light that could purify all dark and evil auras. The countless evil spirits that were swarming towards Yi Tianzong from all directions were completely purified by the divine purification light. While the divine purification light was still purifying the seemingly endless world of blood, Yi Tianzong activated the power of his spirit and sensed the invisible array boundary. Yi Tianzong raised the boundless god sword, and the aura of his entire body exploded. 99% of the Fa Li in his body gathered into the boundless god sword. At this moment, without Ling Xinyu and Xinyu by his side, Yi Tianzong did not have any scruples. In order to break the array boundary, Yi Tianzong used the Annihilation Strike that he had never used before in the profound spirit world. The Annihilation Strike was a secret technique that Yi Tianzong created by combining many secret techniques. In a short period of time, it could greatly increase one's strength and unleash an ultimate attack. It could be said that it was a trump card that could be used in desperate situations. Yi Tianzong's boundless dharmic powers were channeled into the boundless godly sword. Then, he performed the sword manipulation technique and became one with the boundless godly sword. His entire being became one with the boundless godly sword, and the boundless godly sword expanded to become a 10-meter-long golden sword. Then, like a bolt of lightning, the huge golden sword pierced through the obstruction of space and instantly attacked the boundary of the 9 underworlds god refining demonic formation. Because of the attack of the divine purification talisman, the power of the 9 nether blood crystals that were the foundation of the 9 underworlds god refining demonic formation was slightly reduced. Then, under the extreme attack of Yi Tianzong's secret technique, the boundless god sword finally broke through the array boundary. As soon as Yi Tianzong broke through the boundary of the 9 nether god refining demon formation, he dispelled the state of being one with the sword. Then, under the astonishment and disbelief of the surrounding demon envoys and other experts of the Devil Clan, he took out a purification talisman and crushed it again. Because the 13 demon envoys and the demon clan experts were very confident in the 9 underworlds god refining demonic formation, and had gathered together to provide energy for the formation, they were all close to the boundary of the formation. But now, after Yi Tianzong crushed the divine purification talisman, it was too late for them to regret. A divine purification ring that enveloped an area of 10,000 miles appeared, and all the demon envoys and demon clan experts within 10,000 miles disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only 13 drops of demon blood. The sudden attack instantly caused the demon clan to lose 13 demon envoys and hundreds of thousands of demon clan experts on the level of Wu Sheng and Wu Zun. After Yi Tianzong crushed the purifying divine talisman, he disappeared into the vast expanse immortal abode with a single thought. At this time, in the cultivation area of the immortal mansion, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu were waiting with some worry. After seeing Yi Tianzong appear with a pale face, Ling Xinyu immediately went to Yi Tianzong's side and supported Yi Tianzong's arm. Yi Tianzong said, "I'm fine, I've used up too much energy. I'll recover first." Then he swallowed a pill and sat down cross-legged to recover. The rich yuan qi of heaven and earth in the immortal mansion was quickly absorbed and refined by Yi Tianzong, replenishing the Fa Li he had consumed. Seeing Yi Tianzong peacefully recover, Ling Xinyu let go of the worry in her heart and sat beside Yi Tianzong, looking at Yi Tianzong. Xinyu came to Ling Xinyue's side and sat down cross-legged. After glancing at Yi Tianzong, she asked Ling Xinyu softly, "Do you usually cultivate here?" Ling Xinyu turned her head and looked at Xunyu with her clear eyes. After a while, she said, "This is a cultivation paradise. The density of the yuan qi of heaven and earth and the flow of time are 4 times faster than the outside world. Before this, other than me, even my in-laws didn't know about this. If it wasn't for the critical situation today, you wouldn't have known either." Hearing Ling Xinyue's words, Xunyu's heart trembled. She sucked in a breath and said, "This kind of cultivation paradise that can change the flow of time is not much different from an independent world. It's a treasure that countless cultivators yearn for even in their dreams. Once it appears, it will cause endless bloodshed. I felt that he had great luck before, which was why I wanted to join the Hao Ranjin sect. Now it seems that I still underestimated him. Such a top-notch cultivation grotto heaven was a rare treasure even in the great wide world. Anyone who obtains it will hide it. If he can share it with you, you really didn't follow the wrong person. I can see that for you to reach your current level, he must have used countless resources. You're really lucky." After Xunyu finished speaking, Ling Xinyu still looked at her with a clear expression. After looking at Ling Xinyu for a while, Xunyu slightly shifted her gaze and said with a trace of bitterness, "I know what you mean. This place can't be known to those who aren't close to me. I've merged with Lian Yu's consciousness, and I don't reject becoming his woman. Moreover, it's also good for me, but everything is still up to him. If he doesn't agree, what can I do?" After speaking, Xunyu looked bitterly at Yi Tianzong, who was recovering. After Ling Xinyu heard Xunyu's words, she didn't look at Xunyu anymore. She turned her head and continued to look lovingly at Yi Tianzong. After seeing Ling Xinyu looking lovingly at Yi Tianzong, Xunyu sighed and also turned her head to look at Yi Tianzong. After a while, Xunyu suddenly said softly, "You love him so much, aren't you afraid that I'll fight with you in the future?" After Ling Xinyu heard Xunyu's words, she was silent for a moment and said, "Right now I'm not as good as you, but in the future I won't be." After hearing this, Xunyu chuckled and said, "I'm not an ungrateful person. I have my pride and won't be your rival in love. His future is limitless. You and I will have many enemies in the future." At this time, Yi Tianzong was a little embarrassed in his heart. Although he was recovering his Fa Li, he could still hear the words of Ling Xinyu and Xunyu. Today's situation was also unexpected. He didn't expect that the demon clan would have a killing move. If it wasn't for his quick reaction and directly breaking out of the formation before it reached its maximum power, he could only hide in the immortal mansion to avoid this disaster. At the same time, he didn't want Xunyu to know about the immortal mansion, but now she knew. Just like what Ling Xinyu meant, a secret like the immortal mansion could only be known by people who were very close to it. Even Yi Tianzong's parents and relatives lived separately from Yi Tianzong, so it wasn't convenient for them to share the cultivation functions of the immortal mansion. Until now, only Ling Xinyu knew about it. Now that Xunyu knew about this secret, she had to think of a solution. And the best way was to let Xunyu become Yi Tianzong's woman. This was the safest and most effective way. Obviously, Ling Xinyu knew about this solution, Xunyu knew about it, and Yi Tianzong also knew about it. After 6 hours, Yi Tianzong recovered to his peak state. After opening his eyes, he looked at Ling Xinyu and Xunyu in front of him, and the three of them fell into an inexplicably awkward atmosphere. Just now, Ling Xinyu and Xunyu's words were very clear, and they didn't hide it from Yi Tianzong. At this time, Yi Tianzong also couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. He had to give an explanation. Moreover, Xunyu was such a peerless beauty, Yi Tianzong would be lying to himself if he said that he wasn't moved at all. After being silent for a while, Yi Tianzong finally steeled his heart and made a decision. Screw face and pride, he let out a long sigh and said, "I heard what you said just now. Only people who are close to me know about this cultivation paradise. Before, other than Ling Xinyu, my parents didn't know about it. Since Xunyu knows, I don't want to imprison you here. So there's only one solution. Are you sure you won't regret it?" Xunyu met Yi Tianzong's gaze, smiled lightly, and said firmly, "Of course, I know what I'm doing, and I won't regret it." After hearing Xunyu's answer, Yi Tianzong also took out his responsibility and said, "Okay, when we return to the Hao Ranjin sect, I will announce to the whole sect that I will openly marry you." From now on, you will also be my woman." Then, Yi Tianzong stood up, walked a few steps forward, and hugged Ling Xinyu. He sniffed her hair and said softly, "Little girl, I've wronged you. It's good to have you. I will never let you down. Even if I fall into an endless abyss, it won't change." Ling Xinyu didn't say anything, and only hugged Yi Tianzong tightly, enjoying Yi Tianzong's embrace. On the other side, Xinyu had a faint smile, quietly looking at Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu, and didn't say anything. Chapter 199. After quietly hugging Ling Xinyu for a while, Yi Tianzong said, "Just now, after breaking the formation, I used the divine purification talisman to eliminate a portion of those demon envoys and demon clan experts outside. Now, the demon clan outside is like a group of dragons without a leader. It's time for us to continue moving forward. Since we've already made a trip here, we have to go to the center of the demonic mountain range to take a look." After staying in the immortal mansion for 8 hours, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu once again appeared in the outside world. At this time, because of the sudden disappearance of the divine purification talisman that Yi Tianzong had crushed, the demon clan outside had only sent a portion of their forces to continue to guard the place after their initial fruitless search. After Yi Tianzong and the other two appeared, they were immediately discovered by the demon clan that had stayed behind. Towards these demon clan experts, Yi Tianzong and the other two did not show any courtesy. After directly killing a batch of them, they continued to advance towards the depths of the demonic mountain range. This time, there were also demon clan experts who followed behind them because of the commotion caused by the three of them. However, because of the previous failures and huge casualties, even the 9 nether god refining demon formation prepared by more than 20 demon envoys had fallen into it. Therefore, although more and more demon clan experts gathered, they did not get too close, nor did they take the initiative to besiege the three of them. When Yi Tianzong and the other two quickly flew for more than 30 million li and were about to reach the center of the demonic mountain range, Yi Tianzong and the other two stopped again. Dozens of li in front of the three of them, under the leadership of 30 demon envoys, countless saint-level experts of the demon clan formed a vast and huge demon formation according to a special position. Yi Tianzong hurriedly used his divine soul to scan the area. The demon formation formed by those saint-level experts of the demon clan occupied a vast area of over 10,000 li. Yi Tianzong's divine soul was unable to detect anything further. Another 30 demon envoys appeared. Yi Tianzong's mind shook. Looking at the huge battle array in front of him, Yi Tianzong felt that the super battle array formed by these demons was not simple. It was much more powerful and strange than the 9 nether deity refining battle array. If he entered it rashly, he would definitely be in big trouble. Although he had the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong didn't want to rely on the immortal mansion to avoid dangers except for cultivation. Yi Tianzong felt the danger ahead, and Ling Xinyu and Xinyu also felt the fatal danger. In particular, the 30 demon envoys made them extremely shocked. But they didn't say anything. Instead, they silently waited for Yi Tianzong to make his decision. Yi Tianzong looked at the scene of dark clouds in front of him and weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Although he was somewhat unwilling, it was obvious that if they still insisted on going to the center of the Heavenly Devil mountain range, it was unrealistic with just the three of them. Unless Yi Tianzong used the trump card he had prepared in his previous life, but it was obviously not worth it. Moreover, since entering the Heavenly Devil mountain range for 30 million li, which was the current inner area of the Heavenly Devil mountain range, Yi Tianzong clearly felt that these demons near the center of the Heavenly Devil mountain range were not the same as the demons in the outer area. These demons in the center of the inner area were not only more powerful, but compared to the demons in the outer area, the dark and evil demon chi on these demons in the inner area was denser, and it was easier to infect and corrode the strength and will of a martial artist. Simply put, once a normal martial artist was injured by these demons, then they would be corroded by the demon chi on these demons, thus losing their reason and becoming a member of the demon clan. It was very dangerous and terrifying. Once these demons came out of the mountain and fought with the human clan and monster clan of the Central Plains, the human clan and monster clan of the Central Plains would be caught off guard and would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Yi Tianzong's face was gloomy and uncertain as he pondered. The demon envoys and demon clan powerhouses that formed a super demon array on the other side didn't take the initiative to attack. They just quietly watched Yi Tianzong's group. Yi Tianzong thought for a moment and finally decided not to move forward. By now, the three of them had already been in the Heavenly Devil Mountain range for 8 days. They had already exceeded the 7 days that they had agreed to with Yi Haoran and the others. And the demon array in front of them wasn't so easy to break through. Even though Yi Tianzong still had dozens of purifying talismans, Yi Tianzong didn't want to use them all up now. Moreover, even if they used them up, they might not necessarily be able to eliminate these demons in front of them. If the delay was too long, then the Hao Ranjin sect would be worried that the three of them would come to the Heavenly Devil Mountain range. Therefore, Yi Tianzong finally decided to return. In any case, the other demon strongholds had already been wiped out, and only the Heavenly Devil Mountain range was left. This time, they couldn't completely explore the situation, so the next time they came, they would bring the allied forces of the Central Plains to explore again. Having made a decision in his heart, Yi Tianzong looked at Ling Xinyu and Xinyu and said, looking at the attitude of the demon clan, once we continue to move forward, they will definitely fight us to the death at any cost. Although we don't need to be afraid of them, now is not the time to fight them head-on. Let's leave some mystery behind. The next time we come here, it will be the real decisive battle with the demon clan. Yi Tianzong had already decided, and Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu didn't have any objections. They both nodded. Yi Tianzong then used his spiritual power and said to the demons in front of him, looking at your attitude of fighting to the death, it means that there must be a secret in the center of the Heavenly Devil Mountain range that you don't want outsiders to know. Although this lord is not afraid of you, the purpose of this trip has been achieved, and I don't want to continue to fight to the death with you in vain. This time, I will leave some mystery behind. The next time this lord comes, it will be the time to completely flatten the Heavenly Devil Mountain range. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he turned around and returned with Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu along the way. It was unknown what the demon clan was thinking. When Yi Tianzong and the other two turned around and left, the countless demons led by the 30 demon envoys didn't chase after them. The demons surrounding Yi Tianzong and the other two also made way for the three of them. Then, 10 demon envoys followed Yi Tianzong and the other two thousands of miles away, watching Yi Tianzong and the other two finally leave the Heavenly Devil Mountain range. After confirming that Yi Tianzong and the other two had left the Heavenly Devil Mountain range, the 10 demon envoys following behind all breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Tianzong's strength was stronger than theirs, and he also had a great weapon to restrain them. The pressure he gave them was really too great. The super demon array they had formed before was also the demon clan's last defense. If Yi Tianzong didn't believe in heresy and insisted on exploring the secret in the center of the Heavenly Devil Mountain range, then they could only gather all the demons and fight Yi Tianzong to the death. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong finally had some misgivings, so he still left. In this trip to the Heavenly Devil Mountain range, the demon clan had lost too much power. Originally, they could completely suppress the strength of the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains, but because of Yi Tianzong's interference, they had lost at least 30% of their high-end strength, and even 23 demon envoys with the same status as them had died. They no longer had the strength to absolutely crush the Central Plains, and they didn't know how long it would take for them to recover their strength. The 10 demon envoys carried endless killing intent and resentment towards Yi Tianzong, and finally returned to the depths of the Heavenly Devil Mountain range helplessly. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu left the Heavenly Devil Mountain range, they also embarked on the journey back to the Hao Ranjin sect. After flying for more than 2 hours, they finally saw a human clan city. Using the transmission array in the city, Yi Tianzong and the other two spent more than half a day, passing through many places, and finally returned to the Hao Ranjin sect's Qiangang Peak. Chapter 200. Due to the sudden incident today, time was too tight, so I only wrote 2 chapters. Tomorrow, 3 chapters. Please add them to your collection and subscribe. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu finally returned safely, allowing the worried Hao Ranjin sect members to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The next day, in the Haoran main hall, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Shun Yu, Yi Haoran, and the other high-level members of the Hao Ranjin sect were all present. Yi Tianzong swept his gaze over everyone in the Haoran main hall, then said, "Today, I mainly want to talk about two things. First, I want to talk about my experience with Ling Xinyu and Xunyu in the demonic mountain range. I want everyone to know the strength of the demons in the demonic mountain range. I have already recorded our experience in the past 8 days using the light mirror. Everyone, take a look now." After saying this, Yi Tianzong took out the light mirror. The light mirror expanded to about 3 meters in size and floated in the air above the Haoran main hall. Then, with a flash of brilliance, the scene of Yi Tianzong and the others arriving at the Sky Demon Temple began to appear. Yi Tianzong had already deleted some secret scenes, then controlled the light mirror to quickly play it. In any case, with the eyesight of the saint-level experts present, he was not afraid that they would not be able to see it clearly. After playing for a full 6 hours, the light mirror's recording of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu's experience in the demonic mountain range was finally finished. Even the last scene that Yi Tianzong and the others saw, which was formed by countless demons that covered at least 10,000 li, was displayed at the end of the light mirror. After watching the scene played by the light mirror, the high-level members of the Hao Ranjin sect finally understood what kind of dangerous situation Yi Tianzong and the others were facing. If it had been them, they would have been finished in the Sky Demon Temple. While they were marveling at Yi Tianzong's trio's unrivaled strength, everyone was also shocked by the incomparably powerful strength of the demon clan in the demonic mountain range. How big was the Celestial Devil Mountain range? That was a vast area with a radius of at least 35 million miles. Yi Tianzong and the other two had flown over 30 million miles, but they were only very close to the center of the Celestial Devil Mountain range. On this path, Yi Tianzong and the other two people had already encountered so many demon powerhouses. Then, how many more demon powerhouses were hidden in the vast Heavenly Devil Mountain range? The higher-ups of Hao Ranjin's sect couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong and the other two had gone to the demonic mountain range. Only then did everyone know about the terrifying strength of the demon race in the demonic mountain range. Otherwise, the entire Central Plains would still be complacent about eliminating the strongholds of the demon race. Little did they know that the strength of the demon race in the demonic mountain range had far exceeded the total strength of those strongholds. Perhaps the battle with the demon race had just begun. After everyone had finished reading the record of the light mirror, Yi Tianzong said, "The strength of the demon race in the demonic mountain range is much stronger than the total strength of those strongholds. Our battle with the demon race has just passed the warm-up stage. In the record, the last demons that Xunyu, and I encountered were already close to the center of the demonic mountain range. According to my investigation, the demon chi of the demons in the center of the demonic mountain range is even more intense and evil. Once you are injured by these demons, your strength and will be eroded by the demon chi. Once you can't resist and solve it, you will eventually become a member of the demon race. We must plan ahead and come up with a preventive solution." What? As soon as Yi Tianzong finished speaking, everyone in the Haoran Hall was shocked. There was actually such a situation. This was very bad news for them and for all the humans and demons in the Central Plains. Yi Haoran said with a serious expression, "Tianzong, are you telling the truth?" Yi Tianzong nodded and said, "Yes, I'm telling the truth. I can feel that the demon chi of those demons is different. It has a very strong power to erode the mind. This kind of demon chi can magnify the inner demons of us warriors and erode our reason and will. Once we can't get rid of it, we will completely become puppets controlled by the demon chi. However, compared with the other forces in the Central Plains, our Hao Ranjin sect is better. The Haoran true heavenly gang tactics and holy tactics that I created, as long as you don't have evil intentions, you will basically comprehend the righteousness of Haoran, which has a certain restraining effect on the demon chi. The possibility of being eroded by the demon chi and becoming a demon is not high." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, all the high-level members of the Hao Ranjin sect present were relieved. Everyone present had experienced the inner demon before. Breaking through from a martial honorable to a martial saint was a process of transcending the mortal world and entering the divine world. Every martial artist would have to go through the trial of their inner demons. It was a test of a warrior's wisdom, will, and martial arts heart. Only those who had experienced it would know the horror of the inner demons. Moreover, the inner demons would never disappear. The so-called inner demons were produced by the combination of people's 7 emotions and 6 desires, selfish thoughts, and personal experiences. As long as a person was alive, the inner demons would always exist. The so-called elimination of the inner demons was just to eliminate the negative forces, emotions, and distracting thoughts that had accumulated at a certain stage. As time passed, new inner demons would still be produced. Yi Tianzong continued, "We still need to spread the news throughout the Central Plains so that all the forces and warriors in the Central Plains can be mentally prepared. It would be better if there is a good way. Also, I will copy the image recorded by the light mirror into the image retaining stone so that all the forces in the Central Plains know some of the strength of the demon race. I will let them understand that the battle with the demon race has only just begun. The second thing is that Shen Yu and I are in love with each other. Therefore, I have decided to choose an auspicious day to marry Shen Yu and officially marry her." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, the high-level members of the Haoranzhen sect present, including Yi Haoran and Yi Tianzong's family, all congratulated Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu with an expression as if they had expected this. It just so happened that 5 days later was a good day. Time was tight. Putting aside the matter of the demon race, everyone in the Haoranzhen sect was busy preparing for Yi Tianzong's wedding. Shen Yu's personality was also not fond of publicity. Therefore, the Haoranzhen sect held the wedding in a low-key manner. They only invited Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands, who were in the same camp as the Haoranzhen sect. Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands, who were in the same camp as the Haoranzhen sect, naturally had some understanding of Shen Yu, a super expert who was on par with Yi Tianzong. While they envied the Haoranzhen sect for having another invincible fighting force, they did not neglect the wedding. On the day of the wedding, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters were all present, making everyone in the Haoranzhen sect feel very proud. After the wedding, Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu spent a few days in the Immortal Mansion, living an intimate life that the immortals would envy. Then, on the afternoon of the second day in the outside world, they walked out of the Immortal Mansion. After comforting Ling Xinyu, who had been cultivating alone in the room without sleep, Yi Tianzong brought Xinyu and Xinyu to the Haoran Great Hall. In the Haoran Great Hall, the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters were all present. Once again, he took out the light mirror and played his experience in the demonic mountain range. Then, he told them about the demonic qi in the last demon they encountered. The Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters all had grave expressions. The strength of the demon race had exceeded their expectations, and there was also the problem of the demonic qi. This was also a very thorny problem. The ethereal Saint Master said in a heavy tone, "It seems that our battle with the demon race has only just begun. In ancient times, there were cases of demonic qi corroding martial artists, but it was very rare. Now, it seems that the situation we are about to face is not optimistic. We have to think of a way to prevent or solve this problem, otherwise, we will be very passive in the future." Yi Tianzong said, "As the seal of heaven and earth is broken, heaven and earth are recovering, and our strength is increasing. The existence that was suppressed in the depths of the world is also recovering. He should be the Wushang demon lord that the demon race in the abyss worships. The increase in the strength of the demon race is inevitable. Let's first spread the news of the demon race's strength and demonic qi to the Central Plains, so that they can be mentally prepared. We can only think of a way to solve the demonic qi slowly." Chapter 201. Through the Demon Killing Alliance and the Warriors for Hire Guild in the Central Plains, Yi Tianzong's group of three's experiences in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range, as well as the matter of the demon qi, spread to all the warriors in the Central Plains in less than 7 days. After seeing how Yi Tianzong's group of 3 faced the demon race experts, everyone in the Central Plains knew that destroying the demon race's stronghold was not something to be proud of. That was only a small part of the demon race's strength. In the future, there would be countless battles with the demon race to go through. Therefore, under the proposal of the Haoranzhen sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands, the demon-killing alliance spent a year to reorganize. They absorbed the third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate forces in the Central Plains, and the number of sub-alliances increased to 108. They also began to make targeted arrangements for the demon race in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. After the demon-killing alliance was reorganized, the number of 8-star decision-makers was still 36, the number of sub-alliances increased to 108, and the number of 7-star elders increased to 36,000. Moreover, the sub-alliances of the demon-killing alliance this time were not distributed throughout the Central Plains. Instead, they were distributed in a regular pattern outside the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. They were tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the Celestial Devil Mountain Range, and surrounded it. In this way, the demon race, the human race, and the demon race in the Central Plains were clearly separated. In the event of a war or a sudden accident, it would be easier to deal with it. After the demon-killing alliance's sub-alliances surrounded the Celestial Devil Mountain Range, and the main alliance coordinated the reinforcements, in the following 3 years, the 108 sub-alliances completed their selection and construction, and the strength of each sub-alliance was in place one after another. During this process, the demon race in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range did not make any movements, and they allowed the demon-killing alliance to appear so brazenly near their door. No one knew what they were thinking. However, this was good news for the Central Plains, so the major forces only had doubts in their hearts and immediately threw them to the back of their minds. After going to the Celestial Devil Mountain Range and seeing the strength of the demon race and the many demon envoys, Yi Qianzong also felt a sense of urgency in his heart. There were too many devil envoys in the demon clan. With just him and Shen Yu, it was impossible to deal with them. It wasn't that Yi Qianzong couldn't defeat them, but once these demon envoys spread out and attacked the demon-killing alliance's subguilds one by one, Yi Qianzong and Shen Yu wouldn't be able to take care of them all. There were 2 main reasons why the demon envoys were so powerful that they far surpassed the martial artists of the profound spirit world. One of them was that before they became demon envoys, they were already the most outstanding members of the Abyss Demon clan. Their strength in all aspects was not any weaker than the geniuses of the Central Plains. On the other hand, it was to become a devil envoy. Most importantly, it was to obtain a drop of devil blood from the so-called Wushang devil ancestor. That drop of demonic blood came from a great emperor, who was at least at the 8th celestial layer of myth. Every drop of demonic blood contained an endless amount of pure power and a trace of immortality. After being transformed by the demonic blood, the originally powerful demons were reborn in all aspects. Their strength increased sharply. As long as they were not killed, they would rely on the power of the demonic blood to gradually recover to their peak state. These 2 aspects were the main reason why the demon envoys were so difficult to deal with. No matter how outstanding the geniuses of the Central Plains were, it was difficult for them to resist the powerful strength of the demon envoys. As for Yi Qianzong and Shen Yu, one of them was the reincarnation of an expert who had obtained a supreme opportunity and traversed many worlds. The other was the reincarnation of an expert who had accumulated an endless amount of resources. That was why he could deal with the demon envoys. However, the other people of the profound spirit world did not have such prerequisites. Since they didn't have such prerequisites, they had to create prerequisites to make up for it. If quality wasn't enough, quantity would make up for it. Yi Qianzong thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. After making up his mind, Yi Qianzong discussed with the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect and gathered countless resources in the Central Plains to build 36 creation spirit pools. The so-called creation spirit pools were actually spirit pools in the Haoranzhen sect that could assist in the cultivation of special constitutions. This was one of the important reasons why the Haoranzhen sect was able to produce so many outstanding disciples and develop so quickly that it could look down on all the powers in the Central Plains. Through this creation spirit pool, the Haoranzhen sect could continuously nurture geniuses and look down on the Central Plains. When Yi Qianzong first said that he wanted to publicly build the creation spirit pools, the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect didn't agree. This was one of the top secrets of the Haoranzhen sect. Only Yi Qianzong and his family knew how to build them. However, they were eventually convinced by Yi Qianzong's reasons. The main reason was that Yi Tianzong, with the help of Shun Yu's knowledge and fragmented memories, had researched and comprehended the creation spirit pool. The so-called creation spirit pool was actually an upgrade of the creation spirit pool. The main function of the creation spirit pool was to assist in the cultivation of special constitutions at spirit level, while the creation spirit pool could assist in the cultivation of special constitutions at mystic level. The physical constitutions in the universe were generally divided according to their potential: mortal level, spirit level, mystic level, divine level, king level, emperor level, supreme level, and heaven level. Each physical constitution was also generally divided into 4 levels: low, middle, high, and peak. Spiritual bodies were considered special constitutions. If low-level constitutions were met with suitable opportunities and conditions, they could be upgraded to higher constitutions. If one did not have extraordinary talent or a powerful bloodline, then those at the peak of mystic level were the most powerful constitutions below myth realm. If one wanted to obtain divine-level constitutions, they could only become myth realm elites. The appearance of the creation spirit pool could be said to be a seed that could be used to cultivate myth realm elites in batches. The disciples of Hao Ranjun sect could still continue to look down on the disciples of the various forces of power in the Chinese plains. Besides, it was impossible for Hao Ranjun sect to publicly build the creation spirit pool for nothing. This sort of thing would not benefit Hao Ranjun sect, but it would greatly benefit all the other forces of power in the Chinese plains. If they wanted to obtain a spot to build the creation spirit pool, they would have to pay a large amount of resources to Hao Ranjun sect. After convincing the higher-ups of Hao Ranjun sect, Yi Tianzong did not rashly start to make a move with great fanfare. Instead, he first notified Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, 10 Great Holy Lands, and other forces that were on the same side as Hao Ranjun sect. He asked the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, and 10 Great Holy Lands to bring some of their trusted subordinates to Hao Ranjun sect. The invitation of Hao Ranjun sect was very solemn. Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and 10 Great Holy Lands also realized that there must be something important. Therefore, the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, and 10 Great Holy Lands each brought 10 people to Hao Ranjun sect. After these people arrived at Hao Ranjun sect, Yi Haoran did not keep them in suspense. He said directly, "Everyone is familiar with the 1,000-elephant formation. According to my son Tianzong's classification, the difficulty of the 1,000-elephant formation is divided into ordinary, elite, chosen one, king, and supreme. Correspondingly, the strength of warriors in each martial arts realm can also be divided according to this level. I'm sure everyone has always been curious as to why our Hao Ranjun sect has so many chosen one disciples, which far surpasses your forces, right?" After Yi Haoran finished speaking, the master of Lingyun Hall, the master of Kunlun sect, Tai Xian, Zhen Yang, Tian Shui, Piao Miao, Tian Jian, Xian Luo, Liu Yun, Wu Ji, Jiu Lan, Xiao Yao, and the other great holy lands in Haoran's main hall couldn't help but feel excited. What Yi Haoran said was indeed something that they had always been curious about. As a holy land and a king of God's force that had been passed down since the mythological era, they naturally didn't lack methods to cultivate disciples. However, when compared with the disciples of Hao Ranjun sect, the gap between the disciples they cultivated was obvious. Especially the chosen one disciples. They had spent countless resources and energy, but there were only dozens of them in each force. Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect only had 60 of them. However, the chosen one disciples of Hao Ranjun sect appeared in batches. This really made them want to know the reason behind it. They had long guessed that Hao Ranjun sect had an effective method to cultivate disciples. However, this definitely involved the fundamental secret of Hao Ranjun sect. Not to mention whether Hao Ranjun sect had such a method, even if they did, they wouldn't admit it. Rashly asking would also damage their relationship with Hao Ranjun sect. Ever since they had formed an alliance with Hao Ranjun sect, Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect had benefited greatly, not to mention the 10 Great Holy Lands. The strength that they had lost during the Abyss Demon calamity in ancient times was also rapidly recovering. They didn't want to spoil the good situation because of this matter. Chapter 202. As the leaders of the King of God's forces and the sacred lords of the 10 great sacred lands, they were not noobs in cultivation. They had a very clear understanding of the Hao Ranjun sect. The Hao Ranjun sect, led by Yi Tianzong, was a force that started the revival of the world. It was a force that was favored by the heavens and favored by the heavens and earth. As long as they did not commit any sins and were rejected by the heavens and earth, they would be fine. Even if they encountered difficulties and dangers, they would eventually turn misfortunes into blessings and become one of the most powerful forces in the world. It was fine to go against such a force before it matured. However, once it matured and became enemies with it, it was equivalent to indirectly standing on the opposite side of the heavens and earth. That was simply courting death. The Hao Ranjun sect was a force that was chosen by the heavens and had an invincible master like Yi Tianzong as its commander. The way the sect did things was also very upright. Therefore, the Lingyun Hall master, the Kunlun sect master, and the 10 great sacred lords were smart people and naturally knew how to choose. After joining the Hao Ranjun sect, whether it was the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, or the 10 great sacred lands, they were all rapidly developing and strengthening. This was something they could all feel. Naturally, they would not strangle their relationship with the Hao Ranjun sect just because they were curious. Originally, they had not thought about this matter. However, Yi Haoran's words today made their suppressed thoughts stir again. Moreover, they also felt the unusual meaning in Yi Haoran's words. This made their strong hearts, which had been through many battles, ripple involuntarily. They focused their attention on Yi Haoran and waited for him to continue. Seeing that the Lingyun Hall master, the Kunlun sect master, and the 10 great sacred masters were all staring at him, Yi Haoran did not mind. Instead, he continued, "Actually, the reason why our Hao Ranjun sect is able to produce so many geniuses is mainly because our Hao Ranjun sect has a creation spirit pool that uses countless heavenly treasures to create. My son, Tianzong, once said that there are endless fortunes in the universe. There are always people who are born with extraordinary talents. They stand far above ordinary people when they are born. Some of them have powerful physiques, some have noble bloodlines, and some have innate divine abilities. These are all things that we mortals can't compare with. Since he couldn't compete with them innately, he would have to put in more effort. If he didn't have the conditions, he would create them. According to my son Tianzong's understanding, the physique grades in the universe are generally divided into mortal grade, spiritual grade, mystic grade, divine grade, king grade, and so on. Every rank was divided into low, middle, high, and peak. God-class constitutions could only be obtained by god myths, and king-class constitutions could only be obtained by god kings. And peak mystic grade constitutions were the highest level below god myths. Generally speaking, having a special constitution meant that they had greater potential than ordinary people, better aptitude, and a broader martial arts future. Of course, this situation is not absolute. Martial arts cultivation can't be achieved by relying on physique alone. But under normal circumstances, I'm sure you won't doubt this conclusion. After Yi Haoran finished speaking, the Lingyun Hall master, Kunlun sect master, and the 10 great sacred masters all nodded in agreement. This was true. It didn't mean that ordinary people couldn't compare with people with special constitutions. It was just that this situation was too rare. In most cases, people with powerful constitutions were more likely to reach the peak of martial arts. For example, the Lingyun Hall master, Kunlun sect master, and the 10 great sacred masters all had special constitutions and outstanding aptitudes. This was also one of the important reasons why they could cultivate so quickly. After seeing them nod, Yi Haoran continued, "When one's constitution reaches the spiritual grade, it can be considered a special constitution. And in my Hao Ranjun sect, the creation spirit pool can help ordinary martial artists cultivate to the spiritual grade. As long as one's aptitude isn't too bad, the success rate is more than 80%. It can also help one cultivate to the peak of the spiritual grade. As for mystic grade constitutions, there's a 5% chance of success." After hearing Yi Haoran's reason, the Lingyun Hall master, Kunlun sect master, and the 10 great sacred masters couldn't hold back their excitement. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Master asked excitedly, "Sect Master Yi Haoran, is this true?" Yi Haoran smiled faintly and said, "Haha, since I said it, of course it's true. I wonder if any of you are interested in the construction method of the creation spirit pool?" Although they had guessed it before, happiness came too suddenly. The Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Sacred Masters were all caught off guard. They originally thought that they were only going to open up the creation spirit pool and give them some spots. They didn't expect that they would share the construction method of the creation spirit pool and even ask if they were interested. At this moment, if anyone dared to stop them, they would dare to fight with their lives. As long as they had this creation spirit pool, their respective forces would soar and reach the peak of the ancient era. Faced with this temptation that could change the fate of their sects, the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Sacred Masters couldn't care less about their poise. The Lingyun Hall Master directly said, "Sect Master Yi, if you have any conditions, just say it. As long as my Lingyun Hall can do it, I'll do it." After the Lingyun Hall Master finished speaking, the Kunlun Sect Master and the 10 Great Sacred Masters didn't want to be left behind. They also said that Yi Haoran could state any conditions he wanted. Even if he didn't like any of the sacred grounds, they would help to destroy them. Yi Haoran motioned for the Lingyun Hall Master and the others to quiet down. Then he said with a smile, "You must know what the creation spirit pool means to a sect. This is also the most fundamental top secret of my Haoranjan sect. If it weren't for the fact that the Devil clan was powerful and there were too many Devil envoys, our Haoranjan sect wouldn't have this idea. Even though Tianzong and Shenyu weren't afraid of them, they couldn't be at 2 places at once. Sharing the construction method of the creation spirit pool is also to cultivate more heavenly talents for the central planes. The Devil envoys of the Devil clan are all at the Supreme Master level. It's too difficult for Supreme Masters to appear. If we can't cultivate Supreme Masters in a short time, we can cultivate heavenly talents and King-level Masters. If the quality isn't enough, we can make up for it with quantity. If one person can't defeat them, we can send 100 or 200 people to besiege one person. I don't believe that we can't hold back those Devil envoys. But regarding sharing the construction method of the creation spirit pool, our Haoranjan sect has 2 plans. This is a fundamental method that can decide the fate of a force. Our Haoranjan sect plans to gather the resources of many forces within the territory of the Demon Killing Alliance to build 36 creation spirit pools. We'll cultivate outstanding heavenly talents for the central planes. However, the key part of the construction of the spirit pools will still be in the hands of our Haoranjan sect. When the time comes, we'll need your support. On the other hand, your Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands are on the same side as our Haoranjan sect. In order to ensure our influence and control over the central planes, our Haoranjan sect has decided to share the complete construction method of the spirit pools with you. As for the conditions, you can use all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures, spiritual herbs, and refining materials in exchange. How much do you think is appropriate? Yi Haoran explained his plans for the creation spirit pool. Then, he kicked the ball to the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters, allowing them to name their own prices. As for the 2 plans that Yi Haoran mentioned regarding the creation spirit pool, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Masters only thought about the first plan for a short while. Anyway, it wouldn't do them any harm. They could even use the resources of other forces to cultivate their own disciples. It was very cost-effective. What they really cared about was the second plan. They had to get their hands on the complete construction method of the creation spirit pool. After thinking about it for a while, the Sky Snow Sacred Master finally said, "Sect Master Yi, since the Haoranjan sect intends to help us, our Sky Snow Sacred Ground won't be unreasonable. After all, this method isn't something that can be bought just because one wants to. How about this? Our Sky Snow Sacred Ground must obtain the complete construction method of the creation spirit pool. Sect Master Yi, why don't you tell me what resources and materials are needed to build the creation spirit pool? Our Sky Snow Sacred Ground will use all the materials and resources that we have used for 30 years to purchase it. How about that?" After the Sky Snow Sacred Master finished speaking, the eyes of the other 9 Great Holy Masters, the Lingyun Hall Master, and the Kunlun sect master lit up. That's right. This method was the most suitable. At the same time, they all voiced out the same conditions. After hearing the Sky Snow Sacred Master's words, Yi Haoran also agreed in his heart. The construction of the creation spirit pool required a lot of natural treasures. Every year, it would also consume a lot of resources. Even with the current resources of the Haoranzhen sect, they still felt the pinch. Anyway, with a better creation spirit pool, they weren't afraid of surpassing the Haoranzhen sect. In this way, with the resources and materials provided by the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands, they could still build 2 more creation spirit pools. This was also pretty good. Chapter 203. The third watch is complete. Please collect and subscribe. Thank you, my dear friends. Thinking of this, Yi Haoran smiled and said, Sky Snow Holy Lord's words are reasonable, and the price you paid is also very appropriate. I will list out the heavenly treasures and materials needed to build the creation spirit pool, as well as the treasures that will be used when using it, and give it to everyone. I don't know if there is a key material like the creation spirit marrow in the treasury of your sect. If there isn't, you will still have to pay other prices to buy it from my Haoranzhen sect. This was natural. The Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Lords did not have any objections. After receiving the list of materials, the Lingyun Hall Master and the others could not wait to bid farewell to Yi Haoran. Then, they hurriedly returned to their respective sects to see if there were any complete resources in their treasury. The creation spirit marrow was one of the key materials to build the creation spirit pool. Yi Tianzong did not know if there was any in the profound spirit world. In any case, there was no such thing in the Haoranzhen sect or in the Penglai sect's treasury. This creation spirit marrow was obtained by Yi Tianzong from the Clear Sky sect in the previous world. According to the records of the Clear Sky sect, the creation of this creation spirit marrow required extremely harsh conditions, and only people who knew how to use the Clear Sky scripture could take it out in perfect condition. From Yi Tianzong's point of view, only people who had the power of a god or a saint could come into contact with the creation spirit marrow. Among the many worlds that Yi Tianzong had traveled through, he had only seen it in the previous world. The creation spirit pool was also something that Yi Tianzong came up with based on the way the Clear Sky sect trained their disciples in his previous world. 7 days later, the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Lords brought many people to the Haoranzhen sect. The Kunlun Sect Master said to Yi Haoran, Sect Master Yi, we have brought the materials, they are in the storage pouch. However, after comparing the list of materials, we found that there is no such thing as good fortune spirit marrow, so we want to buy some from your sect. After the Kunlun Sect Master finished speaking, the Lingyun Hall Master and 8 of the 10 Great Sacred Masters also said that they did not have a material like the spiritual essence of creation in their respective treasure vaults. They wanted to buy some from the Haoranzhen sect. The Lingyun Hall Master and the others did not suspect that the Haoranzhen sect was lying to them. After all, there was no need to do so. It was not a big deal to add some private goods to the list of materials. However, the Haoranzhen sect would not do such a disgraceful thing to lie about the key materials. Only the Sky Snow Saint Lord and the Ethereal Saint Lord spoke. They had the fortune spiritual marrow in their treasury, but it was too little. They hoped to purchase some from the Haoranzhen sect. Hearing the words of the Sky Snow Saint Lord and the Ethereal Saint Lord, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the other 8 Great Sacred Masters were all moved. They made up their minds to ask where the fortune spiritual marrow could be found in the future. Yi Haoran was also surprised by the words of the Sky Snow Saint Lord and the Ethereal Saint Lord. Yi Tianzong had told him about the origin of the fortune spiritual marrow. He originally thought that it did not exist in this world, so he came up with an excuse to use the Penglai sect as a scapegoat. He did not expect that it really existed, which made his words more believable. Yi Haoran asked the people of the 100 Herb Hall and the Spiritual Plant Hall to check the materials brought by the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Sacred Grounds. After confirming that there were no oversights, he said, "To be honest, our Haoranzhen sect does not know how the fortune spiritual marrow came about. The name was also given by Tianzong. In the past, We did not know when or who obtained it. No one knew what it was. Later on, Tianzong obtained some from the treasure vault of the Penglai sect. He guessed that it should have come from the deep sea of the boundless sea region. However, our Hao Ranjan sect does not have much fortune spiritual marrow. We still have to keep some for the 36 large-scale fortune spiritual ponds in the Demon-Killing Alliance's territory. Therefore, we can only sell 2 portions to each of you. After all, our Hao Ranjan sect also needs to keep some as a backup. So be it. It's better than nothing. They had also seen the amount of materials and various heavenly treasures needed to build the fortune spiritual ponds. There were really a lot of them. Building 1 fortune spiritual pond would at least empty 20% of the heavenly treasures of their respective factions. They would buy 2 portions and use 1 portion, leaving 1 portion as a backup. After all, they knew that the fortune spiritual marrow existed in this world. Was there a need to be afraid that they would not be able to find it in the future? After collecting enough materials and treasures, they would build another fortune spiritual pond. Of course, to be on the safe side, the Lingyun Hall Master and the others still asked Yi Tianzong to help them build the fortune spiritual pond even though they already had the method to build it. After all, if they did not succeed on the first try, all the heavenly treasures and materials that they had invested would be wasted. In particular, things like the fortune spiritual marrow were pitifully scarce and could not be found in a short period of time. There were also many other materials. The Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands only had a few portions in storage. If there was a mistake, the Lingyun Hall Master and the others would be heartbroken. After working hard for half a year, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands finally succeeded in building the fortune spiritual pond under the guidance and help of Yi Tianzong. They had also tested it. The fortune spiritual pond was very effective. It could completely help ordinary warriors cultivate special constitutions. Because of this, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands were even more diligent in finding the fortune spiritual marrow. 3 years later, because of the huge investment of resources, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands had successively produced a batch of outstanding disciples with powerful combat strength. According to the classification of the 1,000 Elephant Formation, they had reached the level of the stronger elites. At the same time, the Devil clan in the Celestial Devil Mountain range did not take any action. They did not take the initiative to attack the subleagues of the Devil-Slaying Alliance. In these 3 years, Yi Tianzong did not just sit there and do nothing. He did not swagger to attract the attention of the Devil clan like before. Instead, he secretly hid his aura and went to the center of the Celestial Devil Mountain range to investigate the situation. He did not find anything. The Devil clan was only recovering their strength. It seemed that they were carrying out some plan underground. However, Yi Tianzong could not sneak in quietly underground. He was not familiar with the place, so he simply did not continue to investigate. It was a good thing that there was no battle with the Devil-Slaying Alliance. Taking advantage of this peaceful time, it was convenient for him to carry out his plan to improve the strength of the Central Plains and cultivate more experts. 3 years after the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands built the Fortune Spiritual Pool, it was time for the Central Plains Heavenly Legends competition. All the leaders and outstanding disciples of the Central Plains gathered in Heavenly Legends City. After half a month of competition, the Heavenly Legends competition ended. The results of this Heavenly Legends competition were unacceptable to both the Human Clan and the Demon Clan in the Central Plains. This was because in this Heavenly Legends competition, except for 3 places in the top 100, the other 97 places were all occupied by the disciples of the Hao Ranjan sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands. The Hao Ranjan sect still occupied the first place with a total of 30 places. They took the first, third, 6th, and 7th places in the top 10. The remaining 67 places were divided among the disciples of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands. Even among the top 3,000 places, more than 70% were occupied by the disciples of the Hao Ranjan sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands. There was no under-the-table manipulation in the competition. It was completely fair and just to the greatest extent. However, it was because of this fairness that the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains could not accept it. Why was their most outstanding disciple so far behind the disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands? It did not make sense at all. The leaders of the human clan and the demon clan all stared at Yi Haoran, the Lingyun Hall master, the Kunlun sect master, and the 10 Great Holy Lords. Yi Haoran, the Lingyun Hall master, and the others did not look nervous at all. Their expressions were as calm as ever. Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward and tense, Yi Tianzong's voice rang in the ears of all the leaders of the various forces. "Come to the Alliance Hall. I have something to announce." No one dared to slight Yi Tianzong, who was recognized as an invincible master in the Central Plains. They all came to the demon-slaying Alliance Hall one after another. After everyone was seated, Yi Tianzong glanced at everyone in the hall indifferently. Everyone who was glanced at by Yi Tianzong's indifferent gaze felt as if they had been seen through. They felt as if they were ants, and a layer of cold sweat formed on their backs. After glancing at everyone, Yi Tianzong told everyone in the demon-slaying Alliance Hall why he had gathered them this time. After he finished talking about the creation spirit pool, all the leaders of the various forces in the Alliance Hall, regardless of whether they were from the human clan or the demon clan, lost their composure. All that was left was excitement. They finally knew why the disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect, the Lingyun Hall, and the other forces were so powerful. Chapter 204. I posted it a little late. For some reason, I couldn't access the author's account. With such a powerful cultivation method like the creation spirit pool, how could the disciples it nurture not be powerful? Regardless of whether it was the masters of the human race or the Yarrow race, they were all determined to build the creation spirit pool and fight for the most spots. Yi Tianzong looked at everyone's excited expressions and continued, "The method to build the creation spirit pool is something that I researched for many years. It's also a fundamental secret of the Hao Ranjun sect. I won't make it public. I plan to build 36 large-scale creation spirit pools within the Demon Killing Alliance's territory. Each creation spirit pool can support 3,000 people to cultivate at the same time. It opens once every 3 months. If any faction wants a spot for the creation spirit pool, they'll have to provide the resources and materials needed to build the creation spirit pool. They'll also have to share the resources used to cultivate. Whoever provided the most materials and resources would get more slots. Do any of you have any objections?" Sensing Yi Tianzong's unquestionable tone and gaze, the masters of the human and Yarrow races in the Central Plains immediately knew that it was impossible for them to obtain the method to build the creation spirit pool. If anyone didn't believe it and brought it up again, they probably wouldn't be able to walk out of the Alliance's main hall today. Yi Tianzong and the Hao Ranjun sect were both ruthless characters. They were ruthless to the demons, but they were equally ruthless to those who disobeyed them. Although it seemed impossible for them to obtain the method to build the creation spirit pool, they could still give their opinions on other aspects. The sacred lord of the Feather Sacred Land stood up and said respectfully to Yi Tianzong, "Alliance Master, we don't dare to ask for the method to build the creation spirit pool, but can we build more of them? After all, you've said that this is to nurture the experts of the Central Plains so that they can deal with the demon envoys. I believe that with the accumulation of the various factions in the Central Plains, we can build more creation spirit pools." After the sacred lord of the Feather Sacred Land finished speaking, many factions immediately agreed. They all had the same idea. If they could build more creation spirit pools, they would be able to obtain more spots. Yi Tianzong said non-committally, "I also want to build more creation spirit pools, but the conditions do not allow it. There is a very important material needed to build the creation spirit pool, and that is the creation spirit marrow. I found this material by chance, and there is not much of it in stock. It is only enough to build 36 creation spirit pools. If any of your forces have such materials, it's not impossible to build more. In a moment, I will send you the list of materials and resources needed to build the creation spirit pool. After you go back, carefully compare the resources in your collections to see if there are any corresponding materials." The quota for the creation spirit pool was based on the quantity and importance of the materials provided. I will help you build 50 spirit pools at most. You can come back in a month. After receiving the list of materials and resources, the leaders of the various forces all hurriedly returned to their respective forces and carefully checked their own treasuries one by one. A month later, the major forces of the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains returned to Heaven's Pride City. It had to be said that there were some lucky forces in this world. This was because the reorganized demon-killing alliance had absorbed all the third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate forces in the Central Plains. Therefore, these forces were also qualified to compete for the quota for the creation spirit pool. Most sacred grounds and super forces did not have the creation spirit marrow. They only had a small amount of it in stock. At most, it was enough to build 5 creation spirit pools. However, there were 2 small forces. One was the first-rate force, the 100 Flowers Palace, and the other was the third-rate force, the Luo Yi sect. No one knew where these 2 forces got their hands on the fortune spirit marrow, but they had enough to build 20 fortune spirit pools. However, the palace lord of the 100 Flower Palace and the sect lord of the Luo Yi sect were smart people. They knew that this amount of creation spirit marrow was definitely a death sentence for them. They simply did not have the strength to protect this creation spirit marrow. Fortunately, only a few people had seen it. After the 100 Flower Palace and the Luo Yi sect ordered their people to keep their mouths shut, the insiders of the 100 Flower Palace and the Luo Yi sect were on tenterhooks every day as they waited for the 1-month deadline to come. When the 1-month deadline was up, Princess 100 Flower and the Luo Yi sect's members forced themselves to remain calm as they arrived at Heaven's Pride City. When they saw that the majority of the lofty superpowers and sacred grounds did not have the creation spirit marrow, the 100 Flower Palace and the Luo Yi sect's members felt their hearts palpitate. The 100 Flower Palace's palace lord and sect master Luo Yi immediately felt as if they were holding a death sentence. They were so nervous that they could barely breathe. What should they do? This was a crucial material for the construction of the creation spirit pool. Even the various superpowers and sacred grounds did not have such an important item. Even if they did, they would only have a small portion of it. Yet, their own forces had so much creation spirit marrow. Wasn't this just suicide? How could they save their lives? The 100 Flower Palace's palace lord and sect master Luo Yi racked their brains for a solution. Keeping the creation spirit marrow a secret would be the stupidest thing to do. Sooner or later, it would be revealed. At that time, they would be dead for sure. If they handed it all over now, they might have a chance at survival. However, even if they handed it over, they would need to find a powerful backer. Otherwise, they would still die. The various major powers on the Central Plains had plenty of treasures. Even without including the weaker powers, just the materials and resources provided by the various superpowers and holy lands were enough to construct 200 fortune spirit pools. However, this was only 1/10 of what the various major powers had in their vaults. Inside the Demon-Killing Alliance's main hall, only the various superpowers and sacred grounds had the right to sit. Those below the level of superpowers did not have the right to sit in the main hall. Under the gazes of the various superpowers and sacred grounds experts, the 100 Flower Palace's palace lord nervously entered the main hall. She then mustered her courage and said to Yi Tianzong, who sat at the head of the hall, "I come from the 100 Flower Palace. My palace has the creation spirit marrow." Before she could finish speaking, the various superpowers and sacred grounds members in the main hall glared at the 100 Flower Palace's palace lord. Their eyes contained undisguised pressure, threat, and killing intent. The 100 Flower Palace's palace lord's delicate body immediately trembled as she sensed the powerful gazes and killing intent from all sides. The 100 Flower Palace's palace lord's face immediately turned pale. The quintessential essence in her body became chaotic, and her mind seemed to be under unbearable pressure. Under the boundless pressure, the 100 Flower Palace's palace lord, who only had Wu Zun's cultivation, discovered in despair that she could not even speak. "Continue speaking." Just as the 100 Flower Palace's palace lord despaired, Yi Tianzong's voice rang out, instantly breaking the boundless pressure from the various superpowers and sacred grounds experts. The 100 Flower Palace's palace lord, who felt as if she had just escaped death, did not dare to hesitate. Ignoring her somewhat wretched appearance and the chaotic quintessential essence in her body, she hurriedly said, "I'm willing to offer all of the creation spirit marrow unconditionally to the Alliance Master. I plead for the Alliance Master to protect my 100-flower palace from being massacred." Yi Tianzong raised his brows and looked at the 100-flower palace's palace lord. He immediately understood her intentions. He said to her calmly, "How much creation spirit marrow does your 100-flower palace have?" The 100-flower palace's palace lord replied uneasily, "It weighs about 500 kilograms." As soon as she finished speaking, she could sense the deep greed and killing intent in the eyes of the experts from the various superpowers and sacred grounds. This made her, who had just calmed down a little, even more terrified. "Don't you think it's too degrading to look at Wu Zun, who's from a first-rate force, with killing intent?" Yi Tianzong could not stand by and watch any longer. He snorted coldly, and his voice rang out like thunder in the hearts of the experts from the various major forces, berating them. Then, he looked at the 100-flower palace's palace lord, who was standing unsteadily, and said, "Heh, you're a sensible person. If you want to receive my protection, your creation spirit marrow is not enough. I still need to investigate whether your 100-flower palace has committed any heinous crimes. If you haven't, then your 100-flower palace will become a subsidiary force of the Hao Ranjin sect. Naturally, you will receive the protection of the Hao Ranjin sect. I'll give your 100-flower palace 5 spots. If I discover that your 100-flower palace has acted improperly, arrogantly, and despotically, I won't care about you no matter how much creation spirit marrow you offer. You can stand aside and wait." Then, as the 100-flower palace's palace lord looked relieved, Yi Tianzong sent a voice transmission to the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect to investigate the 100-flower palace. Yi Tianzong did not care about the expressions and feelings of the other people in the main hall. He instructed the forces who wanted to participate in the construction of the creation spirit pool to continue to come to the Alliance's main hall. Unsurprisingly, the sect master of the Luo Yi sect also used the same method as the 100-flower palace's palace lord. He offered more than 1,500 kilograms of creation spirit marrow to Yi Tianzong in exchange for Yi Tianzong's protection. Chapter 205. Please add it to your collection and subscribe. Please support me. Sect Master Luo Yi experienced the same thing as the sect master of the 100-flower palace. Because Sect Master Luo Yi was only at the Marquis Wu realm, he almost collapsed under the pressure and killing intent from the thousands of Wu Sheng realm experts in the Alliance's main hall. Yi Tianzong also accepted the spiritual essence of good fortune and sent people to gather information about the Luo Yi sect. For the Tiangang Pavilion, which had branches all over the Central Plains, it was very easy to gather information about the 100-flower palace and the Luo Yi sect. It didn't take long for Yi Tianzong to obtain information about the 100-flower palace and the Luo Yi sect. These two sects were quite good. They didn't bully or act arrogantly and domineeringly against weaker sects or ordinary people just because they were powerful. While the sect master of the 100-flower palace and sect master Luo Yi were nervous, Yi Tianzong announced in front of many major sects that he would protect these two sects. He also asked them to move their sects to the vicinity of the Hao Ranjin sect with the excuse that they were too far away. The sect master of the 100-flower palace and sect master Luo Yi naturally agreed with great joy. The Hao Ranjin sect didn't care about their little things. If they moved to the vicinity of the Hao Ranjin sect, their safety would be guaranteed. In the Central Plains, other than the demon race, no other sect dared to kill the Hao Ranjin sect's subordinate sects in the vicinity of the Hao Ranjin sect. This wasn't just because the Hao Ranjin sect was powerful. It was also because the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands had formed an alliance. Provoking the Hao Ranjin sect was equivalent to provoking the Hao Ranjin sect's camp. Who would dare to do such a thing? Under the threat of Yi Tianzong, the 100-flower palace and the Luo Yi sect offered more than 2,300 kilograms of spiritual essence of good fortune, each obtaining 5 spots each year. With the materials and resources provided by the major forces in the Central Plains, they finally decided to build 50 large-scale creation spirit pools, which would be distributed all over the Central Plains. As for the 50 creation spiritual ponds, According to the comparison of strength and the amount of materials and resources provided, 28 of the human clan and 22 of the demon clan would be built. These creation spiritual ponds were all controlled by the evil-slaying alliance to avoid any trouble, and they were evenly distributed throughout the Central Plains. Hao Ranjun sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands were naturally allocated some spots. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Yi Tianzong had built 50 creation spirit pools in the Central Plains. After Yi Tianzong finished setting up the creation spirit pool, he also used the materials provided by the major forces in the Central Plains to set up a 1,000-elephant formation in Tianjiao City to test one's combat level. It was similar to the 1,000-elephant formation in Hao Ranjun sect, but the highest level it could test was the king level. Because of the powerful effect of the creation spirit pool, according to the division of the 1,000-elephant formation, in the past 10 years, there had been an endless stream of elites and outstanding disciples in the Central Plains, but no king level had appeared. The genius disciples of the human clan, the demon clan, and the other major forces, as well as those first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate forces, had either cultivated special constitutions or their bloodlines had become stronger after a period of cultivation with the help of the creation spirit pool. All the participants' strength had increased greatly. The strength and aptitude of these outstanding juniors and disciples had increased greatly, and the strength of the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains had also increased steadily. They had more confidence in the demon clan. However, what puzzled all the forces in the Central Plains was that the demon clan had not made any moves despite the obvious changes in the Central Plains. They were still well behaved in the celestial Devil Mountain range. It was really hard to guess what they were doing. In the past 10 years, Yi Tianzong had secretly investigated the demon clan in the celestial Devil Mountain range again, and found that the demon clan was developing their strength honestly. For this reason, he even disguised himself as a member of the demon clan and specially captured a saint expert of the demon clan. He forcibly searched his soul, but he did not get any useful information. He only knew that this was the order of the demon envoy, who told the demon clan not to act rashly and to peacefully accumulate their strength. Yi Tianzong did not get any useful information. Even though he guessed that the demon clan might be planning some big conspiracy, he did not take the risk of going to the demon clan's underground base to inquire. Instead, he returned to the Hao Ranjun sect and continued to guide the disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect in cultivation, and to develop the strength of the Hao Ranjun sect. Through the soul search of the demon clan's experts, Yi Tianzong learned that the Abyss Demon Clan's underground base was thousands of miles deep. Not only was the underground space tens of millions of miles vast, but there were also countless passages leading in all directions. If one was not a top expert of the Abyss Demon Clan's 4 great royal clans, they would not know where the demon envoy was. Not to mention that the existence of at least a great emperor was suppressed in the depths of the underground. Although its strength was less than 100%, it was not something that Yi Tianzong could probe. If he rashly entered the depths of the underground, there was no telling what kind of situation he would encounter. Although Yi Tianzong had the Immortal Mansion as an escape route, if he was ambushed and did not have time to enter the Immortal Mansion, the consequences could be imagined. It was better to quietly develop his own forces on the surface. He would deal with whatever came his way. In the past 10 years, Yi Tianzong also spent countless natural treasures and materials to build the second Good Fortune Spirit Pool for the Hao Ranjun sect, as well as the Good Fortune Profound Pool. Building a Good Fortune Profound Pool consumed 10 times more natural treasures and various other resources than building a Good Fortune Spirit Pool. Furthermore, the Creation Profound Pool could only accommodate up to 50 people at the same time. It was only opened once a year, and every time it was opened, it would consume a lot of natural treasures. This caused the hearts of the entire righteous faction's upper echelons to throb as they felt their hearts ache. After spending countless resources and natural treasures, they finally saw the results. After using the Good Fortune Profound Pool, the most outstanding disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect, who had already reached the peak of the prodigy level, were finally reborn again. Their potential and physique levels had broken through again, and their combat strength had increased by several times. They had completely stepped into the threshold of the king level. The 1,000-elephant array was divided into 5 levels: ordinary, elite, prodigy, king, and supreme. The gap between each level became more and more obvious. For example, a martial artist at the peak of the elite level could deal with at least 5 to 6 martial artists at the peak of the ordinary level at the same time. A martial artist at the peak of the king level could deal with at least 15 martial artists at the peak of the prodigy level. For someone like Yi Tianzong, who had walked a certain distance in the supreme level, it would be easy for him to beat up dozens of martial artists at the peak of the king level. According to Yi Tianzong's understanding, unless it was someone who was born with a profound grade special physique, or someone who was extremely talented, stepping into the king level was the limit for most of Howren's disciples. Ordinary, elite, prodigy, king level, and supreme level. There was also a gap between each level. Yi Tianzong found it troublesome, so he did not make a detailed division. Even Yi Howren, Yi Tianzong, and the others, who had cultivated the heavens expanse mysterious scripture that Yi Tianzong had created by gathering the wisdom of countless prodigies from many worlds, and the essence of various cultivation methods and ancient books, as well as countless elixirs from Yi Tianzong, the support of various cultivation environments, and the occasional guidance from Yi Tianzong, had they not only reached the peak of the king level, but also could not break through the threshold of the supreme level. Among the 5 levels that Yi Tianzong had divided through the Thousand Elephant Formation, only those who had completely stepped into the supreme level could be considered to have broken free from the ranks of ordinary people in the myriad worlds. If one were to compare Ling Xinyu, the demon envoy, Yi Tianzong, and Xinyu, then it would be that Ling Xinyue's combat strength had just entered the first stage of the supreme level, the demon envoy was at the second stage of the supreme level, and Yi Tianzong and Xinyu had just entered the third stage of the supreme level. This was the general conclusion that Yi Tianzong came to after a series of comparisons. After all, there were countless prodigies in the myriad worlds. Among those powerful forces, those who were born with extraordinary talent had enjoyed far more resources than one could imagine. No one knew how powerful they were. Yi Tianzong could only make some rough divisions based on his own experience. Perhaps there were even stronger levels above the supreme level. With the creation mysterious pool, which was even more powerful than the creation spiritual pool, the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect were still firmly suppressing the other prodigies in the central plains. With the help of the creation spiritual pool, the outstanding prodigies of the central plains emerged one after another. The more outstanding a disciple was, the more conceited and arrogant they were, and no one was willing to submit to anyone. As a result, in addition to the prodigy competition that was held every 5 years, all over the central plains, once those outstanding disciples made any breakthroughs, they would not be able to bear the loneliness and would issue challenges everywhere. Today, the disciples of the various forces would challenge each other. Tomorrow, if I broke through and challenged you, I would immediately be beaten to a pulp. In particular, the disciples of the Howren sect, who had always been suppressing the disciples of the various forces in the central plains, would inevitably be challenged by all sides. After being molded by the creation spiritual pool, their combat strength had greatly increased, and the disciples of the other forces were bursting with confidence. They could not wait to fight the disciples of the Howren sect to prove that they were not weaker than anyone else. However, reality proved that the Great Master was still the Great Master. All the disciples of the various forces who came to challenge the Hao Ranjin sect returned in defeat. None of them won. The disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect were still suppressing the disciples of the various forces. Chapter 206. There was a power outage for 3 hours in the afternoon, and the power was only restored 10 minutes ago. Sorry for the delay, everyone. They had clearly been reborn, but in the end, they still couldn't defeat the disciples of Hao Ranjin sect. This result undoubtedly made the self-proclaimed heavenly sons of the various forces in the central plains feel very stifled and depressed. In fact, it wasn't just the disciples of Hao Ranjin sect. Even the disciples of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands lost more than they won. In fact, when they competed with the top disciples, they also returned empty-handed. In the Central Plains Heavenly Sons of Heaven competition that was held once every 5 years, Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands still occupied the top 13 places in the competition. This made the various forces in the Central Plains, who originally thought that they could rise to prominence, extremely depressed. After all, there was still no change in the rankings. Although they were very depressed, in any case, the strength of the various forces in the central plains was steadily increasing. There were more and more elites and heavenly sons of heaven experts. Just like this, another 10 years passed. Ever since Yi Tianzong publicly announced his presence in the central plains, 20 years had passed since the construction of the creation spirit pool. 20 years had passed. Because there was no battle with the Devil Clan, the central plains had been developing steadily. Under the catalysis of the creation spirit pool, the accumulation of hundreds of years in the past had resulted in an explosion of countless elites and heavenly sons of heaven experts. The overall strength of the various forces in the central plains had increased by at least 50%. As a heavenly son of heaven favored by heaven and earth, Hao Ranjun's sect's strength had increased even more. After 20 years of quiet development, the number of disciples had reached about 15 million. The overall strength of the sect had increased by at least 70%. Wu Sheng's level 9 experts had reached more than 700. Most of them had been molded by the creation spirit pool and the creation mysterious pool. Don't think that it was easy to cultivate to Wu Sheng's 9th heaven. Wu Sheng's full name was Celestial Wu Sheng. From Wu Zun to Wu Sheng, it was a process of transcendence. This step stopped 99% of the warriors in the entire central plains. There were many martial saint experts in those super forces and sacred grounds. A large portion of them had been accumulated since the ancient times. Those who could truly ascend from below the martial saint realm to the 9th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm within a few hundred years were all outstanding talents. The Hao Ranjun sect was able to have so many 9th heaven experts of Wu Sheng's 9th heaven, not only because of their extraordinary talents, but also because of many other reasons. This was something that could not be replicated. But no matter what, the current Hao Ranjun sect had reached the level of a super overlord in the central plains, whether it was the number of top experts or the strength of the middle and lower ranks. On the other hand, in the past 20 years, the Hao Ranjun sect and the mermaid race in the Boundless Sea had carried out deeper cooperation. The Hao Ranjun sect had built 10 large cities on the coast near the mermaid race to facilitate trade and cooperation between the two sides. Benefiting from the cooperation with the Hao Ranjun sect, and after obtaining countless pills, weapons, and other resources from the Hao Ranjun sect, the strength of the mermaid race had improved very rapidly. The number of experts in the race was constantly increasing. Originally, the mermaid race needed to work with the sea lion race to resist the pressure from the Dino-Suchu's race. However, after the great improvement in strength, the mermaid race was not too far away from the most powerful Dino-Suchu's race. The only thing they lacked was the number of top experts in the race. As long as the mermaid race was given another 30 years, it was believed that they would be able to contend with the Dino-Suchu's race as an equal. Just when everything was developing in a good direction, the Devil race, which had been lying low in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range, finally made a move. Around the Celestial Devil Mountain Range, there were 108 subleagues of the Devil-Killing Alliance. Each subleague was permanently garrisoned by the third-rate forces in the Central Plains. None of the warriors with status in the Devil-Killing Alliance was lower than the Wu-Ling realm. Those whose martial arts realm was lower than the Wu-Ling realm were not qualified to fight with the Devil race. Although the Devil race in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range had not made any moves in the past 20 years since the Devil-Killing Alliance was re-established, the major forces of the human race and the monster race, who already knew part of the Devil race's strength, did not lower their guard. They had always stationed powerful forces in the various subleagues of the Devil-Killing Alliance. As soon as the Devil race in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range moved out, they launched a fierce attack on the 108 subleagues of the Devil-Killing Alliance. The countless Devil race in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range were divided into 109 groups. The largest group of Devil race rushed to the main league of the Devil-Killing Alliance, which was 100,000 miles away from the Sky Demon Temple. The remaining 108 groups attacked the various subleagues respectively. The Devil-Killing Alliance, which had been monitoring the Devil race's movements, immediately activated all the defensive formations and defensive measures. Then, the news of the Devil race's attack spread throughout the Central Plains. When the major forces of the Central Plains received the news, they immediately sent out masters at the level of Wu Zun and Wu Sheng to support the devil-killing alliance. Warriors below the level of Wu Zun realm were also quickly gathered. Then, they sent their forces to the main league and sub-leagues of the devil-killing alliance on a large scale through the teleportation formations. During the more than 20 years of stable development, the forces of the Central Plains did not just quietly develop their strength. The Haoranzhan sect directly sold the short-distance, medium-distance, and long-distance teleportation formations to all the super forces and holy lands of the human race and the monster race in the Central Plains. The Haoranzhan sect firmly grasped some of the core materials needed to set up the teleportation formations and sold the core materials to all the major forces. In this way, not only did the Haoranzhan sect obtain unimaginable wealth and resources, but the number and density of the teleportation formations in the Central Plains also greatly increased. Every superforce and Holy Land had set up a teleportation formation that led to the main league and sub-leagues of the Devil-Killing Alliance. This was so that they could support the Devil-Killing Alliance as quickly as possible and resist the Devil race when they fought against them. During the more than 20 years of peace, the Devil race's strength had also increased. The Devil race's high-level battle force that had been killed by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu had also recovered a lot in the past 20 years. Therefore, the Devil race's attack was very powerful and fierce. If the Devil-Killing Alliance's sub-leagues and the main league had not been vigilant and had not activated all their defensive measures, and if the major forces had not supported them in time, they would not have been able to resist the Devil race's powerful attack. This time, the Devil race's all-out attack had a total of 56 Devil envoys participating in the battle. 10 Devil envoys had attacked the main league of the Devil-Killing Alliance. Moreover, among the Devil race's forces, there was a considerable number of Devil race members who had tyrannical auras and surging Devil chi. They were much more powerful than ordinary Devil race members. 10 Devil envoys had attacked the main league of the Devil-Killing Alliance. If the major forces of the Central Plains had not spent a lot of effort in these past few years to set up 10 layers of defensive formations around the main league of the Devil-Killing Alliance, the Devil-Killing Alliance would have been broken through by the Devil race before the major forces could support them. Chapter 207. I'm a little stuck today, so I've written this much. Tomorrow, I'll try to write 3 chapters. Please support me. When Yi Tianzong received the news of the demon race's attack, he immediately set off for the Demon-Killing Alliance's headquarters with Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu. As for the follow-up support, Yi Haoran and the other higher-ups of the Haoranzhan sect would take care of it. Yi Tianzong didn't need to worry about it. When they arrived at the Demon-Killing Alliance's headquarters through the Super Teleportation Formation, 7 of the 10 layers of the defensive formation, which the major forces had spent a lot of effort to set up, had already been destroyed by the 10 demon envoys and countless demon saints. Only the 3 layers of formations set up by the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the Haoranzhan sect were left. After more than 20 years, the demon race's attacking methods had also become stronger. Yi Tianzong looked over and saw that the demon race attacking the defensive formation had been divided into 10 teams. Each demon envoys led numerous demon saints and formed an attacking formation. With the combined power of the demon envoys and countless demon race, every attack was earth-shattering and unstoppable. It was no wonder that the 7 layers of the defensive formation had been destroyed in such a short time. After Yi Tianzong arrived at the Demon-Killing Alliance's headquarters, he didn't immediately appear in front of the demon race. More than 20 years ago, Yi Tianzong, Xin Yu and Shun Yu had wreaked havoc in the demonic mountain range. Yi Tianzong did not believe that the demon clan would not be on guard against him. Since they knew that he might have a trump card that could restrain them, but they still dared to attack the Demon-Killing Alliance headquarters, they must have something to rely on. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu hid their auras and figures, and just watched the 2 layers of formations. The last layer of the defensive formation was also on the verge of collapse under the continuous attacks of the demon race. During this time, the demon race's experts from the major forces of the Central Plains, such as Wu Sheng and Wu Zun, also quickly arrived. The experts from Haoranzhan sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and Wu Sheng from the 10 Holy Lands also arrived one after another. After the powerhouses of the various large influences arrived, they saw the 10 demon envoys outside the array formation leading their forces. Adding on the fact that Yi Tianzong was nowhere to be seen, their hearts couldn't help but sink to the bottom. More and more powerful warriors were still arriving. Wu Sheng's 7th layer, 8th layer, and 9th layer of the Wu Sheng sect had already reached more than 100,000 people. Under the anxious and heavy gazes of all the powerhouses, the demon race finally broke through the last layer of the defensive formation. The head-on battle was a foregone conclusion. Now, Yi Tianzong's eyes flashed with a bright light. Then, he flew to the front of the demons while maintaining his concealed state. He directly took out a divine purification talisman and crushed it. The 10 demon envoys and the demon race's experts, who had broken through all the defensive formations of the demon-killing alliance, didn't even have time to rejoice before they saw the divine purification light, which had once made them feel fear and despair. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. After the divine purification talisman was crushed, the divine purification ring instantly spread to an area of 10,000 miles. Within 10,000 miles, all the demon race's experts were instantly annihilated by the divine purification light. Only 10 drops of demon blood were left. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone in the demon-killing alliance. They originally thought that since Yi Tianzong wasn't here, they would have to fight the demon race's experts and demon envoys head-on. They didn't expect that all the demon envoys and demon race's experts would disappear in an instant. After waving his hand and collecting the 10 drops of demon blood, Yi Tianzong's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yi Tianzong casually waved his hand and sent out dozens of sword qi that could destroy everything, instantly killing some of the demon-killing alliance's experts. These people were the ones who had mocked and ridiculed the Hao Ranzhen sect before Yi Tianzong appeared. They had called Yi Tianzong a coward and a coward. Yi Tianzong naturally wouldn't tolerate these people. He didn't care about what other people thought and directly killed them with thunderous means. These people didn't expect that Yi Tianzong would ignore the situation and directly attack them without saying a word. They couldn't resist Yi Tianzong's sword qi attack and were all killed by Yi Tianzong. Reckless idiots, how dare you talk nonsense about me? You can deal with the rest of the demon race. I'm going to the other sub-leagues. Those demon envoys are not people you can deal with. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he directly went to the other sub-leagues with Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu through the teleportation formation. The experts of the demon-killing alliance's main league all heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yi Tianzong and the other two disappear through the teleportation formation. Among these experts who had rushed over from the various factions, there were many who had been molded by the creation spirit pool. They had been reborn and their strength had greatly increased. These people were many times stronger than ordinary warriors and were undoubtedly proud. The dozens of Wu Sheng's 7th or 8th heavenly layer cultivators who had been casually killed by Yi Tianzong were all people whose strength had greatly increased after going through the creation spirit pool. When they became stronger, they naturally became more arrogant and unbridled. As a result, they had spoken without thinking and ridiculed Yi Tianzong. In the end, they had been casually killed by Yi Tianzong. At the same time, they had fiercely intimidated the others. Don't think that with the help of the creation spirit pool, you can be arrogant and ignorant just because your strength has greatly increased. How dare you talk nonsense about Yi Tianzong? Regardless of what the people of the demon-killing alliance's main league were thinking, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu had already arrived at the nearest sub-league through the teleportation formation. At this moment, this sub-league was also under attack by the demon race. A demon envoys led 100,000 saint-level demon race experts to form an attack formation that could gather power. They were fiercely attacking the sub-league's last layer of defense formation. After Yi Tianzong and the other two arrived, they also adopted the plan of concealing their auras and figures. After the demon envoys led the demon race experts to break through the sub-league's defense formation, they disbanded the attack formation and fought with the people of the demon-killing alliance. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu directly launched a sneak attack on the demon envoys who were fighting with the experts of the demon-killing alliance. How could a demon envoys withstand the joint attack of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu? In just a few moves, they were killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two. After casually killing a few saint-level demon race experts, Yi Tianzong said to the people of the Demon Killing Alliance's subleague, "The demon envoys are dead. You guys deal with the rest of the demon race. I still have to go to the other subleagues." Yi Tianzong and the other two continued to move towards the other subleagues. This time, they split up and each of them went to a subleague. Ling Xinyu had spent most of her time in the Immortal Mansion in the past 20 years. She had tempered herself in all kinds of extreme environments. Now, she was firmly standing at the first stage of the Supreme Realm. Even if she was not a match for a demon envoys, she could still have a good fight with them. With the purification talisman and other means that Yi Tianzong had given her, at least her life would not be in danger. Yi Tianzong and the other two went to the subleagues of the Demon Killing Alliance to deal with the demon envoys of the demon race. Although the strength of the Central Plains had increased a lot in the past 20 years, and there were many elite and Heaven's Pride level experts, for the demon envoys, no one could stop them unless they were besieged by hundreds of Heaven's Pride level experts. This time, the demon race had launched an all-out war with the Demon Killing Alliance. Although Yi Tianzong did not know the situation of the war, from the lineup of the demon race's attack on the main league and subleagues, besides the demon envoys, there were also many powerful experts of the demon race. After more than 20 years of secret development, no one knew how much power the demon race had accumulated. Even if they had the support of the major forces of the Central Plains, they might not be a match for the demon race. This war was destined to be a very difficult one from the beginning. Chapter 208. Through the teleportation formation, Yi Tianzong once again arrived at the encampment of another sub-alliance. He scanned the surrounding area with his soul and found that this sub-alliance had not been attacked by the demon envoys. Currently, the people of this sub-alliance, as well as the reinforcements from other major powers, were fighting the demon race head-on. Yi Tianzong activated his soul power and instantly attacked several hundred demon race saint-level experts. Those demon race experts who had been attacked by Yi Tianzong's soul power were originally fighting fiercely with the people of the Demon Killing Alliance. Suddenly, their vision turned black, and then an indescribable pain filled their minds. They could no longer focus on fighting the Demon Killing Alliance experts. Seeing this, the people of the Demon Killing Alliance naturally would not let go of such a favorable opportunity. They all used their most powerful attacks to rain down on those demon race experts. It did not take long for them to eliminate several hundred demon race saint-level experts. After activating his soul power to attack several hundred demon race experts again, Yi Tianzong did not stop. He directly rushed to the next sub-alliance through the teleportation formation. Similar to Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu rushed to the other sub-alliances of the Demon Killing Alliance. When they did not encounter the demon envoys attacking the other sub-alliances, they conveniently helped those people. However, the two of them did not have powerful soul power like Yi Tianzong. Instead, they directly wielded their divine swords and sent out countless powerful sword qi to injure many demon race experts. Then, without looking back, they rushed to the next sub-alliance. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu went around putting out fires. They went to one sub-alliance of the Demon Killing Alliance after another. The experts of the major powers of the Central Plains also gradually rushed to the various sub-alliances and the main alliance of the Demon Killing Alliance. Benefiting from the rapid growth of the major powers of the Central Plains in recent years, although the Demon Killing Alliance was at a disadvantage in the battle against the demon race, they were still able to barely resist the demon race's attacks. After hiding his figure and aura to sneak attack and kill another demon envoy, Yi Tianzong wielded the boundless godly sword and sent out waves of Howran Annihilation Sword Qi that could destroy all things. He directly killed a large number of demon race saint-level experts. Then, he took the teleportation formation to the next sub-alliance. In fact, what Yi Tianzong did not know was that what he did was a lucky hit. He did not allow the demon race's plan to deal with him to be of any use. In fact, the reason why the demon race divided into 109 forces at the same time and attacked the main alliance and sub-alliance of the Demon Killing Alliance was to prevent Yi Tianzong and Xinyu from attacking the main alliance. Not only that, the demons also used the blood and resentment of the countless living beings they had slaughtered to create hundreds of nefarious blood crystals. Each of the nefarious blood crystals contained an immense amount of fiendish power. Not even a first firmament godmyth expert would want to face them. As long as Yi Tianzong appeared, those demon envoys would not hesitate to detonate the demon envoys. However, demon envoys did not expect that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu would use the tactic of hiding their figures and auras to sneak attack. In demon envoys' original plan, as long as Yi Tianzong and Xunyu appeared, they would immediately detonate the demon envoys' blood crystals. Then, they would gather all their forces to attack the demon-killing alliance. Even if they did not have time to detonate the demon envoys' blood crystals, they would try to use up all of Yi Tianzong's trump cards to deal with demon envoys. If Yi Tianzong and Shun Yu did not appear, then they would completely destroy the attacking sub-alliances of the demon-killing alliance. However, demon envoys did not expect that all the sub-alliances and the main alliance of the demon-killing alliance had at least 5 layers of defensive formations set up by the major forces of the Central Plains. The main alliance even had 10 layers of defensive formations. It was not worth it to detonate the evil blood crystals that they had worked so hard to refine for the sake of these defensive formations. They could only slowly break through these formations. This would give the major forces of the Central Plains a chance to send reinforcements. It would also give Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu more time. Furthermore, Yi Tianzong and the other two had concealed their figures and auras. They did not fight them head-on, but instead used sneak attacks. Thus, Demon Envoy's plan was ruined. If they could not see them, no matter how prepared they were, it would be useless. As for the Traceless Void, the secret technique to conceal one's aura and figure, it was created by Yi Tianzong and Xinyu in the Immortal Mansion. They combined the secret techniques of the Heaven's Expanse mysterious scripture and some of Xunyu's fragmented memories. They spent 2 years to create it. After using the Traceless Void secret technique, one's entire body would become one with the surrounding space, and there would be no aura or traces left behind. If a 9th Heaven Wu Sheng expert used the Traceless Void secret technique, even a Myth Realm expert would have a hard time discovering them. Thus, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu were able to succeed every time they used the Traceless Void secret technique to sneak attack the demon envoys. Yi Tianzong had long since guessed that the demon envoys had some tricks up their sleeves. After he concealed his aura and caught a 9th Heaven Wu Sheng expert from the Azura clan, he forcefully searched his soul and finally found out about the existence of the nefarious blood crystal. After finding out about the nefarious blood crystal, Yi Tianzong became somewhat anxious. He was afraid that Ling Xinyu and Xun Yu would be in danger. He slapped his head in annoyance. If he had known this would happen, he would not have separated. If he had received this information before they separated, he would not have been in such a passive situation. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong had given each of them 10 divine purification talismans, which should be enough to ensure their safety. Feeling somewhat anxious, Yi Tianzong increased the speed at which he went to the various subguilds. Every time he arrived at a subguild of the demon-killing alliance, Yi Tianzong would conceal his aura and body, and use his soul to scan the surroundings. Then, he would find the strongest demon envoys and directly kill them. Through the soul search, Yi Tianzong found out that the demon envoys had brought a total of 109 nefarious blood crystals. They were in the hands of the strongest demon envoys who were attacking the demon-killing alliance. Every time Yi Tianzong arrived at a subguild of the demon-killing alliance, he would immediately kill the strongest demon envoys. He did not have the time to care about the rest of the demon envoys. He constantly rushed between the subguilds of the demon-killing alliance. After a day, Yi Tianzong finally met up with Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. Seeing the two pale and tired people, Yi Tianzong let out a long sigh of relief. Hugging the two of them in his arms, Yi Tianzong said, "It's good that you're fine." Yi Tianzong asked the two of them about their experiences. The thing that he was worried about finally happened. Ling Xinyu and Xun Yu both encountered 6 demon envoys. During the battle with the demon envoys, Ling Xinyue's strength was slightly lower than the demon envoys. Although she had the advantage of sneak attacks, she still gave the demon envoys the opportunity to detonate the nefarious blood crystals. Fortunately, Ling Xinyu was also very alert. She crushed the divine purification talisman almost at the same time as the demon envoys. In this way, The divine purification talisman and the nefarious blood crystals cancelled each other out. The remaining power of the divine purification talisman heavily injured the demon envoys again. At the same time, it also killed a few demon envoys. After this experience, Ling Xinyu became more vigilant. When she encountered the demon envoy again, she didn't try to show off her ability and fight the demon envoy. Instead, she directly crushed the divine purification talisman and killed a large number of demon race experts. The 6 demon envoys that Xinyu encountered relied on the traceless void to heavily injure them. She did not give them any time to react and directly attacked them. Before they could detonate the nefarious blood crystals, they were killed by Xinyu. However, she still crushed 3 divine purification talismans and helped 3 sub-guilds that had been heavily injured. Chapter 209. Yi Tianzong told Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu about the evil blood crystal. Then, he said, "I've already killed 13 demon envoys. In addition to the demon envoys that you and the main alliance killed, there are now 35 of them. There are still 36 sub-alliances that I haven't gone to. I don't know what the situation is like. This time, we'll split into 2 groups. Xinyu, you'll be safer with Xinyu. I'll go alone, so I'll take as many as I can. Hopefully, the people from the various large factions will be able to stall for time until we arrive. Be careful, I'll go first." After warning them, Yi Tianzong separated from the 2 of them again and hurriedly rushed towards the other demon-killing alliance sub-alliances. After Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu saw Yi Tianzong disappear, they did not hesitate and also quickly rushed towards the other demon-killing alliance sub-alliances. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 spent a day going to more than 70 demon-killing alliance sub-alliances without stopping. Fortunately, because of the creation spirit pool, the various large factions in the Central Plains had countless elites and geniuses. With these experts who had been reborn in the creation spirit pool, the demon envoys were firmly held back. Although the casualties were disastrous, it gave Yi Tianzong and the other 2 time an opportunity to provide support. Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu were together. After giving them another 10 divine purification talismans, Yi Tianzong let go of the worries in his heart and went to provide support to the various sub-alliances. Yi Tianzong already knew how many devil envoys the main league and all the sub-leagues of the demon-killing alliance had sent out from the main league and the sub-leagues. There were a total of 56 devil envoys in total. The 56 demon envoys had split up and led the demon race to attack the demon-killing alliance. This was what Yi Tianzong was most worried about. Since it had already happened, the only thing Yi Tianzong and Shun Yu could do was do their best to provide support to all the sub-alliances of the demon-killing alliance. Fortunately, because of Yi Tianzong's careful planning, they were able to eliminate most of the danger because of the attack on the demon-killing alliance headquarters, which was the most powerful force of the demon clan. This allowed the main alliance to send at least half of their forces to support the various sub-alliances. As for the demon-killing alliance sub-alliances that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu had already passed through, because of the 3's intervention, the pressure was reduced by a lot and the situation stabilized. After killing another demon envoys with a sneak attack, Yi Tianzong looked at the heavy casualties of the sub-alliances and helplessly sighed in his heart. Because he couldn't split himself up, even though he was quickly providing support, this was a relatively important sub-alliance. Because the demon envoys had led the demon race to attack for a long time, the experts of the sub-alliances were frantically using their power to maintain the Howran Big Dipper formation set up by the Howranjan sect. The demon envoys had gone crazy and detonated the evil blood crystal. By the time Yi Tianzong arrived, more than half of the sub-alliances of the demon-killing alliance had already been destroyed. Although there was the protection of the formation, 60 to 70% of the martial artists that came to support the sub-alliances were either dead or injured. Blood flowed like a river. Fortunately, the evil blood crystal was not like Yi Tianzong's purification talisman. Once it was detonated, it would not differentiate between friend and foe. After detonating the evil blood crystal, the demon race also suffered great losses. Yi Tianzong wielded the boundless divine sword and unleashed tens of thousands of sharp sword chis, each of which was hundreds of meters long. The sword chis formed a huge sword net that directly wiped out over 1,000 demon saints within a radius of 10,000 miles. Then, He turned around and stood in mid-air. The aura around his body increased dramatically, and the boundless magic power in his body roared and surged, disappearing rapidly. Then, an emerald green light that was full of vitality burst out from Yi Tianzong's body. In a short time, it filled the space within 1,000 miles. Then, it turned into countless green raindrops and fell on all the Demon-Killing Alliance members within the 1,000 miles. Under the effect of these green raindrops, the Demon-Killing Alliance members who were injured by the demon race's attack almost all recovered from their minor injuries. Those who were seriously injured also stopped their injuries from worsening. Those who were not injured also recovered some of their magic power or true yuan because of these green raindrops. The life force rain technique was a secret technique from the boundless divine scripture that was used to heal injuries and restore magic power in a large area. When Yi Tianzong used the life force rain technique, he would consume his own magic power and transform it into a rich life force energy to help others heal their injuries or restore their magic power. Depending on the area covered by the life force rain technique, the amount of magic power consumed would vary. To cover 1,000 miles at once, Yi Tianzong consumed at least 30% of his magic power. Yi Tianzong swallowed the elixir to recover his Dharma power and cast the life rain technique 3 times in a row in this subleague. Then, under the grateful gazes of the survivors of the subleague, he left for the next subleague of the Demon-Killing Alliance without looking back. After spending a night, Yi Tianzong once again met up with Ling Shenyu and Shenyu. After the 3 of them met up, they told each other about the situation. Yi Tianzong sighed and said, "We were still too late. The last 36 demon envoys were killed, but 19 of them were completely razed to the ground. The demon race that destroyed the demon race retreated to the demonic mountain range early on, and we didn't see any traces of the demon race. As for the remaining 17 demon envoys, apart from 3 that still have half of their strength left, the other 14 have all suffered disastrous losses. They only have less than 20% of their strength left. The demon race's all-out attack this time really caught us unprepared. Let's go back to the Demon-Killing Alliance to understand the overall situation." Yi Tianzong, Ling Shenyu, and Shenyu returned to the Demon-Killing Alliance's Demon-Killing Alliance through the teleportation formation. At this time, in the Demon-Killing Alliance's Demon-Killing Alliance, the leaders of the major forces from the Central Plains were all gathered in the Alliance Hall. They all had heavy expressions as they discussed the losses of the Demon-Killing Alliance after a day and night of fighting with the demon race. After Yi Tianzong and the other 2 arrived at the Alliance Hall, they didn't greet the crowd and directly sat on the Alliance Master's seat. Ling Shenyu and Shenyu stood on either side of Yi Tianzong. Looking at the crowd below, Yi Tianzong said, "Tell me about the losses of the Alliance. I've been outside all this time, so I don't know the details." Sacred Master Xiaoyaro stood up and said, "This time, the Demon Clan is attacking our Demon-Killing Alliance with 56 demon envoys. After a day and night of fighting, the Devil Clan finally retreated. However, this time, the Devil Clan had something that we didn't know about. Once it was detonated, it would produce a terrifying destructive power. As a result, our Devil-Slaying Alliance's 19 subguilds were completely destroyed. Of the remaining 89 subguilds, 26 were left with less than 20% of their original strength, while the rest were left with at most 50% of their original strength. Because the Alliance Master eliminated the demon envoys and most of the demon race experts who came to attack at the first moment, the Alliance Master preserved the most strength. Fortunately, the Alliance Master was able to support the various sub-alliances. Otherwise, even more sub-alliances would have been destroyed." Chapter 210. Yi Tianzong nodded and said, "This time, the demon race launched an all-out attack. There were a total of 56 demon envoys. Even though New Moon, Shenyu, and I went as fast as we could to reinforce them, we only managed to kill 41 demon envoys. As for the terrifying thing that the demon race detonated, I once captured a high-level Azura demon clan member and searched his soul. I learned that the demon race detonated an evil blood crystal. The evil blood crystal is condensed from the blood and resentment of countless creatures slaughtered by the demon envoys over a long period of time. It's very powerful, but it can't distinguish between friend and foe. The devil race took advantage of the weakness of the 3 of us, which is why they were able to destroy so many subguilds. Yi Tianzong paused for a moment and continued, "In this battle with the demon envoys, our demon-killing alliance has lost a lot of strength. The next step is to replenish our strength as soon as possible. If there are too many subleagues, it's easy to disperse our strength. I suggest we reduce the number of subleagues. Also, it's too passive to stay in the periphery of the Celestial Devil Mountain range. In this way, we can only wait for the demon envoys to attack. I think we should take the initiative to attack. It doesn't matter if the demon envoys hide in the Celestial Devil Mountain range. Now, every sect has a flaming pearl. In fact, the flaming pearl is just a simplified version of the exploding flame pearl. 7 days later, all the forces will come to our Hao Ranzhen sect to trade the method of making the exploding flame pearl. A single exploding flame pearl is enough to kill a warrior in the Martial King realm. With the exploding flame pearl, when we attack the Celestial Devil Mountain range, we will adopt the strategy of advancing step by step and compressing the living space of the Devil Clan. It will be much better than waiting for the Devil Clan to attack us." When they heard that Yi Tianzong agreed to trade the method of making the exploding flame pearl with the Hao Ranzhen sect, the eyes of all the experts present lit up. This was good news for them. They had all seen the power of the exploding flame pearl. Naturally, they knew that as long as they had the exploding flame pearl, they could definitely cause a lot of damage to the demon envoys when they attacked the Celestial Devil Mountain range. As for taking the initiative to attack the Celestial Devil Mountain range, none of the leaders present were fools. They knew that this was a strategy to get rid of the passive situation. Fighting in the demon envoys' territory would gradually reduce the demon envoys' living space and make the best use of their advantages. Otherwise, how many forces would be able to fight the demon envoys could passively wait for the demon envoys? After discussing in detail what was going to happen next, the third-rate forces in the Central Plains, regardless of whether they were from the human clan or the demon clan, once again mobilized their forces to reinforce the demon-killing alliance. This was the demon envoys were the demon envoys of the demon envoys alliance. And the strength of this way, the envoys of, the strength of the demon envoys. After the various major powers purchased the explosive flame pearls production method from Righteous Orthodoxy, they hurriedly began mass-producing the pearls. And, envoys, they were. And envoys, Yi, had the flame could envoys. The flame could envoys. The flame could envoys under the third heaven of Wu Sheng. After consulting Yi Tianzong, the Hao Ranzhen sect's people developed the flame could envoys. The flame could envoys. The flame could envoys. The flame could envoys. They needed to be at least at the sixth heaven of Wu Sheng. It had been 10 years since the flame could envoys. Even with the resources and talents of the Hao Ranzhen sect, they could only make 10 flame could envoys a day. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, the Central Plains recruited disciples on a large scale. While replenishing the strength of the killing demon envoys, they also sped up the production of the flame could envoys. After a year of preparation, the killing demon envoy's strength was finally replenished. It was even stronger than when there were 108 sub-alliances. After all the preparations were completed, the killing demon envoys and the main alliance launched an all-out attack on the Celestial Devil Mountain range. The demon-killing alliance adopted a step-by-step strategy. Along the way, they used fiery beads and explosive flame beads to pave the way. The vegetation and small mountains in the Celestial Devil Mountain range were all razed to the ground to ensure that there was no place for the demons to hide. Wherever the killing demon envoys went, all the demon envoys they saw were wiped out. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu stayed in the killing demon envoys' main alliance and led the way. Along the way, Yi Tianzong concentrated the power of his divine soul to check the situation 30 miles underground. He wanted to make sure there were no demon envoys. The killing demon envoys were not in a hurry to advance. Instead, they maintained a distance of 1,000 miles every day. In any case, warriors who cultivated to the Marquis Wu realm no longer needed food. Moreover, almost everyone in the killing demon envoys carried a storage bag with all the necessities inside. The warriors of Wu Ling and Wu Zongjing also carried food with them. They would not starve. The demon envoys in the Celestial Devil Mountain range probably did not expect that the killing demon envoys would take the initiative to attack. Even if they had made some corresponding preparations, under the attack of the endless flame-cod envoys and flame-cod envoys, the demon envoys kept retreating. They could not resist the killing demon envoys' attacks. The killing demon envoys maintained a speed of 1,000 miles per day. They maintained a neat offensive formation along the way. They were like a mighty and surging torrent, carrying an unstoppable momentum. They crushed everything in their way and firmly controlled the areas they had occupied. After attacking for a month, the 73 teams of the Demon Killing Alliance had advanced 30,000 miles before they stopped. After stopping, the major forces of the Central Plains mobilized all the warriors below the Wu Ling realm in the Central Plains to build cities in the areas they had occupied in the Celestial Devil Mountain range. According to the layout of the major forces, every 1,000 miles in the areas they had occupied, they built 4 medium-sized cities that could house 1 million people according to the layout of the Four Symbols formation. Every 10,000 miles, they built 4 large cities that could house 10 million people. Moreover, every city was deployed with a defensive formation. Defensive formation patterns were carved on the city walls. Every 4 adjacent cities could also form a Four Symbols formation. Even the ground where every city was located was set up with an early warning formation, a sturdy formation, and a shockproof formation. This time, all the forces of the Central Plains were going all out. They were going to fight the demon envoys to the death. They had used almost all their resources and trump cards. As long as a city was completed, the low-level warriors and demonic beasts of the human clan and the demon clan would immediately move in. After more than 90% of the warriors in the Central Plains had been mobilized, the cities in the areas they had occupied were quickly completed. They joined together to form a tight and solid defense line. After a month, after the rear was stabilized, the killing demon envoys' army continued to attack the Celestial Devil Mountain range. This time, the killing demon envoys had been prepared for the demon envoys when they attacked the Celestial Devil Mountain range. Therefore, in every army of the killing demon envoys, those powerful warriors of the 9th heaven of the Wu Sheng realm practiced the combined attack formation every day. This was to ensure that when the demon envoys appeared, they would be able to block and delay the demon envoys and wait for the support of Yi Tianzong, Shen Yu, and Ling Shen Yu. In addition, the powerful forbidden weapons and divine talismans made by the myth realm masters of the major forces were also prepared at any time. After a month of rest, the killing demon envoys waited for the rear to stabilize. This also gave the demon envoys a month to mobilize their troops and gather their strength. However, the killing demon envoys did not care. There was a steady stream of war weapons and materials arriving at the rear. The killing demon envoys were not afraid of fighting the demon envoys head-on. Chapter 2:11. The Demon Killing Alliance had gathered more than 80% of the forces in the Central Plains to attack the Celestial Devil Mountain range. None of the members of the Demon Killing Alliance had a cultivation base lower than Wu Ling's. Even the members who had reached Wu Ling's level were the best in their respective forces. All the martial spirit realm warriors in the Central Plains who were below the martial spirit realm, and even those who weren't members of the Alliance, were called upon by all the forces of the Human Clan and the Demon Clan. They accepted missions from the Warrior Hiring Guild and joined the Demon Slayer Alliance to stabilize the rear. In addition to the Exorcist Alliance's main union, which had a super lineup of 3.6 billion warriors, the other 72 subunions each had a super lineup of 3 billion warriors. In total, nearly 220 billion warriors were sweeping the demon race in the Celestial Devil Mountain range from all directions. After being caught off guard by the demon race a year ago, all the forces in the Central Plains didn't plan to waste so much time with the demon race. They were determined to fight the demon race as soon as possible. They couldn't let the demon race continue to occupy such a vast area like the Celestial Devil Mountain range. With the support of the entire Central Plains, the Demon Killing Alliance's army didn't have anything to worry about. After they set off, they continued to advance slowly and steadily. Along the way, the martial sages explored the path in the sky, while the Demon Killing Alliance's army used the flaming beads and exploding flame beads to open up a path. Any trees, vegetation, mountains, or traps that stood in the way of the army, were rendered useless under the crushing attacks of the Alliance army. Everywhere they passed was razed to the ground, even if the celestial Devil mountain range was completely destroyed. They couldn't let the demon race occupy it. The demon-killing Alliance army's crushing attack made the demon race in the celestial Devil mountain range unable to sit still. After gathering countless demon race members, they also divided into 73 forces to block the demon-killing Alliance's attack. After the demon-killing Alliance army continued to advance for thousands of miles, they faced the demon race army head-on. The two sides didn't communicate at all. All communication was superfluous, and they directly started to fight. Facing the countless demons, the demon-killing Alliance's army formed a 10,000-man attack formation. Then, they used the exploding flame beads to open a path and engaged in close combat with the demons. Wu Ling, Wu Zong, and Marquis Wu were fighting on the ground, while King Wu, Wu Zun, and Wu Sheng were fighting in the sky. On the ground, in the demon-killing Alliance's army, the 10,000-man attacking camps and the demon army's army were engaged in a brutal battle of life and death on the 100,000-mile-long battlefront. All kinds of lethal forbidden weapons, divine talismans, formation discs, and so on were used. In the sky, tens of thousands of experts such as King Wu, Wu Zun, and Wu Sheng were engaged in a fierce battle with the Devil Clan in the vast sky within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In a short period of time, King Wu, Wu Zun, and Wu Sheng died one after another like raindrops. During the 1 month of preparation, the demon race had mobilized more than 90% of their forces. Like the human race and the demon race in the entire Central Plains, the demon race had gambled most of their forces in order to compete with the demon-killing alliance. It could be said that both sides had thrown caution to the wind and gambled their own fates and futures. In 73 places, there were 73 vast battlefields. Whether in the sky or on the ground, countless attacks were confronting each other. Vital energy was surging, and magic power was filling the sky. Endless battles were taking place on every battlefield, and the vital energy of heaven and earth within a radius of several million miles was stirred up. Every second, thousands, tens of thousands of human beings, spirit creatures, and devils were killed. The bloody aura soared into the sky, and the fierce war shook the whole world. Perhaps the will of heaven and earth knew that the battle between the demon-killing alliance and the demon race was beneficial to the whole world. In the battle against the demon race, every member of the demon-killing alliance felt that their whole bodies were full of energy, as if they were inexhaustible. They were all in their best condition, and even unleashed 120% of their strength. Everyone in the demon-killing alliance had their own opponents and battles. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu, who were the strongest in the Central Plains, also had their own opponents. At this moment, in the sky thousands of miles above the demonic mountain range, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu were fighting against 15 demon envoys. In the past 20 years of peace, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu had never stopped pursuing their own strength. Ling Xinyu had completely stabilized herself in the first stage of the supreme level, and was close to the second stage. Yi Tianzong and Shen Yu had completely stabilized themselves in the third stage of the supreme level. At this moment, Ling Xinyu wielded the New Moon Divine Sword and was fighting against a demon envoy. Because of the New Moon Divine Sword and various supplementary pills, Ling Xinyu was only slightly weaker than the demon envoy, and was able to fight against the demon envoy for a long time. Shen Yu wielded the Divine Moon Heavenly Sword and used the Heavenly Moon Sword technique that she had created, and was not at a disadvantage against the 4 demon envoys. The Divine Moon Heavenly Sword was created by Shen Yu using the colored glass godly sword that Yi Tianzong had given her as the foundation, and fused with countless top-grade materials. She had spent many years in the Immortal Mansion to create it, and it was very powerful, and was very compatible with Shen Yu. On the other side, Yi Tianzong directly activated the immeasurable Howren's righteousness between the heavens and the earth, and was fighting against 10 demon envoys. With the support of the immeasurable Howren's righteousness, Yi Tianzong did not have to worry about the consumption of energy, and activated the boundless godly sword's power to the greatest extent, and used the third form of the boundless sword technique, Corona Light. The third form of the boundless sword technique, Corona Light, was the condensation of the strongest yang energy between the heavens and the earth. The yang energy was the strongest yang energy, the most fiery and hot energy. When condensed to the extreme, it had the ability to burn everything and destroy any dark and evil energy. This yang energy was not something that could be used and controlled by myth realm experts. Yi Tianzong used the immeasurable Howren's righteousness to protect himself, and activated the boundless godly sword to condense the strongest yang energy, the most fiery and hot energy of the sun, and wrapped around the godly sword to form a giant crimson-red sword light that was 100 feet long. In the battle against the 10 demon envoys, he was invincible. Although the 10 demon envoys had the advantage in numbers, they were still very wary of the corona light that Yi Tianzong used. Every time they fought with Yi Tianzong, the boundless godly sword's extremely condensed yang energy would cause the 10 demon envoys to feel extreme danger and heat. Moreover, the boundless sword technique that Yi Tianzong used was very exquisite. Every time he attacked the 10 demon envoys, there would be countless torrents of sword chi rushing at them, forcing the demon envoys to have no choice but to fight Yi Tianzong head-on. With the support of the immeasurable Howren's righteousness, Yi Tianzong's battle prowess had at least soared to the 5th stage of the martial saint realm. Without the worry of energy consumption, Yi Tianzong went all out. Not only did he use the boundless sword technique with all his might, he also used the tranquil force field continuously, suppressing the 10 demon envoys from the beginning. The battle lasted for half an hour, and Yi Tianzong became more and more courageous as he fought, his attacks becoming fiercer and fiercer. On the other hand, the 10 demon envoys were not in a good situation. Yi Tianzong did not have to worry about energy consumption, but they could not. Even if they had the demon blood in their bodies to provide energy, it still needed time. It was impossible for them to replenish the energy that they consumed in an instant. After being chased by Yi Tianzong for half an hour, in order to defend against Yi Tianzong's attacks, the 10 demon envoys had consumed a lot of energy. They could not recover in a short period of time. While dodging and defending against Yi Tianzong's attacks, the 10 demon envoys could not stop cursing Yi Tianzong in their hearts. Using the Chenkuan force field again, Yi Tianzong finally trapped a demon envoys. Before he could break free, Yi Tianzong's godly sword slashed at the demon envoy's body with an unstoppable force. Under the yang energy, the demon envoys had no chance of escaping. While cursing unwillingly, only a drop of demon blood was left behind on the spot, before he turned into ashes. Chapter 212. After exterminating a demon envoy, Yi Tianzong followed up his victory by launching an even more violent and fierce attack on the remaining 9 demon envoys. Facing Yi Tianzong's increasingly powerful and fierce attacks, the remaining 9 demon envoys could only do their best to resist. The resentment and grievance in the hearts of the 9 demon envoys was indescribable. After they became demon envoys, they represented supreme strength and status in the demon race, and no one dared to disobey their orders. Although the possibility of their strength increasing after becoming demon envoys was very small, they were still very satisfied. After all, their current strength was something they could never have imagined before. But they, who represented strength and status in the demon race, were now being beaten by Yi Tianzong. Moreover, whether it was in the past or now, all the demon envoys that encountered Yi Tianzong would die at his hands. This made the enmity of the demon envoys towards Yi Tianzong reach a level that even the boundless sea would not be able to wash away. No matter how much these demon envoys cursed and hated Yi Tianzong's attacks were becoming more and more powerful. His originally formidable strength actually showed signs of rising. Yi Tianzong used the universe force field from time to time, causing the remaining 9 demon envoys to be surrounded by danger. Feeling more and more danger and pressure, one of the remaining 9 demon envoys directly left the battlefield and took out 3 nefarious blood crystals. Whether it was Yi Tianzong or the demon envoys, none of them had used their trump cards before. Yi Tianzong's group of 3 had the divine purification talisman, but the demon envoys also had the nefarious blood crystals. Although the explosion of the nefarious blood crystals did not distinguish between friend and foe, once the demon envoys went all out, Yi Tianzong would be safe and sound, but Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu would be in danger. Now Yi Tianzong's attacks were becoming more and more powerful, and the 9 demon envoys were almost unable to hold on. They could only take out the nefarious blood crystals to threaten Yi Tianzong. After seeing the demon envoys take out the nefarious blood crystals, Yi Tianzong also stopped his attacks. He coldly looked at the demon envoys and asked, "What is the meaning of this? Don't think that this lord is afraid of you just because you took out the nefarious blood crystals. Your nefarious blood crystals cannot compare to this lord's divine purification talisman." As Yi spoke, a divine purification talisman appeared in his hand. When the demon envoys saw Yi Tianzong take out the divine purification talisman, their eyes flashed with a fierce light. They then said in a deep voice, "Yi Tianzong, you don't need to scare us. Your divine purification talisman can indeed counter our nefarious blood crystals. Maybe we can't do anything to you if we explode the nefarious blood crystals, but those two humans over there will be unharmed. We still have a lot of nefarious blood crystals. If you force us into a corner, then one of us will self-destruct to delay you, while the others will detonate the nefarious blood crystals in your demon-killing alliance. I don't believe that you'll just watch your Hao Ranjin sect's people get killed by the nefarious blood crystals." Yi Tianzong's expression did not change when he heard this, but his killing intent towards these demon envoys became even fiercer. He coldly asked, "Cut the crap. What do you want? Don't even think about threatening me. If you dare to do that, then I will disregard my status and assassinate you, unless you hide underground forever." The demon envoys on the other side said, "How about this? We won't interfere in the battle between your demon-killing alliance and our demon race. You can't use your divine purification talisman, and our demon race won't use the nefarious blood crystals. You should know that if we don't care about the casualties and send out 2 or 3 people to delay you while the others attack the demon-killing alliance, they won't be able to stop us." After Yi Tianzong stopped fighting with the 9 demon envoys, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu also stopped fighting with their opponents. Then, they walked towards Yi Tianzong and the others. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu were facing off against the 14 demon envoys. Yi Tianzong said, "It's easy for you to say that. If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. How can I believe you?" The demon envoys on the other side said, "With our strength and status, we naturally keep our word. If we go back on our words, then wouldn't we be lowering our status for no reason? We're not joking with you. Do you want to continue fighting to the death with us until both sides are injured, or do you want to stand aside and let the people below decide the outcome? It's up to you. Don't think that we're afraid of you." Yi Tianzong disdainfully sneered in his heart. His expression was cold as he said, "I can agree to your request, but your demon race can't use the nefarious blood crystals. Also, if you break into the demon-killing alliance's territory and get killed by me, then you can only blame yourselves. If you don't abide by the rules when the demon-killing alliance is fighting with your demon race, then don't blame me for sneak attacking you." Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the 14 demon envoys on the other side almost couldn't hold back the anger in their hearts. They wanted to fight with Yi Tianzong again. Suppressing the anger in their hearts, they said, "As demon envoys, we naturally keep our word. But at the same time, if we find out that the 3 of you have acted without permission, then don't blame us for implicating the people of the Hao Ranjin sect. Let's go." After speaking, the 14 demon envoys vigilantly watched Yi Tianzong and the other 2. They gradually disappeared from Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's eyes. Xinyu looked at Yi Tianzong and asked softly, "What are we going to do from now on? Do you really believe the words of those demon envoys?" Yi Tianzong sneered and said, "How is that possible? The so-called rules and agreements are just expedient measures. Both sides know what's going on. As long as one side has overwhelming strength, or finds a way to resist each other's trump cards, then they will fight to the death again. Right now, the 3 of us and the 10 demon envoys each have their own weaknesses and advantages. Although we are stronger than them, we don't have enough supreme being battle strength. Their overall strength is not as good as ours, but they have the evil blood crystal as a trump card. Although it can't compare to the divine purification talisman, the number of divine purification talismans we have is less than their evil blood crystal. So, not making a move is the best choice for now. Once the number of demon envoys increases, or our supreme being battle strength increases, then it will be a life and death battle again. But they are underestimating us too much. How can I give them a chance to continue increasing their strength? Let's go back first. We can talk about the future later. After returning to the Demon Killing Alliance headquarters, Yi Tianzong told them about the agreement with the demon envoys. As a result, the human and demon envoys in the Central Plains all let out a sigh of relief. Whether it was the demon envoys or the evil blood crystal, they were both feared by the Demon Killing Alliance. As long as the demon envoys didn't make a move and didn't detonate the evil blood crystal, they weren't afraid of fighting the demon envoys. Time flowed like water, and 10 years passed in a hurry. The war between the Demon Killing Alliance and the demon envoys in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range had lasted for 10 years. In these 10 years, the Demon Killing Alliance and the demon envoys had suffered tens of billions of casualties. Countless battles had been fought, and it was hard to count. There wasn't a single day that was peaceful. In these 10 years, the Demon Killing Alliance had the support of all kinds of resources and manpower from the Central Plains. In the battle against the demon envoys in the Celestial Devil Mountain Range, they had repelled the demon envoys' counterattacks countless times. Step by step, they had advanced into the depths of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range and occupied more territory. After paying the price of countless casualties, they had advanced 2 million miles into the depths of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. In the 2 million miles of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range that they had occupied, all the forests, vegetation, and mountains had been flattened. The Demon Killing Alliance had built countless cities on the empty ground. They had moved a large number of low-level warriors of the Wuling realm and the Wuling realm to live there. They had firmly controlled the territory that they had occupied. In these 10 years of war, all the major forces had suffered great casualties. Even the Hao Ranjan sect was no exception. According to a rough estimate, the Hao Ranjan sect had lost more than 3 million disciples and powerhouses in the past 10 years. Chapter 213. Even the disciples and elders of the Hao Ranjan sect, who were far more powerful than the other sects, had suffered such heavy casualties, let alone the other superforces and holy lands. Even the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 holy lands, which were second only to the Hao Ranjan sect, had suffered an average of 5.2 million casualties. As for the superforces, holy lands, third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate forces in the Central Plains, they had basically lost half of their strength. Fortunately, in the headquarters of all the forces, there was a steady stream of new blood every year. Finally, the Alliance's attack momentum did not stagnate because of the heavy casualties. In fact, in a situation where countless forces in the Central Plains had used all their trump cards, there was still such a large number of casualties. One of the important reasons was the devil chi erosion that Yi Tianzong had mentioned before. A considerable number of devil clan members were different from ordinary devil clan members. Not only were these devil clan members more powerful, but the devil chi on these devil clan members was also very dangerous and strange. If one was careless and injured by these devil clan members, the devil chi on these devil clan members would always adhere to the injured person's body, constantly corroding and eroding the injured person's will and strength. As time passed, the devil chi would continue to grow. Once one could not withstand it, they would become a member of the devil clan. Moreover, these devil clan martial artists and devil clan members would not lose their minds. Instead, they would still have their previous knowledge and combat strength. If Yi Tianzong had not been prepared to refine the devil mirror to distinguish these devil clan members, these devil clan martial artists and devil clan members who had turned into devil clan members because of the devil chi might have brought unbearable losses to the devil-slaying alliance. Facing the situation of being corroded by the devilish chi, apart from those of the righteous lineage who had a certain degree of immunity against the devilish chi due to their cultivation arts and their righteous chi, the other powers would have no way to deal with it unless those 9th heavenly layer martial saint experts expended a large amount of their magic power to forcefully force it out. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to reluctantly kill those disciples and demonic beasts who had been infected by the devilish chi. In order to ensure the stability of the Demon Killing Alliance, Yi Tianzong had no choice but to spend a lot of time researching with the masters of the Hao Ranjan sect. In the end, they used the rare materials provided by the major forces to specially set up a Haoran Tiangang demon cleansing formation that could suppress and dissipate the demon chi. The Haoran Tiangang demon purifying array used the Haoran righteous chi between heaven and earth as its source of power, and then combined with the power of Yi Tianzong's heavenly scripture of purification, it formed a formation space with a radius of 30 miles that could suppress and erase the devil qi within the bodies of martial artists and demons. Although they needed to stay in the formation space for a month and endure the pain of being stabbed by swords and knives to completely erase the devil qi within their bodies, there was finally a solution. Everyone in the demon-killing alliance was also relieved of their fear of the devil qi. They also had fewer scruples when fighting against the devil race. Although they had paid countless sacrifices, the demon-killing alliance had achieved great results. This was because they had adopted a steady offensive. The 73 armies of the demon-killing alliance had not only advanced 2 million miles into the celestial devil mountain range, but most importantly, they had eliminated countless living forces of the demon race. During the 10 years of war, the 73 armies of the devil-killing alliance had firmly held the upper hand in every battle with the devil race. Although the advantage was very weak at the beginning, the devil race's foundation was very solid, and they had all kinds of lethal trump cards in their hands. However, after countless battles, this weak advantage became stronger and stronger under the life-and-death struggle of all the members of the demon-killing alliance. Until now, 10 years had passed, and the demon-killing alliance had eliminated at least 100 billion devil race. And the previous agreement between those demon envoys and Yi Tianzong not to attack each other was in fact only in name. In these 10 years, in order to reverse the devil race's disadvantage, the devil envoys secretly attacked more than once or twice. They assassinated the leaders of the human race and devil race in the demon-killing alliance. Yi Tianzong and the other two were not polite. Not only did they assassinate the higher-ups of the devil race's 4 royal families, but they also secretly looked for the devil envoys. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu acted together. After discovering the devil envoys, they attacked together. They did not give the devil envoys a chance to react and detonate the evil blood crystal. In 10 years, they assassinated a total of 4 devil envoys. The devil envoys of the devil race also knew that Yi Tianzong and the other two were secretly hunting them. Therefore, they spent most of their time in the rear of the devil race. They never acted alone, and assassinated the higher-ups of the demon-killing alliance less and less. Although they knew that it was Yi Tianzong who was playing tricks, they could only helplessly accept reality. Who told them to not follow the rules and assassinate the higher-ups of the demon-killing alliance first? On this day, the demon-killing alliance once again engaged in an all-out war with the devil race. The 73 armies engaged in an all-out war with the entire devil race. What a tragic war, once again, set off a storm of blood. While the demon-killing alliance and the devil race were fighting, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu hid their auras and figures, and quietly arrived at the rear of the devil race. Because they had the traceless void secret technique to hide their auras and figures, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, in the past 10 years, besides looking for and assassinating the higher-ups of the devil race and the devil envoys, they also carefully investigated the distribution of the devil race's forces, as well as the places where the devil envoys lived. After 10 years of searching, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu finally found the hiding place of the devil envoys. They were determined to kill all of the devil envoys in one go. For this reason, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu had been in the Immortal Mansion for the past 10 years. Using Yi Tianzong's countless collections, they had specially refined 2 formation discs that could assist in killing the devil envoys. If they wanted to kill the devil envoys without anyone noticing, they couldn't use things like the divine purification talisman. Thus, they could only use the soul annihilation powder. However, although the soul annihilation powder was extremely powerful and tyrannical, Yi Tianzong wasn't sure if it could instantly kill the devil envoys. After all, the most important thing about the devil envoys was that drop of devil blood that came from an emperor-level existence. To an emperor-level existence, being reborn from a drop of blood wasn't an exaggeration. Every drop of blood contained the will and spirit of an emperor-level expert. As long as a drop of blood existed, there was a possibility of returning to the peak. In order to be absolutely safe, Yi Tianzong and the others had used countless precious materials to refine the Heaven Void Illusory Formation and the World Cleansing Demon Subduing Formation. The Heaven Void Illusory Formation could create a space of 100 li, blocking the senses of those outside the formation. As for the world-cleansing demon-subduing formation, Yi Tianzong had specially thought of using the world-cleansing heavenly scriptures power to deal with the devil envoys. The world-cleansing demon-subduing formation contained the power that Yi Tianzong had poured in from the world-cleansing heavenly scriptures power over the past 10 years in the Immortal Mansion. Chapter 214. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu silently sneaked into the place where the devil envoys were. In the past 10 years, the devil clan had gained 2 more devil envoys. Originally, there were only 10 devil envoys left after being assassinated by Yi Tianzong and the other 2, but now there were 12. These 12 devil envoys knew that Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were always looking for them, so they never acted alone. If there was no need, they would always gather together, which gave them a sense of security. Although it was laughable and shameful for these devil envoys to gather together for safety, they were forced to do so. They silently arrived at a very hidden canyon where the devil envoys were. Yi Tianzong very cautiously probed the canyon with his divine sense to check the situation inside. It just so happened that the 12 devil envoys were all present and were cursing him. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu signaled to each other, and the 3 of them quietly separated and placed the Void Heaven Illusion Array around the canyon. There were a total of 9 array discs, and after placing them in a special position, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 activated the Void Heaven Illusion Array. The activation of the Void Heaven Illusory Array was silent and did not reveal any fluctuations. After the Void Heaven Illusory Array was completely activated, it immediately enveloped the valley that the devil envoys were in, forming another layer of space that was separated from the original space of the profound spirit world. At this time, the 12 devil envoys in the valley had not discovered anything. After Yi Tianzong and the other 2 entered the Void Heaven Illusion Array, they continued to approach the location of the 12 devil envoys, and stopped at a distance of 10 li. Then, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu entered the Immortal Mansion, and Yi Tianzong took out a purple gold glass jade bottle that contained the soul-annihilating powder. Yi Tianzong sent out a blast of energy to shatter the jade bottle. Instantly, he entered the vast expanse immortal abode. The moment Yi Tianzong disappeared, the 12 devil envoys were finally alarmed by the sound of the jade bottle breaking. Who is it? The 12 devil envoys instantly became alert and flew out of the cave to check the situation. But just as they stood up, they felt their bodies sway, and then their vision turned black, and they did not know what happened. After half an hour had passed in the outside world, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 came out of the Immortal Mansion. Vigilantly looking at the 12 devil envoys on the ground, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 did not let their guard down. They attacked the 12 devil envoys. Were dead envoys on the ground? Were they dead? And there was no reaction. They did not make any sound, they did not hear any sound, as if they were dead, they were dead. They were in the Immortal Mansion werses, and they were sent the envoys into the Immortal Mansion. And was. Were SSS and through wers and the demonses were werses, and through were thrown immortal demon were devils. The Immortal Mansion had a boundless space, and the strength of the space was far beyond that of an ordinary greater thousand world. It was simply difficult to destroy. As a junior disciple of Yi Tianzong, he could control the space within the Immortal Mansion for hundreds of millions of miles. Even if the corpses were to undergo some unfathomable changes, Yi Tianzong was the master of the Immortal Mansion, and could control a small part of the mansion's power. The Heaven's Expanse Immortal Abode was a supreme treasure created by the almighty experts of the multiverse, and its power was far beyond that of a 9th heaven stage godmyth. Even a tiny bit of its power could easily suppress a Grand Emperor in his prime, much less the corpses of a dozen godmyth envoys. Yi Tianzong did not expect to get rid of the 12 devil envoys so easily. According to his original plan, if the Soul Oblivion powder did not work, then he would first use the Divine Purification Talisman. If the devil envoys detonated the evil blood crystal, then he would use the World Cleansing Demon Array. In any case, there was the Heaven Void Illusion Array outside, and the devil race would not notice anything. After dealing with the demon envoy, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 removed the illusory void formation. Then, without any signs of life, they headed towards the demon race's camp where the demon-killing alliance was fighting. It was time to deal with the demon race who had the evil blood crystals. In the past 10 years, Yi Tianzong had disguised himself as a devil and captured many high-ranking members of the 4 great royal clans. He had forcibly searched their souls and found out which devil race's evil blood crystal was evil blood crystal. The evil blood crystal was a dangerous item. Once detonated, it would cause damage in a radius of 10,000 miles, but the endless evil blood resentment could cover an area of 50,000 miles. It was a very dangerous item for both the devil race and the human race. Yi Tianzong's divine purification talisman could restrain the evil blood crystal, but there were too few of them. There were not many evil blood crystals in the 4 great royal clans' hands. There were only 13 of them, and they were held by the high-ranking members of the devil race's evil blood crystal. Most of the evil blood crystals were still in the hands of the devil envoys. Now that the devil envoys' evil blood crystals were finished, all that was left was to get rid of the high-ranking members of the devil race's evil blood crystal. That way, the devil-killing alliance would have nothing to fear. After spending a day, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu split up and finally got rid of the 13 high-ranking members of the devil race's evil blood crystals. After returning to the main army of the devil-killing alliance, Yi Tianzong gathered all the leaders of the major factions and told them that the devil envoys had been dealt with by him, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu. The devil race's evil blood crystals, evil blood crystals, evil blood crystals, evil blood crystals, evil blood crystals had also been eliminated. After hearing this good news, all the high-ranking members of the human race and devil race's evil blood crystals had been dealt with. What else was there to be afraid of? They just had to fight. Thus, on the second day of the battle with the devil race, the 73 armies of the devil-killing alliance unleashed their fiercest offensive since the start of the battle. In the past, they were afraid of the devil envoys' evil blood crystals, so they didn't dare to use them on a large scale. This time, they used all of them without any hesitation. Countless exploding flame pearls filled the sky. The demons, who were not mentally prepared, were immediately stunned by the demon-killing alliance's powerful attack. This time, the demon-killing alliance's offensive was far more powerful than any of the previous battles. Countless exploding flame pearls exploded, and even Wu Sheng's third sky experts didn't dare to face them head-on. Under such a powerful explosive offensive, countless demons were blown into pieces and turned into ashes. All the traps, entrapment formations, illusions, and other defensive formations of the demon clan were destroyed by the exploding flame pearls that filled the sky. After the attack of the exploding flame beads, the Demon Slayer Alliance's army formed various battle formations and followed closely behind. When they encountered the Devil Clan's battle formation, they threw all kinds of powerful forbidden weapons and divine talismans at them. They trampled on the Devil Clan's army once again. The remaining Devil Clan's army was directly wiped out by the Devil Slayer Alliance's army. Under the sudden and fierce attack of the Demon Slayer Alliance, the Demon Clan's army was utterly defeated and retreated in defeat. The Demon Clan's army on the ground was defeated. On the sky battlefield, all the experts of the Demon Slayer Alliance went out to fight. The Hao Ranjun sect's experts, who had reached the peak of the Heavenly Pride Realm and the King Realm, who had been hiding in order to avoid the Demon Envoy's sneak attack, all showed up. Even Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu participated in the battle. The Demon Slayer Alliance had more experts than the Demon Clan by at least 20%. With the invincible fighting strength of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu, as well as the super fighting strength of the King Realm and the Heavenly Pride Realm of the Hao Ranjun sect such as Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun, the Demon Slayer Alliance had a great advantage on the sky battlefield. The Demon Slayer Alliance's experts, such as King Wu, Wu Zun, and Wu Sheng, were killed by the Demon Slayer Alliance like raindrops and fell to the ground one after another. In the sky and on the ground, the Demon Clan's army was defeated by the Demon Slayer Alliance's attack. It was difficult to resist, and finally, a great defeat occurred. Countless Demon Clan's army fled into the depths of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. The 73 armies of the Demon Slayer Alliance pursued the Demon Slayer Alliance's army, but they didn't advance rashly. Instead, they continued to use the strategy of crushing the Demon Slayer Alliance's army. Along the way, everything that stood in their way was razed to the ground. The Demon Clan on the ground fled into the depths of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range, But the demon clan on the sky battlefield couldn't escape so easily. After 2 days and 2 nights of continuous battle, the experts of the Demon Slayer Alliance had killed at least 70% of the demon clan's experts. Less than 30% of the demon clan's experts had escaped. After this battle, the Demon Slayer Alliance suffered a great blow, whether it was the high-level battle strength or the low-level battle strength of the demon clan. From now on, the Demon Slayer Alliance had an absolute advantage. They could directly sweep into the depths of the Celestial Devil Mountain Range. Chapter 215. With all the martial revered and martial saint experts of the Demon Killing Alliance leading the way, the 73 divisions of the Demon Killing Alliance's army had an imposing aura. They advanced at a speed of 5,000 miles per day without any hindrance. Countless Wu Zun and Wu Sheng experts were at the front, eliminating any threats and traps that came from the sky or on the ground. The Demon Killing Alliance troops in the rear crushed everything in their path. Those demons who didn't manage to escape in time, or those who didn't give up and wanted to ambush the Demon Killing Alliance troops halfway, were all wiped out. Yi Tianzong concentrated all his strength and used his divine sense to investigate the situation 30 miles underground, finding any underground strongholds and nests of the demons. The Demon Killing Alliance troops would stop for 3 days every 10 days to allow the Wu Ling Realm and Wu Ling Realm warriors from the Central Plains to stabilize the situation. In this way, the 73 groups of Demon Killing Alliance troops advanced steadily. During this time, they encountered all kinds of obstructions and traps from the demons, but in the face of absolute power, the Demon Killing Alliance troops didn't slow down at all. They advanced for 12 years, and finally advanced 10 million miles. They were already 1/3 of the way to the center of the demonic mountain range. Only then did the Demon Killing Alliance troops stop. In front of them was the defense line that the demons had painstakingly set up over the past 12 years. The Demon Killing Alliance troops didn't launch an attack rashly. Instead, they stopped at a distance of 3,000 miles from the demons' defense line. Then, they started to set up all kinds of defensive and warning formations, and started to repair them. The demons' overall strength was weaker than the Demon Killing Alliance, so they didn't take the initiative to attack the Demon Killing Alliance troops. In the rear of the Demon Killing Alliance troops, Yi Tianzong and the leaders of the major forces were discussing the attack plan against the demons. Yi Tianzong said, "Yesterday, I carefully investigated the demons' defense line in front of us. The situation isn't optimistic. The demon race took advantage of the terrain advantage in the past 10 years to deploy a very solid line of defense. In particular, they carefully arranged a defensive formation. Unless we gather at least 1/10 of the army's strength to attack, it will be very difficult to break through." Unfettered Saint Master frowned and said, "It is not realistic to gather at least 1/10 of the army's power. The members of our alliance army come from different forces, and the martial arts they cultivate are different. The nature of their power is also different. Basically, it is impossible to combine them. We still need to think of other ways." After Sacred Master Xiao Yarrow finished speaking, all the leaders of the major forces present nodded in agreement. This was indeed unrealistic. They had to think of another way. At this time, Yi Tianzong said, "There's no need to think of another way. In fact, it's very simple. All the masters of the Marquis Wu realm and above can gather according to the forces they belong to. It shouldn't be a problem to integrate the forces together. Then, I will set up a primordial chaos array that can gather power. As long as the masters of the major forces pour their power into the primordial chaos array, I will control the primordial chaos array to attack the demon's defensive formation. It will be enough to break through the demon's defensive formation." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, all the leaders of the major forces began to discuss in whispers. Just as Yi Tianzong said, the battle formations of the major forces could gather power. Then, they could channel the power into the primordial chaos array to attack the demon's defensive formation. It was indeed a good idea. After discussing with each other, all the leaders of the major forces had no objections. After notifying the other 72 Demon Killing Alliance troops, all the Demon Killing Alliance troops began to move according to the plan. They had been preparing for a month. During this time, the Demon Killing Alliance troops had tried to attack the demon's defensive line a few times. However, The pitch-black curtain of the sky made the attacks of the demon-killing alliance to no avail. This gave the demons a lot of confidence to resist the demon-killing alliance troops. After everything was prepared, all the masters of the demon-killing alliance troops at the level of Marquis Wu, Wu King, Wu Zun, and Wu Sheng had gathered together according to their respective forces. Then, according to their respective battle formations, they poured all their power into the primordial chaos array that was set up by Yi Tianzong. The primordial chaos array had the power of the primordial chaos array. It could temporarily integrate and condense different types of energy. In an instant, thousands of different colored energy light beams filled the sky. The primordial chaos array absorbed a vast amount of energy. Yi Tianzong used all of his magic power and the power of his divine soul to control the vast amount of energy in the primordial chaos array. It formed a multicolored spear that was thousands of feet long. The spear was aimed at the demons' camp 3,000 miles away. When the demons hiding under the curtain of darkness saw the dazzling multicolored spear of the demon-killing alliance troops, a bad premonition arose in their hearts. They had spent more than 10 years to set up this curtain of darkness defensive line. Not only did it consume countless resources of the demons, but it also combined all kinds of terrain conditions in the Celestial Devil Mountain range. This was the last and most powerful defensive line besides the central area of the Celestial Devil Mountain range. If this defensive line was breached, they could only retreat to the central area of the Celestial Devil Mountain range. Originally, the demon-killing alliance's previous attacks were all in vain, and the dark canopy of the heavens didn't even budge. The demon clan thought that they could rest easy for the time being. They didn't expect that in just 1 month, the dark canopy of the heavens, which the demon clan had painstakingly deployed, would be in danger. The demons hurriedly gathered all the powerhouses to provide energy for the curtain of darkness. They couldn't let the demon-killing alliance break through the curtain of darkness. While the demons were anxiously moving, Yi Tianzong had already formed the spear of energy that was condensed by the primordial chaos array. He felt that he was faintly losing control of the spear. Yi Tianzong faced the curtain of darkness of the demons' camp in the distance. The power of his whole body exploded. Go! The huge spear condensed the power of all the Marquis Wu and above in the demon-killing alliance troops. It seemed to have pierced through time and space. In an instant, it pierced the curtain of darkness of the demons' camp. With Yi Tianzong controlling the primordial chaos array to provide endless power for the huge spear pierced through the meticulously deployed curtain of darkness of the demons like a hot knife through butter. Even though there were countless demon powerhouses providing energy for the curtain of darkness, it still couldn't change the fact that the curtain of darkness was broken through. After all, Yi Tianzong's demon-killing alliance adopted the method of breaking through the curtain of darkness of the demons' camp. With the support of countless powerhouses of the demon-killing alliance, the huge colorful spear finally pierced through the curtain of darkness of the demons' desperate expressions. A gap appeared in the curtain of darkness of the demons' high hopes. After Yi Tianzong withdrew the power that was maintaining the curtain of darkness, the rest of the huge spear directly exploded. The demon race who had been hiding under the dark sky canopy suffered a calamity. Under the explosion of the remaining giant spears, all the demon race within a radius of thousands of miles were annihilated in an instant. Except for a few martial sage experts who had survived, the rest of the demon race were all blown to pieces by the violent energy explosion and were annihilated. Seeing this, Yi Tianzong continued to make efforts. He ordered the powerhouses of the demon-killing alliance to continue providing energy. Yi Tianzong controlled the primordial chaos array to condense another huge spear, which was thousands of feet long. He then shot it towards the other side of the curtain of darkness. Chapter 216. Because the dark canopy of the heavens had already been damaged, and part of the power spears had exploded, causing the demons to suffer heavy losses, this time, the huge spear condensed into 1,000 feet long spear, broke through the defense of the dark canopy of the heavens without much effort, and then exploded as well. Once again, the demons within a radius of several thousand miles were almost completely wiped out. Yi Tianzong removed the origin formation, and then took advantage of the chaos of the demons to order the demon-killing alliance to launch an all-out attack. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu took the lead and attacked the demons' defensive line, and began to slaughter the demons. Because of the huge power spears, the dark canopy of the heavens had more than half of its defense destroyed, and could no longer resist the attacks of the demon-killing alliance. Because of the two power spears' explosions, the demons suffered heavy losses. Under the fierce attacks of all the powerhouses of the demon-killing alliance, they were defeated in less than 2 hours, and were chased down by the powerhouses of the demon-killing alliance. Since the victory of this battle had been secured, Yi Qianzong took Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu without stopping, and rushed to the other demon-killing alliance armies to help them break through the dark canopy of the heavens deployed by the demon-killing alliance. After spending a total of half a month, the other 12 armies of the demon-killing alliance, with the help of Yi Qianzong, broke through the dark canopy of the heavens meticulously deployed by the demon-killing alliance, and obtained another great victory. The dark canopy of the heavens was the demon-killing alliance's last line of defense in the heavenly Devil Mountain range, second only to the central area. Now, it had been completely broken through by the demon-killing alliance, and the demon-killing alliance had lost more than half of its forces, and in front of the demon-killing alliance army, there was no longer any obstacle that could stop the army from advancing. The demon-killing alliance had obtained another great victory, and under the successive victories, the major forces of the demon-killing alliance had somewhat forgotten themselves, and had become complacent. Many superforces and Holy Lands were quite dissatisfied with Yi Qianzong's strategy of steadily advancing, and thought that they should seize the opportunity to quickly chase down and eliminate any forces of the demon-killing alliance. In the total of 73 armies of the demon-killing alliance, there were superforces and Holy Lands, and they wanted to speed up and kill the fleeing demons as soon as possible. On the other hand, Yi Qianzong knew that the gains would not make up for the losses if he forcefully suppressed them. He also wanted the demon race to teach these disobedient forces a lesson. Therefore, he adopted a laissez-faire attitude, directly stating that if any force wanted to leave the army to pursue the demons, he would neither approve nor oppose, but if they were ambushed by the demons, they would have to bear all the consequences. However, after years of consecutive victories, many superpowers and Holy Lands had lost sight of reality, and they refused to listen to Yi Qianzong's words. After learning that Yi Qianzong had no objections, these superpowers and Holy Lands immediately broke away from the army and headed deeper into the heavenly Demon Mountain range. As a result, the super forces and Holy Lands that had left the army had all been ambushed by the demon race due to their greed. The disciples and elders that they had sent out had all suffered heavy losses, and only a few of them had managed to escape. After suffering such a heavy blow, the complacent superforces and Holy Lands finally calmed down. They clearly realized that no matter how heavy the demon race's losses were, and their strength had been greatly reduced, they still could not be underestimated. The fact that these superforces and Holy Lands had been ambushed by the demon race also made the other restless forces calm down. They rejoiced in their hearts and gave up on their plans. They continued to follow Yi Qianzong's plan, steadily advancing into the depths of the heavenly Demon Mountain range at a speed of 5,000 kilometers per day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. The 73 armies of the demon-killing alliance had been ambushed, harassed, and set up all kinds of traps by the demon race along the way. In the end, they had once again advanced into the depths of the heavenly Demon Mountain range. They were approaching the core area of the demon race's heavenly Demon Mountain range. In front of the demon-killing alliance's army was a boundless dark swamp that was filled with filth, decay, and evil aura. The boundless dark swamp blocked the path of the demon-killing alliance's army. Looking at the dark swamp that stretched as far as the eye could see, all the higher-ups of the demon-killing alliance were worried. Looking at the silent leaders of the major forces below, Yi Qianzong's heart was as clear as a mirror. After fighting for dozens of years, he knew that these leaders of the major forces of the human race and the demon race actually did not want to fight anymore. After dozens of years of fighting and pushing forward, the demon race's strength had been reduced again and again. They were now far inferior to the demon-killing alliance's strength. The demon race's threat to the major forces of the Central Plains was already very small. Moreover, the major forces had also lost a lot of their strength over the years. The dark swamp in front of them was very troublesome at first glance. There were definitely various kinds of traps set up by the demon race. If they wanted to flatten the dark swamp, they would have to pay a great price. Who knew what kind of traps and troubles were waiting for them after the dark swamp? Compared to wasting a lot of energy and casualties to flatten the dark swamp and then facing unknown dangers and traps, the people of the major forces were more inclined to build a city outside the dark swamp and then form an encirclement to encircle the central area of the Heavenly Devil mountain range, trapping the demons in the central area of the Heavenly Devil mountain range as a training ground for their future disciples. Yi Tianzong clearly knew what these leaders of the major forces were thinking, but he did not point it out. Although he wanted to completely break through the demon race's last line of defense in one go and completely drive the demon race back underground, he knew that it was not realistic in a situation where the entire demon-killing alliance did not want to continue fighting. In the end, the silent atmosphere was broken by the Empyrean sacred leader. The Empyrean sacred leader directly proposed building a city to encircle and trap the demon race. This proposal received the support of more than 90% of the demon-killing alliance's forces. With the support of the majority of the major forces, Yi Tianzong naturally did not have to go against them. In any case, even if the demon race erupted again, it would be impossible for them to affect the Hao Ranjin sect, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in a short period of time. Yi Tianzong finally said, "My original intention was to completely drive the demon race back underground in one go, but since you all agreed to encircle and not attack, I will not be the bad guy in vain. I hope you will not regret today's decision in the future." After saying this, Yi Tianzong left the Alliance Hall. As for the rest of the specific matters, naturally, the people of the Hao Ranjin sect would discuss it with the major forces. After stopping the attack on the demon race, Yi Tianzong returned from the demon-killing alliance to the Tiangang Peak of the Hao Ranjin sect. It was as if he had broken free from a layer of shackles, and his body and mind were at ease. He lived a happy life with Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. After the demon-killing alliance decided to encircle and not attack the demon race, all the major forces of the Central Plains, including the human race and the demon race, spent 50 years building 3 layers of encirclement in succession outside the dark swamp in the central region of the demonic mountain range. Each layer of encirclement was thousands of kilometers apart, and they were all made up of large cities and supercities that were covered with all kinds of defensive formations. Moreover, they also became the trial grounds and mission grounds for all the major forces of the Central Plains, as well as rogue cultivators. In the past 50 years, the strength that the Hao Ranjin sect had originally lost because of the war with the demon race had gradually recovered. With the fresh blood provided by hundreds of Haoran branch schools, as well as the addition of young talents from all over the Central Plains, the overall strength of the Hao Ranjin sect had steadily increased. Standing at the highest point of the Tiangang Peak, overlooking the endless layers of clouds and the boundless heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong's thoughts surged, and he fell into a wonderful state. Looking at Yi Tianzong, who had fallen into a wonderful state 3 days ago, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu quietly stood hundreds of meters away, and did not disturb him. Suddenly, Yi Tianzong broke away from the wonderful state and woke up. Savoring the harvest this time, he could not help but reveal a happy smile. After going through the wonderful state that had lasted for several days, Yi Tianzong's Fa Li, physical body, soul, martial comprehension, and so on did not make any progress. However, Yi Tianzong's spiritual cultivation had indeed increased by a large amount. It was mentioned before that Yi Tianzong, in the process of traversing through many worlds, had found a spiritual cultivation method by himself. This was also an important reason why Yi Tianzong was able to become a primary disciple of the Immortal Mansion. In the path of spiritual cultivation that Yi Tianzong had found, the realms of spiritual cultivation were currently divided into 5 levels. The first level, spiritual movement realm, was when the silent spirit was replaced with vitality, becoming lively and natural. The second level, heart spring realm, was when the lively spirit energy transformed into a spring of the spirit, endlessly gushing out spirit energy. The third level, heart lake realm, as the name implies, was when the spring of the spirit transformed into a lake of the spirit was vast and unfathomable. The fourth level, heart sea realm, was when the lake of the spirit transformed into a boundless sea of the spirit was boundless, and the spirit was boundless. The fifth level, heart profound realm, was when the boundless sea of the spirit condensed into a supreme profound embryo. Yi Tianzong's spiritual cultivation had currently reached the heart sea realm, and he had only created a spiritual cultivation method to reach the Heartsea realm. The fifth level of spiritual cultivation was Yi Tianzong's idea, but it had not been completely deduced yet. After going through the wonderful state for several days, Yi Tianzong's spiritual cultivation, which was originally at the Heartsea realm, had once again increased by a large amount. The boundless sea of the spirit formed by the spirit energy was even more vast and unfathomable, and he was one step closer to the peak of the Heartsea realm. Chapter 217. Looking at the happy Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong looked at Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, who were like fairies and goddesses. He was so happy that he directly hugged the two of them and praised from the bottom of his heart, "You two are really beautiful." Ling Xinyu and Xinyu were somewhat startled and shy by Yi Tianzong's sudden praise, but after being together for such a long time, the two of them recovered from their initial shock and shyness. However, their mood became better because of Yi Tianzong's praise. "It seems that your harvest is not small. Otherwise, you would not say such words normally," Xinyu said with a hint of coquettishness. "Haha, I was a bit old-fashioned and serious in the past. I had to maintain my dignity in front of outsiders, but for you two, my most beloved fairies and goddesses, I have to be relaxed. There is no need to be so serious. In the future, we will live happily like this, haha," Yi Tianzong said in a happy mood. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, whether it was Ling Xinyu or Xinyu, the two of them had different temperaments but similarly beautiful faces, and revealed a happy smile that stunned the world. Yi Tianzong sat at the top of Qiangang Peak, hugging Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, looking at the endless sea of clouds and the vast world in the distance. After enjoying this warm feeling for a while, Yi Tianzong opened his mouth and said, "The demons of the Central Plains are trapped in the central region of the demonic mountain range. There should be no problem for a short period of time. However, the situation of the western regions, northern frontier, and southern wasteland is not optimistic. The demons of these three regions have already occupied more than half of the three regions. If it were not for the fact that the demons of the Central Plains have been constantly losing strength in the past few years and drawing a large amount of their strength from the western regions, northern frontier, and southern wasteland, the three regions would have already been occupied by the demons. We must provide some support to the forces of the western regions, northern frontier, and southern wasteland. We cannot let the three regions be occupied by the demons. Otherwise, the demons will surround the Central Plains in the future. 20 years later, I plan to break the seal of heaven and earth again and ascend to the mythical realm. Over the years, I have a growing premonition that in the next 100 years or so, there will be a crisis that will overturn the world. According to my repeated calculations and conjectures, this danger comes from outside the world. I think there should be experts from the outside world or other worlds approaching our world. We must stabilize the situation of our world in the shortest time possible, and then increase our strength to deal with the future crisis. With the cultivation grotto heaven, even if the world is destroyed, nothing will happen to us. However, I am unwilling to just watch as the world that I have lived in for hundreds of years is destroyed. No matter what, I have to go all out and meet those enemies." Feeling the unwavering determination in Yi Tianzong's words, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu both held Yi Tianzong's hands and said at the same time, "No matter what happens, we will face it with you." Yi Tianzong smiled knowingly and continued to hug Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. They sat on the top of Qiangang Peak and looked at the boundless sea of clouds and heaven and earth. 3 days later, Yi Tianzong gathered the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect. At the same time, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Sacred Masters, who had received the invitation in advance, also came to the Haoranzhen sect. In the Haoran Hall, Yi Tianzong looked at the Lingyun Hall Master and the others in the hall and said, "This time, I asked you to come because I have something to tell you in advance, so that you can be mentally prepared." Upon hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, the 10 Great Sacred Masters, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw the serious expressions of Yi Haoran and the other higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect. They immediately had a premonition that what Yi Tianzong was going to say was probably not good news. Just as they had guessed, Yi Tianzong continued, "This time, there are a total of 4 things that need to be mentioned. The first thing is that according to the information gathered by our Hao Ranzhen sect, the Devil clan is very powerful in the western regions, the northern frontier, and the southern wasteland. The Devil clan suffered heavy losses in our central plains and was finally besieged in the central region of the demonic mountain range. However, this did not stop the Devil clan. Instead, they focused more of their attention on the western regions, the northern frontier, and the southern wasteland. The major forces in these three regions were beaten back by the Devil clan. These three regions must not be occupied by the Devil clan. Otherwise, if they develop their strength in these three regions, the strength of the Devil clan will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. In the end, our central plains will be besieged from three sides and attacked from both inside and outside. I think you don't think that the strength of the Devil clan hasn't recovered in the past 50 years. After some time, I will gather the leaders of the major forces of the Human clan and the Demon clan in the Central Plains to discuss this issue in the General Alliance of the Demon Slayer Alliance. Now, I'm telling you in advance that when the time comes, you will need to advance and retreat together with our Hao Ranzhen sect. Hearing this, the Lingyun Hall Master said, "Little Sect Master, you are too polite. This issue is indeed something that we must pay attention to. Our Lingyun Hall will definitely support your proposal." After the Lingyun Hall Master finished speaking, the Kunlun Sect Master and the 10 Great Sacred Masters also expressed their approval. Yi Tianzong nodded and continued, "The second thing is that I have decided to break the seal of heaven and earth again in 20 years. At that time, the capacity of heaven and earth should reach the second sky of the myth realm. You'd better prepare in advance. This time, the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect will have 10,000 places, and the 10 Great Sacred Masters will have 8,000 places." As soon as Yi Tianzong finished speaking about the second thing, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Sacred Masters were a little excited. Every time the seal of heaven and earth was broken, it was an opportunity for their strength to increase greatly. Especially this time, when heaven and earth expanded to the extent that it could accommodate the myth realm, the origin of heaven and earth would definitely be a lot of feedback. At that time, not only would their strength increase greatly, but their potential would also increase greatly, which would give them a great chance to enter the myth realm. In the past, as the leaders of the major forces, although their talents were also outstanding, they also knew that the possibility of entering the myth realm was very small. Advancing from Wu Sheng to the myth realm was more difficult than cultivating from a mortal to the 9th sky of Wu Sheng. There was a gap that was like the gap between heaven and earth. It was already very good if 1 out of 1,000 9th sky of Wu Sheng could advance to the myth realm. Even at the peak of the mythological era, among the countless forces in the Central Plains, there were no more than 200,000 myth realm experts on the surface. The Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect were the peak forces of the God King during the mythological era, but they each had no more than 50 myth realm experts. The more one knew, the more one understood how difficult it was to break through to the myth realm. With the aptitude and potential of the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Sacred Masters, the 6th sky of Wu Sheng was the peak. However, after participating in the opportunity to break the seal of heaven and earth a few times and receiving the feedback of heaven and earth, not only did their strength increase greatly, but their potential also increased several times. Because of this, they felt that they had some confidence in reaching the myth realm, which was previously out of their reach. Now that they heard that Yi Tianzong had confirmed the opportunity to break the seal of heaven and earth again, the Lingyun Hall Master and the other 12 people were immediately excited. No matter what identity they had, as martial artists, they were still most concerned about their own martial arts future. A great opportunity to advance to the myth realm was in the near future, so how could they not be excited? After the Lingyun Hall Master and the others calmed down a little, Yi Tianzong continued, "The third thing is that from today onwards, we have to contact and cooperate with the sea tribes in the Endless Sea and pull some suitable powerful sea tribes into our camp to strengthen our camp's strength, because we're running out of time." Looking at the puzzled expressions of the Kunlun Sect Master and the others, Yi Tianzong continued, "The fourth thing is also the reason for the first, second, and third things. Over the years, I've always received some warnings of crisis from the will of heaven and earth. After many years of calculation and guessing, I'm not sure how many years it will be, but a huge crisis will descend from the heavens in more than 100 years. This is a crisis that can overturn the world. According to the vague warning from the will of heaven and earth, it's very likely that there will be experts or worlds from outer space approaching our world quickly. Not to mention whether this warning is true or false. Even if it's false, we have to treat it as true. We have to improve our strength at the fastest speed. It's best if it's false. Once it's true, if we don't have enough strength before then, we can only be finished together with the world in the end. This is also the reason why I said the first 3 things. There's still a super expert of at least 8th heaven of myth realm suppressed in the depths of our world, and the chaos of the demon race hasn't been completely quelled yet. It's very likely that there will be a crisis from outer space in the future. Time waits for no man. In order to resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize our internal situation. We have to strive for more strength. The overall strength of the Endless Sea tribe in the Endless Sea is much, much stronger than that of our Central Plains. We have to rope in the strength of the Endless Sea tribe on the basis of improving our strength. We must quell the chaos of the demon race within 100 years and suppress the danger of the demon race to the lowest level. After 100 years, I believe that the will of heaven and earth in our world will have a conclusion about whether the crisis from outer space is real or not. Only then will we have time to make targeted arrangements. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, the entire Howren Hall fell into silence. The faces of the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, 10 Great Sacred Masters, and the others became a little ugly. They were just immersed in the joy of breaking the seal of heaven and earth and obtaining the opportunity to enter the myth realm. They didn't expect that not long after they were happy, Yi Tianzong would say such a piece of news that was somewhat difficult for them to accept. It was no wonder that when Yi Tianzong said that he would break the seal of heaven and earth, the faces of the people of Hao Ranjin's sect didn't improve, but became even more gloomy. It turned out that they had already known about such terrible news. Originally, there was a super existence suppressed in the depths of their world. The chaos of the demon race had not been quelled yet, and it was enough for them to worry about. In the end, they didn't expect that there would be something even more worrying. As for whether the crisis in the future was real or not, Yi Tianzong said that it was a hint transmitted by the will of heaven and earth. The probability of it being real was definitely higher. Who would joke about such a thing?